However, yet it has not been turned into a political party, or the announcement for a political party is not expected very soon, as Annamalai will call it quits on the BJP before starting his own political party. And while Annamalai is likely to meet the BJP party national president Nitin Naban today or tomorrow, the question remains if he will meet Amit Shah and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, or whether his appointment with the national leader is secured, and only after informing Narendra Modi will Annamalai quit from the BJP. So in the next 10 days we can wait and watch if Annamalai is quitting from the BJP and starting his own political party, or yet if it is just a political movement that is being started by Annamalai on his own.
And also this party, that, as per our sources, saying that this will be with the sole focus of taking on the TVK. The emergence of the TVK has it rocked the dynamics in the state. And now with the BJP and the AIA-DMK alliance also suffering, will this party that will be formed by Annamalai be the one that will face head-on with TVK in Tamil Nadu?
Very true, Amrita. Annamalai's political movement will be focusing only on what the TVK is doing. It's completely going against Vijay's TVK. If you see that the DMK, which is now the opposition party, has a similar ideology of the TVK. Both the DMK and the TVK came with the ideology of the Dravidianism, keeping Periyar as the ideological leader. In between, even TVK leader once said that it is not, that one of the TVK MLA said that they are there to eradicate Sanatan Dharma, just like the DMK leader Udayanidhi Stalin mentioned it on the day in the state assembly. Meanwhile, yesterday at the governor's event, where Thiruvalluvar was adorned with a saffron color shawl on him, again the TVK leader Minister Arun Raj pointed out that the Thiruvalluvar should not be cordoned off as a right-wing leader, or as should not be saffronized. So it shows that the TVK has a similar ideology of the DMK, bringing in fights like saffronization, the third language policy, which is TVK against, which again the need policy, which is TVK against too, and which is what Annamalai is also bringing forward about, to go completely against the TVK, because the DMK is now completely silent, though being an opposition party. The party is not taking big actions and are focusing on the 2029 elections. Meanwhile, the AIDMK is splitting into fragments. So now Annamalai's the main aim is to target the TVK and the current Chief Minister Vijay and go against their ideology. So Amrita, now what we can watch for this moment is the political movement that is being started by the Annamalai, which is going to be focusing on going against TVK, and his ideology of bringing nationalism into the state of Tamil Nadu with the youth of similar mind to be brought together. Whether this will be turning into a political party or not is something we will get to know only in the next 10 days.
Right, and also with this latest report, there are poster campaigns again being put up as well in Coimbatore, where his support is being turning movement also. And will one key question I wanted to ask you is that was him stepping down from the BJP a big issue to the massive loss for both the BJP and AIA-DMK alliance? And now we are also seeing the post-poll alliance is also falling out with the BJP and AIA-DMK, and AIA-DMK card is also moving away from the party itself. So it looks like with Annamalai being removed from their chief has suffered greatly for this alliance.
Very true, Amrita. Annamalai stepping down as the leadership has caused a grave damage to the BJP. The 11% vote share percentage that Annamalai single-handedly bought for the BJP in the 2019 elections, the national elections, the parliament elections, was lost after going again along with the AIA-DMK for the 2026 state elections. And the 2024 state elections also showed BJP standing alone had a different number than what was generally the BJP gets in the state of Tamil Nadu, twice a digit. But after 2026, AIDMK breaking into fragments, the NDA alliance is going into splits and fragments, because we saw the AMAMK splitting and going with the TVK, one single MLA, whereas TTV Dinakaran still continues to be part of the NDA alliance, whereas the PMK has abstained from voting this time and have agreed to go as a party that's only showing a representation of 5 in the state assembly, which gives us a big question whether there is an NDA alliance still in place or not, because the AIDMK is heading the alliance, the BJP is the second largest party. Meanwhile, the AIDMK is broken into pieces, BJP with just 1 seat, so the NDA alliance sustaining in the state of Tamil Nadu has become a huge question. And to make sure that it's not just the NDA alliance, but the ideology of the BJP sustains in the state of Tamil Nadu, Annamalai has decided to start his own political movement. So stepping down from the presidentship was to make sure that the AIADMK relationship relationship under the NDA alliance goes smoothly, Amrita. So in this case, we have a question if Naina Nagendran made the state president to make sure that the BJP and the AIADMK alliance will go well, because Edappadi Palaniswamy was not very much in favor of Annamalai continuing as the BJP leader. So now his step down has brought a huge downfall for the BJP in the state of Tamil Nadu. So what's the future of BJP in the Tamil Nadu decides on the decision that is being made by Annamalai in the next few days.
Right, and also Sharda, he will be visiting Delhi, meeting the Prime Minister and the Home Minister as well. And we know that he holds the Prime Minister in high regard, and he has been forming that in his non-profit organization where he is, in fact, holding the Prime Minister in high regard. He will be meeting both the leaders, and how will that look like when he visits Delhi and announce the formation of a new party?
Well, multiple times Annamalai has said that his huge inspiration is Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So without seeking the permission of the BJP leader, would Annamalai not quit the BJP? He'll also make sure that his political movement is well explained to the Prime Minister and the Home Minister to make sure there is no confusion. But however, whether his appointment and his if it is done with the Prime Minister Narendra Modi next few days is something we have to wait and watch. Annamalai will not quit the BJP. Before informing the Delhi centre, he'll be meeting all the senior leaders in Delhi before he's quitting from the BJP party. So we have to wait and watch what the next move of the state former BJP leader is.
And has there been any voices from the AIADMK? Has there been any response regarding this particular move? Because this is a big breakaway and also could also be seen as directly in opposition to the TVK, being postured as the main opposition now. Has there been any voices coming out from the AIADMK regarding this development?
Well, all the political movement, the political party has all been a news surfacing only right now. The political parties are yet to react on this. We have to wait and watch what the opposition, the DMK, the ruling TVK and the AIADMK, which is part of the BJP, has to say about this. All the political party leaders are just getting to know that Annamalai is starting a political movement. So the reactions from the political parties are awaited.
Right, Sharda, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast and for all those details. We'll get back to you very shortly. Well, that was the latest developments that we are tracking from Tamil Nadu regarding Annamalai's likely defection from the TVK, and will be forming a new party, and the announcement to be made this week. And now we move on to another story. West Bengal's new BJP government is now preparing for a major cabinet expansion less than a month after taking charge in the state. Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari is expected to expand his Council of Ministers today with representation, regional balance and key portfolios likely to dominate discussions. Here's a full report. Take a look.
West Bengal is set for its first major cabinet expansion under the BJP government, with Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari expected to induct a large team of ministers today. The new cabinet could have more than 30 members, making it a full-scale expansion of the government's power structure.
Now, many names are doing the rounds. However, we are not really going into speculation. People are really thinking about names like Shajol Ghosh, Sharodat Mukherjee. People are taking names of other prominent leaders who have been connected to the BJP since long. There are people, there are MLAs who have been MLAs in the past, and like Jewel Murmu, there are MLAs who have become new MLAs like Shajol Ghosh as well. So these are the names, and there are many other names.
The expansion comes at a crucial time as the BJP looks to consolidate its historic victory and strengthen governance across the state. The final list is expected only after clearance from the central leadership. Apart from seniority, regional representation is expected to be a major factor. Community balance, administrative experience and electoral performance are also likely to shape up the final cabinet lineup. Several senior BJP leaders are expected to be rewarded with key responsibilities, while new faces could also find a place in the government. The expansion is being seen as an attempt to ensure broader representation across different regions of Bengal. As the swearing-in date approaches, the big question remains: who makes the cut and who gets the big portfolios.
We have a big breaking news coming in at this moment. The investigation into the Amar Colony shooting case has been transferred to the crime branch of the Delhi police now. The latest that we're tracking for you, the victim was with a female friend when the incident happened at Amar Colony Market when he got into an argument with a group over them staring at the girl. And one of them allegedly pulled out a gun and shot at him. The victim is now in critical condition and fighting for his life. So these are the visuals also on your screen. The incident that took place a few days ago where a minor, a 17-year-old, was shot at for standing up for his friend. Allegedly, the group of friends were staring at his female friend, and when he stood up against them, he was shot at. This is a big question also, and how did these people, the young boys, were having access to firearms, where for now the teenager who has been shot at is in critical condition. And this is the latest that we're getting. The investigation has now been handed over to the crime branch of the Delhi police, and in this particular incident, the victim was with a female friend at Amar Colony Market, and he got into an argument with a group of friends that was over there, and he was in fact confronting them for staring at the female friend, and he was shot at during this incident. I'm now joined by my colleague Harsh, who has more in the story. Harsh, what are the latest? Because we are getting reports that the crime branch Delhi has now taken over the investigation, and this took place a few days ago, and the condition of the victim is now critical. He is fighting for his life. This is a big setback for teenagers who are getting into arguments. Tell us all the details regarding this matter.
Right, Amrita, now this is where the incident took place. We are standing right in front of the eatery in Delhi's Amar Colony. This is South Delhi's Amar Colony. The name of the restaurant right behind me is Jat Saab Chap Wale. This is where the incident took place on May 26th. The victim in this case is a 17-year-old child, a 17-year-old boy whose name is Sai. He was accompanied by some of his school friends. He was joining them post completion of his examination. They were in fact here to celebrate the completion of their examination, and this is the exact place where he was shot dead. Now, how did this altercation took place? This altercation took place when Sai tried to confront a few men who were allegedly staring at his female friend, and when he tried to confront them, he was in fact shot by one of these accused. And now the matter has been handled over to the crime branch of Delhi. This is the scene of the crime. These are in fact the fresh visuals. The entire scene of crime has been seized by the crime branch and by the Delhi police. One individual has been arrested. He is in fact a juvenile himself, who is a 16-year-old man, who is a 16-year-old boy, I beg your pardon. And at the same time, the weapon that was used in this crime has also been taken into custody. Now the 17-year-old child, Sai, in fact fights for his life. He continues to battle for his life at the trauma center in AIMS. He continues to remain on ventilator. He's still on coma, is what his parents have told us. But this is the scene of crime where a 17-year-old child in fact was joined by some of his school friends. They were in fact here to celebrate the completion of their examination, and when a group of people tried to harass and in fact tried to pass some comments on one of his female friends who was joining Sai along with his other friends, and when Sai tried to take a stand, when he tried to confront them, he was shot at, and the accused, after shooting at Sai, allegedly ran from the spot. And now the investigation has been handed over to the crime branch unit of Delhi, and this is the scene of the crime where the entire area has been cordoned off, the entire area has been seized. And this is, we are talking about a posh locality in South Delhi. This is in fact Amar Colony, where the eatery is named as Jat Saab Chap Wale, where this incident took place on May 26th at evening around 7:30 p.m. A group of children were here to celebrate the completion of their examination, and that is exactly when they were shot by a few men, and one of this accused in fact has been taken into custody. The accused, let me tell you, is also a juvenile who was a 16-year-old child, and he was taken into custody with a weapon that was used on the very day of the incident that took place here at Delhi's Amar Colony. Amrita.
Right, thank you so much for all of those details, Hers, and we'll get back to you very shortly with more updates. Thank you for joining us. And now we have another breaking news coming in. Hindu groups have launched a saffron shawl campaign against hijab decision. This is happening in Hubballi following the Karnataka government's decision to permit the wearing of hijab in schools and colleges, and several Hindu organizations have now launched a protest against the state. Sri Rama Sene and other Hindu outfits have strongly opposed the government's move and have initiated a statewide campaign by distributing saffron shawls to students in educational institutions. The campaign began on Sunday with activists distributing saffron shawls in schools and colleges, particularly in Hubballi and other parts of the state as well. Leaders of the organizations have said the drive is aimed at registering their protest against the government's decision on hijab. The move has reignited the debate over religious attire in educational institutions, with Hindu groups accusing the government of appeasement politics. The saffron shawl distribution campaign is expected to continue across Karnataka in the coming days. A big protest we are seeing in Karnataka in opposition to the ruling, to the big decision from the Karnataka government allowing wearing hijab in educational institutions. They are saying that this is in violation of some code of conduct, of code of rules in educational institutions, and they have also countered this by distributing saffron shawls to students in educational institutions. This is a move, they are saying, against the government's decision on wearing of hijab. I'm now joined by Abhishek, who has more details in this story. And Abhishek, can you tell us more how it exactly happened? What was the particular Karnataka government's decision where it allowed that hijab will be allowed to wear in educational institution, and how did this particular protest begin? Tell us more about this.
A small history or a brief history of what happened in the previous government, which was headed by BJP, was that they had banned the
Right, we seem to have some interruption in the connection with our reporter Abhishek, but this is the latest that we're tracking from Karnataka after the Karnataka government had allowed the wear hijab in educational institutions. Now a Hindu saffron group have in fact distributed saffron shawls to students going to educational institutions, saying that they are countering and opposing the move that was given by the Karnataka government, which allowed hijab to be worn in educational institutions. Saffron shawls being distributed to students of educational institutions, to schools and colleges, after Karnataka government had in fact said that hijab can be worn in schools and colleges. Now we now have Abhishek on the line again. Abhishek, so can you just walk us through into what exactly triggered this particular protest? This is in opposition to the government's order saying that hijab can be allowed in schools and colleges. And with this protest, can you give us more context into this story?
History of what happened in the last couple of years when the government was headed by the BJP, they had brought into a rule that the hijab had to be banned in the educational institution. The usage of hijab into the educational institution was banned by the BJP government, after which the rule had been followed by almost all the educational institutions throughout Karnataka. On the other hand, when the government was taken over by the Congress party, they came up with a decision stating that the hijab can be used within the college and the school premises as well, to which various other Hindu groups and ideologies and various other people who belong to various other institutions opposed the decision of the government. And in addition to the opposition is now the Hindu groups, be it Sri Rama Sene and various other Vishwa Hindu Parishad or various other Hindu groups, have started distributing the saffron shawls in various other educational institutions to show the anger against the government, to make sure that even Hindus follow the code of wearing a saffron shawl within the school. This directly is a threat to the Karnataka state government, because an educational institution is a place where none of the traditional attire is supposed to be worn. When the government allowed the Muslim community to wear the hijab within the school or the college premises, for an answer, for the question which had been laid on by the Karnataka state government. Now the Hindu groups have started distributing the saffron shawls from class 1 to college students to make sure that even the saffron shawls to be allowed within the educational institution. If at all there is any concern by an education institution for wearing the saffron shawls, they will immediately demand, the associations will immediately demand the removal of hijab within the educational premises, and then only the Hindu groups will be okay or will accept the fact that even the saffron shawls have to be removed. In fact, the Hindu groups are demanding that the uniformity has to be followed throughout the educational institutions in Karnataka, and the government isn't allowing to do that because the government is trying to appease the Muslim community, is what the Hindu groups are insisting, and the Hindu groups are touching the fact as of now. But we will have to see how it goes about, because at this point of time, the Karnataka state has only a chief minister who is about to be exiting from the cabinet. We are expecting that DK Shivakumar will be taking over the position of chief minister in the next couple of days, and there is no education minister as of now. So we are awaiting to see how this particular situation will be tackled by the Karnataka state government, because there is no intervention of the politicians in the Karnataka state government. It is only taken care by the officials and the administration. So we are awaiting to see if there will be any disclaimer or any rule which will be laid down in front of the educational institutions by the Karnataka government, or will they wait for another week until the cabinet of ministers start taking their oath, and will they be a full stop in the next couple of weeks is the point of question which has to be answered by the new government, which will be formed in a couple of days. Amrita.
Right. Thank you so much for all of those details, Abhishek. We'll get back to you very shortly with more updates. And now we have another breaking news coming in from the West Asian War. The IRGC has now said it targeted an airbase used for a U.S. attack on southern Iran. The U.S. military says it attacked Iranian radar and drone sites in the city of Groundwork and the island of Qasem over the weekend. Kuwait also reported a hostile missile and drone attacks, as Iran's IRGC has said that it launched a retaliatory strike on a base it claims was used for an attack on its Sirik island. Now war seems to be resuming in the West Asian War, as talks and negotiation and ceasefire negotiation have not come to an agreement. Now there have been some strikes now escalating in the region. The IRGC has launched retaliatory strikes on a U.S. base in Kuwait, and also the U.S. has in fact stated for the past few days they have been launching self-defense strikes and even struck a radar system in the island of Qasem and the city of Groundwork. And now with that, we come to the end of this bulletin, but we'll be right back with you with more stories on the other side. Coming up next, the big Republic scoop has emerged. Annamalai likely to announce a new party by the end of this week.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused,
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने। मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions?
Big Republic scoop emerges. Annamalai now likely to announce new party by the end of this week. Sources indicate Annamalai's new political movement will be set up with the sole focus on taking on Vijay's TTVK. Nitin been to chair BJP office bearers meeting today ahead of cabinet reshuffle. CID summons TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee in connection with forged signature probe in assembly letter. West Bengal Chief Minister Subhendu Adhikari announces cabinet expansion. 35 ministers set to be inducted in the state government. India-US trade talks to resume today as both sides now push to finalize interim agreement. More than 45 killed, around 70 injured in a blast at explosive storage building in Myanmar. welcome viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV with me, Ishita Mitra, and our top focus at this hour. Now, the stage has been set for West Bengal cabinet expansion. About 35 ministers are scheduled to take oath, increasing the strength of the Council of Ministers to about 40. Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari, in fact, announced that the swearing-in ceremony will begin shortly just now at Lok Bhawan in the presence of the governor. We'll try and get you the visuals, in fact, from the ceremony itself, where the cabinet expansion is now all set to begin. This expansion will in fact take the strength of the total Council of Ministers in West Bengal government to about 40. All right, my colleague Kishle also joins you with more details on this. Kishle, take us through what are we expecting with this cabinet expansion ceremony today?
Exactly, the cabinet expansion ceremony is happening right now, and I'll give you names. Deepak Bormon from Falakata has been selected as a minister. Taposh Rai has been given a ministerial berth as well. We know Taposh Rai was a former TMC senior member. Later on, he joined BJP, and now he's a minister. Shankar Ghosh from Shiliguri constituency is also a minister now. He has been given a ministerial berth. Manoj Kumar Orao from Kumargram has been given a full ministerial berth. Arjun Singh from Jagodhal, Gauri Shankar Ghosh from Murshidabad, Shwapan Dasgupta from Rashbihari constituency, Shwapan Dasgupta, and Dut Kumar Mondal from Monteshwar. They have been given complete ministerial berths. Now, we know about 30 to 35 members are, about 40 are going to take oath today. And these are the members who have been given complete ministerial cabinets. And then there will be also state ministers. We see Shubhendu Adhikari as well in the Lok Bhavan. The program is on full swing. We have to see which department is given to whom. We see Dr. Sharodat Mukherjee also taking oath, Shwapan Dasgupta, and the names I was mentioning. So this is the complete expansion of the West Bengal ministerial cabinet, and we were in fact waiting for this program. We see the Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari also present at the back of the dais. He is the Chief Minister, and he also holds several important cabinet positions and ministerial berths, such as the Home Department and the Police Department, the Health Department as well. We have to see Health Department, whether it will be given to Dr. Sharodat or Dr. Indranil Khan. And there are other MLAs who are also present at this location at Lok Bhavan. The program is on full swing. We know that a few more will also be taking oath today. Their names are being called, and Governor R.N. Ravi is making them read the oath-taking statement. So that is the live visual right now from West Bengal Lok Bhavan. Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari present at the dais, along with the governor making the MLAs take oath as complete or as ministers of West Bengal.
Right, Kishle, so we're still awaiting more details on, portfolio distribution. But I want to ask you, the kind of political calculation that has gone into this decision of expanding the cabinet, the kind of names that have come up. How do you decode this?
Well, exactly. Now, it has been taken care that all parts of West Bengal, including North Bengal, the Jongal Mahal, the southern part of Bengal, as well as districts, important districts such as Nadia, Murshidabad, Malda is taken care of. Also, ministers, MLAs from all communities are selected as ministers, are given ministerial cabinets today. This includes the Adivasi community. We see that the several members of that community are given ministerial berths. Shankar Ghosh from Shiliguri has been also given an important ministerial position. So North Bengal is covered there. We see several other MLAs from various parts of West Bengal covering almost all the communities present in West Bengal, including the Matwa community, the Vaishnav community, the Adivasi community, Santhal community, etc. Also the North Bengal, Rajbangshi and other tribal areas are also covered. So it has been well taken care of, that all the communities of the state has been covered and represented in the ministerial cabinet that is being distributed today. we are waiting for further details about what department has been given to whom. But we see the faces and we see that the MLAs from all these constituencies are representing all these communities from various parts of West Bengal, including the north, south, and the central part of the West Bengal is also covered today in this oath-taking ceremony.
Right, so we are certainly looking at about 13 cabinet ministers, 3 ministers of state, and about 19 are ministers of a state. Now, of course, 3 are of independent charge. But I want to ask you, any word coming in from the chief minister about this decision-making and the cabinet expansion at large?
Well, not yet. The chief minister is present there. We see Indranil Kha, Dr. Indranil Kha, the MLA from Behala Paschim, also taking oath right now as we speak. And he's a doctor. Dr. Sharodat Mukherjee is also a doctor. So one of these two might get the health department is what the people are speculating. The minister has not the chief minister has not spoken yet, but we are expecting that after the oath-taking ceremony, there might be a press briefing from the government. So this is the situation right now. As we see the MLAs taking oath one by one, the people of West Bengal are waiting for the cabinet distribution today.
Right, of course. In fact, we are also, awaiting details about the portfolio distribution. But I want to ask you, Kishore, with this, the strength comes out to be about 40 ministers. And there are certain challenges coming in from the BJP government as it starts its tenure. You're looking at a state which has been left fragmented. And we've seen, left and TMC again, there has been rule of violence, which BJP now wants to tackle. So what are the kind of challenges we're looking at as this cabinet now expands?
As you rightly pointed out, that all these ministers who are taking oath today, most surprisingly, they have been elected from areas, from TMC strongholds, that it was unimaginable to be penetrated. Now, the TMC has been completely shattered because of the misrule of 15 years. Now, these MLAs who are taking charge as ministers today are representing dreams of all the people of West Bengal, and these ministers have already promised during their before the elections, during their promotional campaigns, that they will be working for the people of West Bengal in a way that the people of West Bengal have never seen before. So people are keeping their faith and expectations with these new ministers. The new cabinet will be working for the people. It is a nationalist government in West Bengal. Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari is already doing a great job in his position. That is what the people of West Bengal thinks. Now these ministers are yet to show their performance, but people of West Bengal have faith and expectations on this new cabinet that is being formed today.
Right, Kishore. Also, if you could just take us through the details unfolding at the ceremony right now. Who all are yet to take oath at the moment?
Well, as I pointed out, the names who have already taken oath, and now we see that Jagannath Chatterjee is also there, Shapon Dasgupta is there, Dut Kumar Mondol is there, Arup Das, Kalyan Chakraborty, Ajay Kumar Poddar, Sharodat Mukherjee. All of them have taken oath as in full ministerial berths, and also independent charges of Minister of State has been given to Malati Rabharai, Indranil Kha, Rajesh Mahato. Dr. Sharodat Mukherjee could be the health minister, and Dr. Indranil Kha could be the Minister of State in independent charge. Deepak Bormon, Taposh Roy, Shankar Ghosh, Manoj Kumar Orao, Arjun Singh, Gauri Shankar Ghosh, Jagannath Chattopadhyay, Kalyan Chakraborty, Arup Das, all of them are taking oath. Ajay Kumar Poddar, Dut Kumar Mondol, all of them are taking oath today. And these are the live visuals coming in from the Lok Bhavan in West Bengal. Dr. Sharodat Mukherjee has taken oath a while back, Jagannath Chattopadhyay as well. Shapon Dasgupta, the MLA from Rajbihari constituency, has also taken an oath a while back. And also Malati Rabharai, Rajesh Mahato and Indranil Kha has been given independent charge.
All right, so at large, what we're looking at is an attempt by Suvendu government to have a broader social and regional representation, whether it is about women, tribal groups, Madhua, or in fact Rajbanshi communities. It is about to have an all-expanding cabinet that can represent as many communities as possible. All right, in fact, we'll try and connect with my colleague Kishore there, who's covering this ceremony on ground. But right now, we're getting you live visuals of Bengal's cabinet expansion ceremony, which is underway at Lok Bhavan right now. About 35 cabinet ministers, ministers are being inducted into Suvendu's cabinet at the moment. And it is an attempt by the government at large to have representation, broader representation in terms of more regional groups and also social identity. So essentially a move aiming to expand the council to bring in more representation from other social groups and region, as BJP now in fact seeks to consolidate its vote base in this state. Now, in fact, the new tenure has kicked in for Suvendu Adhikari. He's begun with broad actions, whether it's fencing on the border or other areas, a crackdown on immigration. And now we're looking at the cabinet expansion ceremony underway at Lok Bhavan. All right, we are now shifting focus to Tamil Nadu, where political equations seems to be changing. Now, Annamalai, in fact, according to our sources, is set to break away from the BJP. Now, Annamalai is expected to hold a news conference in the next 10 days. And now, sources to Republic, in fact, suggest that Annamalai has been reaching out to BJP cadres on the ground, and the groundwork to form a new political outfit has already begun. Annamalai is now likely to, in fact, visit the capital city soon, likely to seek a meeting with Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Shah before he takes the final call. But of course, we're looking at a change in the political equations underway, as Annamalai is now all likely to float a new political movement, which is likely to take on Vijay's TTVK. So it could be a battle between Annamalai versus Vijay, in fact, is soon in Tamil Nadu, as the single focus of his new political outfit would be to take on Vijay. Now, that is a big political scoop that Republic is bringing you at the moment about how political equations are changing in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, no official confirmation yet coming in from Annamalai himself, but we have seen how he has been, in fact, distancing himself from Bharatiya Janata Party. My colleague Shah, who's tracking all the political developments, also joins me. Shah, take us through what we're picking up. It seems like within the next 1 week or so, we could be expecting an announcement from Annamalai himself, who's now all likely to start a new political movement.
Well, after the 2026 elections results, the news has been surfacing that the BJP leader Annamalai will be starting his own party. However, the last 2 days, there is a lot of fuss about him starting a new political movement under his non-profit organization, which is called We Are the Leaders. Annamalai has done multiple leadership programs under that particular title. He has also done the En Makkal Ur Yatra in Tamil Nadu, which is also a part of the campaign that he had done when he was the state president of the BJP in the state of Tamil Nadu. So this shows that Annamalai has an idea of bringing all the like-minded people together, especially the youth, to take over the leadership in the state of Tamil Nadu. Recently, with the TVK taking over, it shows that the youth in Tamil Nadu have interest towards politics. So it comes as a time when the Tamil Nadu politics are in fire, where both the DMK and the AIADMK are breaking into fragments. Now is the right time where Annamalai is launching a new political movement in the state of Tamil Nadu. However, the official announcement is yet to be made by the leader. He is likely to meet the BJP national leadership, including Prime Minister and the Home Minister, very soon in the coming days, and would be making the announcement of this political movement in the next few days. If Annamalai is quitting the BJP to start this political movement, which will slowly turn into a political party in the future, is yet to be known. However, as of now, the buzz is all about the new political movement that is going to be started by Annamalai the next few days. However, it is not a political party yet. and Annamalai will soon be announcing that as well. And whether this political movement is going to be focusing on the nationalist idea, or whether the political movement is going to be completely targeting against Vijay's leadership and the TVK leadership in the state of Tamil Nadu, is all we have to wait and watch. Meanwhile, the NDA alliance in the state of Tamil Nadu is also breaking down into fragments as we speak, because the AIADMK leaders who are MLAs now resigning from the party and joining the TVK, whereas the NDA alliance remains a question, as all the parties only have 4 to 5 seats as MLA, and the AIADMK, which is the largest party, have got only 42 seats now in the state assembly, when with the BJP tragically going down from 4 to 1 seats, which is 3% of vote share in the state of Tamil Nadu. What the future holds for the BJP and its BJP leaders is still a question. So at a time when there's crucial confirmations on the NDA alliance in the state of Tamil Nadu, Annamalai's political movements creating quite a stir in the political atmosphere in the state of Tamil Nadu.
All right, Shada, we are still awaiting for more details as to what this political movement could be like. Will it or not? Or will it take on, in fact, TVK's Vijay? But as far as differences with BJP goes, is it just about the alliance with AIADMK, or there are more? Because we have seen, in the recent tweet, Annamalai did say that he was not happy with the, with the education CBSE 3-language policy being implemented immediately. He said that had to be deferred in its implementation. So what are the, points of contention which have emerged between Annamalai and BJP?
Well, Annamalai has constantly been a follower of right-wing, especially BJP leader Prime Minister Narendra Modi. His inspiration is what Annamalai constantly keeps telling. But for the very first time, he went against the centre's policy of bringing the educational, the implementation of the third language in the state of Tamil Nadu, which said that the 9th standard class students will be implemented the third language only in the year 2029 to 2030. However, the new education policy under the national education policy for the CBSE schools stressed that even the right curriculum will have the third language, which will add a stress and a burden to the 9th standard students who are going for their boards, is what Annamalai pointed out at. He said that he supported the national education policy and the implementation of the third language in CBSE and other schools in the state of Tamil Nadu under the NEP only because it gave time for 3 years for the people who are going for the boards to practice in a third language. He pointed out that for someone learning a new language at a peak time of their studies is hard and it's not right time, and he stressed that the centers should withdraw or take the order back on the CBSE implementing a third language policy right now for the class 9 students. So this started as basically a fire ignition that Annamalai is going against the BJP. Now his political movement that he wants to start is also ignited more issues, stating whether the leader wants to be part of the BJP or not. Meanwhile, as sources at the BJP office tell that it will only be a political movement and not a new party. However, sources at the ground, especially in the areas in Coimbatore, Karur, where Annamalai is very prominent, it's likely that Annamalai has already started seeking support from the cadres of the BJP, even asking questions if there is a political party started tomorrow by him, will there be support rendered or not? And there is a scrutiny and a lot of research going into it whether Annamalai's political party will shine out well or not, because there's also a question now, because the people were looking for a change, and in the 2026 it was Vijay's TVK that has come out apart from the Dravidian parties. The last 50 years we saw the DMK, the AIADMK ruling, and the TVK has now emerged as a new party. And Vijay is also the face of the youth in the state of Tamil Nadu. So now Annamalai starting a party, will it have the same support which it had 4 years ago when he was a state president, is still a question.
All right, so in politics, Shada, we cannot say never. So we'll have to see, has this rift reached a point of no return, or, is there some scope of bringing him back into the fold? We'll, of course, have to see how that goes out. But for now, thanks so much for joining us and giving all the details on this. And now, viewers, Hindu groups launched a saffron shawl campaign against hijab decision in Hubli. In fact, following the Karnataka government's decision to permit the wearing of hijab in schools and colleges, now several Hindu organizations have launched protests across the state. In fact, Sri Rama Sene and other Hindu outfits have now strongly opposed the government's move and have initiated a statewide campaign by distributing saffron shawls to students in educational institutions. Now, the campaign began on Sunday with activists distributing saffron shawls in schools, colleges, specifically in Hubli and other parts of the state. Leaders of the organization now say that the drive aims at registering their protest against the government's decision on hijab. Viewers, the move here has reignited the debate over religious attire in educational institutions, with Hindu groups now accusing the government of the day of appeasement politics. The saffron shawl distribution campaign is now expected to continue across Karnataka in the coming few days. All right, my colleague Abhishek also joined me with more details on this. Abhishek, take us through this, shawl, a saffron shawl protest that's now spreading in different parts of Karnataka. It seems it is against the government's decision to allow hijab in educational institutions.
If you go back to a small history of what happened in the state in the last couple of years, it was during the tenure of a BJP government in the state of Karnataka, while the government had announced that there should be no traditional or there should be no religious attire within the educational institution, as the uniformity between the students will not be respected. And that is when the government had imposed a ban on wearing of hijab within the educational premises. But after the government was taken over by the Congress in the state of Karnataka, the education department started a new rule, or probably allowed hijab within the educational institution, and after which there was several opposition to the decision of the Congress government. On the other hand, we've also seen on the latest development, it is not only the Sri Rama Sene but various other Hindu organizations have started distributing saffron shawls, not only in the schools but also in the colleges of various other capacities, to make sure even the students of the Hindu belief wear the saffron shawls within the educational campus for an answer to the government, indirectly protesting the decision of the government for allowing the traditional attire or the religious attire of the Muslim community within an educational institution. The question of the Hindu organizations is that if the Muslim community is allowed to wear the hijab within the educational institution, why cannot Hindu groups or Hindu followers wear traditional saffron shawl within the educational institution? If at all the education department has to come up with uniformity, both the sects are to remove their religious attire within the educational institution. But at this point of time, the decision has to be taken by the Karnataka state government, because this traditional, the war between the Hindu and the Muslim groups will continue for some more time, because there is no intervention of the government at this point of time. The Hindu groups have started protesting against the decision of the government in various other capacities, and at this point of time it has been started through the saffron shawl, through the wearing of the saffron shawl within the educational institution. Probably there might be a change in the government in the next couple of days. DK Shivkumar will be taking the oath as the chief minister, and we will have to see who the education minister will be in the state of Karnataka, who the higher education minister will be in the state of Karnataka, and who will be giving out the orders, or who will be imposing the orders as to ban the religious attire within the educational institution is the point of question which has to be answered by the government. But this will be happening in the next couple of weeks is what we have seen as of now. But we are also awaiting the response from the educational institutions as well, because this will surely disturb the harmony within the educational institution and obviously create a disruption between the students of various other communities. We are awaiting to see what might unfold in the next couple of days. Ishita.
Right, Abhishek, so certainly a complex task at the hand of whoever will take the education portfolio in DK Shivkumar's government. But thanks so much for joining us and giving us all those details on this. And now we're slipping into a very short break, but don't go anywhere. Coming after a very short break, Annamalai gets all set to break away from a BJP, set to hold a news conference in the next 10 days.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug,
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only
Viewers, top headlines are tracking right now. Big Republic scoop emerges. Annamalai likely to announce new party by the end of the week. Sources indicate that Annamalai's new political movement will be set up with the sole focus on taking on Vijay's TVK. Nitin Nabeen to chair the BJP office bearers meeting today ahead of the cabinet reshuffle. CID summons TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee in connection with a forged signature probe in assembly letter. West Bengal CM Suvendu Adhikari announces cabinet expansion. 35 ministers are being sworn in the state government. India-US trade talks resume today as both the sides push to finalize interim agreement. And more than 45 killed, around 70 injured in a blast at an explosive storage building in Myanmar. All right, getting you top updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest. Republic has got a big scoop, and the scoop is that Annamalai could be all set to break away from the BJP. This is a huge scoop the Republic has got. Let's tell you what is going to happen. Annamalai is all set to break away from the BJP. Annamalai to hold a news conference in the next 10 days. Sources say Annamalai has reached out to BJP cadres and has begun the groundwork to form a new political outfit. Annamalai would be visiting Delhi in the next few days and could be seeking time from PM Modi and Home Minister Shah before the decision. So we're getting you all these updates coming in here on Republic TV. And what is there to understand is that Annamalai could be forming his own political movement, which could turn into a party later on. So Annamalai's single focus is that Annamalai wants to take on Vijay's TTVK. So we will get our viewers all these updates coming in on Republic TV. And this is a big buzz which is doing the rounds, huge buzz which is doing the round, that Annamalai could be launching his own new movement in Tamil Nadu. We will get our viewers more updates coming in. And the entire aim of this movement would be to take on TVK. So back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers on Republic TV. Annamalai had headed the BJP in Tamil Nadu from 2021 to 2025. He's a former IPS officer who entered politics in 2020. And I want to go across to Sharda who's joining us. Sharda, there's so much of buzz doing the rounds. So much of buzz doing the rounds. It looks like Annamalai is slowly pulling out of the BJP. He has cited his father's illness. By the way, this is a buzz and a scoop the Republic has got. However, he has a bigger plan in mind. Yes, go ahead, Sharada.
Well, Shivangi, as you mentioned, Annamalai slowly pulled out from the BJP after he stepped down as state president in 2025. And it was after the AIADMK came into alliance with the BJP for the 2026 state elections. As a person, as a state president, he increased the BJP's vote percentage to 11. And this elections that have completely lost. Now, Annamalai is ready to leave out from the BJP and start his own political movement. He is likely to meet the national president of the BJP, Nitin Nabin, tomorrow in Delhi, following which we are expecting an announcement to be made on the June 3rd as well as to what the meeting was about. However, what we know for sure is that he will not quit the BJP party without meeting the Prime Minister and the Home Minister, because he's already mentioned that the BJP has been his party that he's left the IPS service for and has joined, and because he really loved the nationalism that the BJP as a party showed upon, and that's the reason he joined this party. So whether if his political movement is turned into a political party is still a question. Annamalai is also yet to announce what the political movement is all about, but the buzz that's going around is that to bring all the like-minded youths together to make sure that there is a voice raised in the Tamil Nadu, especially at this time where TVK, which is also having the same mindset as the DMK in the ideological perspective, whereas a right-wing leader like Annamalai is trying to bring this group together to make sure that there are voices heard, especially because TVK is also going against Sanathanam, saffronization, the NEP, and also the NEET exemption in the state of Tamil Nadu, which is almost as what the DMK has been doing. So to show a new light of perspective that there is other options as well, Annamalai's new political movement will show that. In earlier days when he was also the state president of the BJP, he's done his campaign as En Makkal, En Uru and all, En Man, En Makkal and all that. His campaign will give him a lot of frontage to what Annamalai's political movement will be. But the question whether this political movement will give space to start a political party which will go against Vijay's TVK completely is still a question, because right now people, especially the youth of the Tamil Nadu, see Vijay as a new face for politics in the state of Tamil Nadu, and whether in the coming years will Annamalai's new political movement will turn into a political party to go against the Vijay's TVK, and if the essence of the party continues for a longer time is still a question.
Right, absolutely. Okay, I want to go across to you, back to you, Sharda. You know, there's an entire history here that we have seen. So remember, Annamalai had said that he doesn't want an alliance with the AIADMK. He made some of these comments regarding the ally. That did not go down too well before the Tamil Nadu elections. We've also seen many such moves being made before we get this scoop that Annamalai could be breaking away. If you could just help our viewers understand how that distance was created between Annamalai, the BJP and the AIADMK.
Well, digging into the past, starting with Annamalai taking over the state leadership, he said that the AIADMK is not a trustable party. He also made multiple statements against the former leaders of the AIADMK, MJR and J. Jayalalitha. He also made a demeaning comment against the current party General Secretary Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, and that is when the rift started between the NDA. For the very first time after Jayalalitha's demise, the BJP decided to go without an alliance with the AIADMK in the 2024 national elections, by which the the BJP single-handedly got 11% of vote share in the state from the state of Tamil Nadu. BJP was a party at the time which scored even less than a percentage of 1 where Nota was secured, and following that, getting so much more percentage under the leadership of Annamalai brought in a big question. Following that, it was also the 2026 elections where the AIADMK came into picture again when Amit Shah had come down to Chennai to form the alliance with the AIADMK. Annamalai was completely against it, and the main reason he was also removed from the party leadership was because AIADMK requested for their own representative to be the party leader, which was Nainar Nagendran from the BJP, who was formerly from the AIADMK, to make sure there is smooth relations between the two parties under the NDA to continue. It was made sure that Annamalai stepped down from the leadership. He also made sure that he was not in the frontage of the BJP. He campaigned more in Kerala and Puducherry than in Tamil Nadu. That showed there was a slight crack between the BJP and Annamalai itself. While both Amit Shah and Narendra Modi did stress on Annamalai being there in all important events during the manifesto release, or even especially one of the crime report that the BJP leader Piyush Goyal released. Annamalai was in Puducherry on the exact date Piyush Goyal was in Chennai. Later he was called back by the higher-ups to make sure that he was contesting in the elections. Annamalai decided not to contest in the elections because of the number of seats given by the AIADMK was not effective for the BJP, where the groundwork for the BJP ranged in the seats where the AIADMK retained. He made sure that the BJP seats were not strong enough to fight. He also made it clear to the media that he was not satisfied with the seats given to the BJP, especially the constituencies given to the BJP.
Yes, absolutely. Shraddha, before I let you go, I also want you to help our viewers understand what will Annamalai do next now, because we are coming to know that Annamalai will seek some time from PM Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah before making his decision. That means he might be coming to the national capital very soon. Yes, Shraddha. Okay, if Shraddha can hear us, okay, we'll go back to Shraddha in a short while from now. But Shraddha getting us the biggest details on the scoop that we have for you. That is, Annamalai could be breaking away from the BJP. He will be holding a news conference in the next 10 days. And what we can expect Annamalai to do is launch a new movement under his non-profit organization, We the Leaders. Sources from the party have stated that the BJP leader is all set to launch a new movement in Tamil Nadu aimed at bringing together all like-minded individuals and build a strong volunteer network to nurture future political leaders from the grassroots level. This is a buzz, by the way, but Republic TV will keep getting you the latest coming in on this development. And we move ahead, viewers. The demand for justice in the Trisha Sharma case is now growing beyond the investigation, with supporters gathering in Delhi for a silent protest seeking accountability. As public outrage continues over the circumstances surrounding Trisha's death, the CBI now has a former judge Giri Bala and accused husband Samarth in custody till June 2nd. Here is more on the story. Take a look.
A silent protest was held demanding justice for Trisha Sharma in Delhi. People carried banners with Trisha's photo on it, and there was a photo of Trisha where people paid their condolences. Republic even spoke to Trisha's father, who said that all of them had gathered to seek justice for Trisha.
When we started, we were only 3. Now you can see this is a sea of people and sea of emotions with us, and we because of that only, because of these reasons only, CGI has already in its suo motu mentioned that we have to remove this darkness. We have to remove this darkness, and we should bring the justice to its maximum and to increase the faith in the justice. Today's time, people have lost the faith in the justice. So CGI wants that this faith should come back into the mind.
This comes just after Trisha was found dead at her marital home in Bhopal on May 12th. This case has sparked massive public outrage after allegations of severe harassment surfaced against accused husband Samarth and mother-in-law and ex-judge Giri Bala.
Getting you more updates coming in, viewers. Breaking news coming in here. Operation Sherawali is happening in Rajouri as we speak, and it's the 10th day now. 10th day as forces continue to hunt for 2 Lashkar terrorists. Another anti-terror operation in the Surankot area of Pooch enters 4th day, where 3 Lashkar terrorists are believed to be moving. Okay, so it's the 10th day now. Let's tell you exactly what's happening. This is happening in Rajouri. Search operations are continuing to trace these terrorists. It's been 10 whole days. The cordon and search operations are happening as we speak for hold-up terrorists. It's continuing in multiple areas like we were talking about. We'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now. But as we keep getting our viewers more updates, the army has said they have launched Operation Sherawali, which was started with the joint teams of Jammu and Kashmir Police and the CRPF after the initial tip-off that 2 to 3 heavily armed terrorists were hiding in the area. I want to go across to my colleague who's joining us. Gursimran is joining us live. Gursimran, okay, so it's been a couple of days now, but we understand 3 Lashkar terrorists are believed to be moving. If you could help our viewers understand where this operation is at this point of time.
See, as we speak, this is the 10th day of the ongoing operation in the Dorimal forest area. The operation that has been named as the Operation Sherawali. This was for the search of 2 Lashkar-e-Toiba top commanders that are active in the area. It was based on the intel input that has been generated by the Central Intelligence Agency and worked upon by the Indian Army along with the Jammu and Kashmir Police. This is the 10th day of the operation, and the security forces are leaving no stone unturned to reach out to the location of the terrorists that are still hiding in the area. It is believed that the dense topography of the area is making it really very difficult for the security forces to trace the location, as there are several natural hideouts that are there in the region that are making it a natural cover for the terrorists. Now coming to the other operation that is also underway in the Surankot area. That operation was launched a couple of days prior. It is the 3rd day of that very operation, where the search operations are still underway and the security forces are looking for a group of Lashkar terrorists of 3. In combined, it was a group of 5 terrorists that got split on the left and the right side of the Pangai. On the very right side, it is Thanamandi. On the left side, it is Surankot. So for both the groups, the search operations are underway because we are days to the start of Amarnath Yatra as well. That is one of the security concerns. Buddha Amarnath Yatra is also set to begin. So keeping everything in view, the security forces are carrying out intensified operations in the area so that these terrorists, Pakistani terrorists, can be neutralized at an earliest.
That's right. Also, Gursimran, before I let you go, take our viewers through how our security forces and the army is deployed there, because we understand it's a 10th day now, and these are search operations, these are cordon and search operations, and we understand that these Lashkar terrorists are hiding. How are they hiding? How are they being able to hide from our security forces, Gursimran?
See, if we speak of the security apparatus that is there in Jammu and Kashmir as we speak at present for the Amarnath Yatra also, there is a security assessment meeting that is going on where the IGP Jammu Zone Bhimsen Tute is heading this meeting, and I'll request Ashu to show you the visuals of this very meeting that the IGP Jammu Bhimsen Tute is now is holding the meeting. I'll request Ashu to show you the visuals of this meeting that is taking place. It includes the IGP Jammu Zone and the Divisional Commissioner of Jammu. I'll request Ashu to keep showing you the visuals that the meeting is taking place here where the senior officials, the top brass of the J&K police, all are present here for the meeting, and a threadbare discussion is taking place here that how will the security apparatus look like and what all will be who all will be the part of this security apparatus that will be there for the upcoming Amarnath Yatra. So Divisional Commissioner, IGP Jammu Zone, DIGs, SSPs, all are here on the ground. Yes, and now as we speak, the security forces are holding this Amarnath Yatra preparatory meeting as well here in Jammu.
Right, okay, Gursimran, I'm staying on with you because we're getting some information about how the army has launched this operation. And we also understand there was a tip-off which was received. There's a tip-off received about this. This is a joint team of CRPF and Jammu and Kashmir Police. Where did the tip-off come from? How did our security forces understand that these Lashkar terrorists were hiding in the area?
Yes, if you speak of the ongoing operations that are underway in the upper reaches, that in those operations the security forces are hunting for the terrorists. The search is still on and the terrorists are changing their location. The visuals that we were showing, this was of the security review meeting that is taking place with regards to the upcoming Amarnath Yatra, because the Yatra is also to start and how the security forces deployment will take place. All thread-based discussions are taking place here in Jammu, where the IGP Jammu Zone, Bhimsen Tooty, and the Divisional Commissioner Ramesh Kumar, they are now heading this meeting here in Jammu. And if we speak of the operations that are underway in the Rajouri and the Poonch, there the security forces are leaving no stone unturned that these terrorists are neutralized.
Right. Okay. All right. So Gursaman getting us all these top updates. Gursaman, thank you for getting those details coming in. And let's tell our viewers exactly what's happening right now. So what we understand is that it's a 10th day of Operation Sherawali, like Gursaman was telling us, and the hunt is on for those Lashkar terrorists. Getting some more breaking news coming in. Let's move ahead to the next sort of breaking news. Hindu groups are launching saffron shawl campaign against hijab decision. I understand this is happening in Hubballi following the Karnataka government's decision to permit the wearing of hijab in schools and colleges. Many Hindu organizations have launched protests across the state, and we see that many Hindu outfits have strongly opposed the government's move and have initiated a statewide campaign by distributing saffron shawls to students in educational institutions. Just giving you a backdrop to what has happened, there are protests happening in multiple areas in Hubballi against allowing hijab in educational institutions. So these outfits, Hindu outfits, are campaigning by distributing saffron shawls to students in educational institutions. The campaign began on Sunday with activists distributing saffron shawls in schools, colleges and other educational institutes, particularly in Hubballi and other parts of the state. The leaders of the organization said the drive is aimed at registering their protest against the government's decision on hijab. The move has reignited the debate over religious attire in educational institutions, with Hindu groups accusing the government of appeasement politics. So I really want to go to my colleague who's joining us. Abhishek is joining us. Abhishek, this has been going on for a while now, that Hindu outfits and groups are staging a protest. They are criticizing the state government's decision to lift the ban on wearing hijab in educational institutions. What they're saying is that they are going ahead and they are now protesting, giving saffron shawls. Yes, go ahead.
Shivangi, a small history of what happened in the last couple of years when the government was taken over by the BJP. It was then when the BJP government was in tenure, it had been decided that the religious outfit of Muslim community, be it hijab or any other outfit that they wear towards their religion, isn't allowed in any of the educational institution. And the government had also brought in a rule and imposition of no wearing traditional dress within the educational institution. And this rule had been brought into force and this has been followed as well. But after the government was taken over by the Congress party, the government decided that the educational institutions, the religious attire, be it hijab, can be allowed within the educational institution, after which the government had to face a backlash from various other groups and organizations of the Hindu following community. On the other hand, the latest development is that some of the Hindu organizations have started distributing the saffron shawls to the students through various other institutions on Sunday. And another update is that to stage a protest against the Congress government, this decision has been taken by unanimously by the Hindu organizations and Hindu groups in the various other parts of the state. And at this point of time, there will be no rules and regulations as to how this can be stopped, because to protest the decision of the government where the educational institution, where the hijab is allowed within the educational institution, to give an answer to the government, the saffron shawls usage in the educational institutions have begun. However, we are seeing there is no response from the educational institution as well, and also the administrative body of the education department has kept quiet at this point of time, because there is no minister in the state of Karnataka with respect to the ongoing political changes in the Karnataka. On the other hand, we are expecting that DK Shivkumar will be taking the oath as chief minister on the 3rd of this month, and there will be some changes in the religious attire in the educational institutions after he is taken over as the chief minister of Karnataka. Shivangi.
Abhishek, before I let you go, we have seen that many students are also not happy about this. They are also protesting, and there's a lot of accusation coming against the Karnataka government there. They are saying this is appeasement politics which is happening.
Definitely, it was when the government had allowed the Muslim the people from Muslim community to wear the hijab within the educational institution. That is when not only the followers of Hinduism, but also various other organizations which believes in equality in the educational institution had mentioned the fact that the government is trying to appease the Muslims, and this is why this decision has been allowed by the Karnataka state government. And also we've seen that education institution is a place which has to follow the uniformity rather than allowing a saffron shawl or a hijab within the educational institution. But the government, which had to make sure that it represents the people of various other communities and which respects the uniformity in the educational institution, might have gone beyond the beliefs of the educational institution. And at this point of time, the politicians from the Congress government had also in fact pressed upon the fact, the education minister had pressed upon the fact that what is wrong in people wearing hijab within the educational institution. It also questioned if people will not wear the sacred thread within the educational institution. It also questioned if people don't use the bindis in the educational institution, and it also spoken about the bangles. So this is when the BJP and the JDS along with various other organizations had questioned about the decision of the government, because it was only trying to appease the Muslims and it wasn't standing for the equality within the education institution. However, when there was supposed to be a stringent action by the government to stop using the usage of hijab or the saffron shawl within the educational institutions premises, it is the same government which allowed the usage of hijab. And at this point of time, we are looking at the Hindu organizations protesting against the government by allowing the students to use the saffron shawls within the institutions, and thus indirectly retaliating against the decision of the government. And this might continue for some more time until a new set of cabinet of ministers are taking oath in the state of Karnataka. So we will have to see how the BJP and JDS along with the Hindu groups and the students react on this. Shivangi.
All those details. Abhishek, I'll be coming back to you for more. Abhishek getting us the latest coming in from Karnataka. Okay, let's move ahead, viewers. Getting you some more breaking news coming in. Let's move ahead to the next set of breaking news. IRGC says it targeted an airbase used for US attack on southern Iran. The US military says it attacked Iranian radar and drone sites in the city of Groundwork and the island of Qasem over the weekend. Okay, so Kuwait reports hostile missiles and drone attacks as Iran's IRGC says it launched a retaliatory strike on a base it claims was used for an attack on its areas. So big updates coming in here, viewers, on Republic TV, and this is coming at the backdrop of the escalation. US strikes Iranian drone sites, IRGC responds, and Kuwait is intercepting drones. So once again, escalation very, very obvious. Just telling you what happened, US Central Command had confirmed strikes on Iranian military targets over the weekend. Fighter jets struck radar installations and drone command facilities in Groundwork and Qasem Island following Iran's shoot down of an American surveillance drone. So now IRGC says it's targeting an airbase used for a US attack on southern Iran. So we are getting these updates coming in. Once again, a lot of escalation that has been reported. Okay, viewers, taking a short break right now. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back. Coming up on the other side, we'll talk about what is happening with Annamalai. Sources say that Annamalai's new political movement will be set up with a sole focus on taking on Vijay's TTVK. Stay tuned, we are live and breaking.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son, call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged down and evidence is being destroyed before the judge's eyes. Is that normal? Why don't the judges raise a hue and cry about it? Why don't the appellate courts take up this case suo motu? So people don't start believing that when an ex-judge is concerned, the victim will never get justice. Ladies and gentlemen, what was the ex-judge carrying in her hand when she went down? Where is all the CCTV footage? Did the police collect it? Why did the ex-judge's son Samarth Singh escape after bringing the body of his wife to AIIMS? Is it true that the ex-judge's son's medical examination was not conducted? The police station is right behind the ex-judge's Giribala's house. Why was no call made? Why did it take 5 days to file an FIR in the case? Who stalled it? Why was the victim's family attacked in court if there's nothing to hide? And did a very senior police officer go to AIIMS that night to try and fudge the post-mortem report? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm asking these questions. Now I ask you, am I right or wrong in asking these questions? And if I don't, who will? Will the government of Madhya Pradesh raise these questions? The Chief Minister doesn't have 30 seconds to meet the victim's family. Will the higher courts of the country raise these questions? So far, I have not seen this case being picked up by the appellate courts, though we are screaming and shouting about it. So I say tonight, What happens when other institutions fail? And if we do a media trial, should we be celebrated and supported for doing so? Was Aravali a media trial? Yes, it was. It was. Thank God for that. Thank God for that media trial which stopped the Aravalis from being destroyed. Was the Pune Porsche case a media trial where innocents were killed by a rich brat and the whole system colluded to give the rich brat a free run? Was it a media trial? I confess it was. Thank God for it. Thank God for that media trial. Was RG Kaur a media trial? When the government of Mamata Banerjee and the whole system came together to destroy the evidence? Was it? If it was a media trial, I and the entire Republic Bangla team are proud for it. Thank God for that. Thank God for such media trials in our country. Thank God for the media trial in the Jessica Lal murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Nirbhaya case. Thank God for the media trial in the Sheena Boda murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Disha Salian murder case. Thank God for the media trial in the Pune Porsche case.
It's a big Republic political scoop. Annamalai, the BJP leader, likely to announce a new party by the end of the week. Sources indicate that Annamalai's new political movement will be set up with focus on taking on Vijay and the TTVK. Delhi teen fighting for life was shot for standing up against bullying in the national capital. Shubhendu cabinet expands, 35 more ministers sworn in. Swapan Das Gupta, Arjun Singh, Ashok Dindat, among others, take oath. CID summons Trinamool Congress MP Abhishek Banerjee in connection with forged signature investigation. Ladies and gentlemen, we broke a story of BJP leader Annamalai, who's all set to perhaps part ways with the BJP this week. Republic has learnt that Annamalai could be thinking of possibly starting his own political movement or an own party, which will of course become a political party. Soon he's going to be in Delhi in the course of the next 24 to 48 hours. He's also likely to meet the BJP President Nitin Nabin. That meeting is likely to take place in the next 24 to 48 hours. And Annamalai could be going back after that meeting and making the announcement. We're expecting the announcement itself to happen in a time frame of 7 to 10 days. That's the breaking news coming in. Annamalai likely to launch his own political party. Sharda is joining us with the details. She broke the story this morning of the details of the meeting with Nitin Nabin. Sharda. In fact, Sharda will be joining us in just a few minutes. We are hearing that Annamalai has contacted his party cadre, especially in Coimbatore, which is a stronghold, and has asked the people of the BJP, workers in the BJP, are trying to get a feeler of the kind of support that he's likely to get, and that meeting is going to happen. In fact, he's already, through his supporters and through his aides, beginning to get a sense of the mood on the ground. And Annamalai has sought an appointment with BJP's Nitin Nabin. That meeting is going to happen. He's going to travel to Delhi. He's also likely to seek time, we are told, from the Prime Minister and the Home Minister. We don't have confirmation yet, but it is a possibility. And he has been, of course, in the spotlight because the BJP brought him in, made him the chief of the BJP in Tamil Nadu, and then they dumped him for the DMK, AIDMK. Dumped him for AIDMK because AIDMK did not want him as the chief of the party there. Sharda is joining us with the details. Sharda. Where is the Annamalai now, and what's likely to be his next move?
Well, Niranjan, right now Annamalai is in Chennai, but he is going to leave to Delhi as we speak in a few hours. He's meeting the party president, Nitin Naban, tomorrow in Delhi. His appointment is fixed for tomorrow with the BJP national president. So, after meeting Nitin Naban, Annamalai is likely to announce what his stance on the party is, what his next move is, whether it's just going to be a political movement or whether a new political party is in place.
Okay. I'm also hearing that that he's talking to people within the BJP. He's talking to his own party workers. Anybody who's likely to follow him to this new party among the BJP in Tamil Nadu?
Well, our sources on the ground, especially alongside the Coimbatore and Karur area, our sources from there say that Annamalai's supporters have already reached out to them personally asking if will there be an extension of support rendered to Annamalai if he is starting a new political party. And there were also questions asked to them that whether if he leaves the BJP, will the BJP cadres and the supporters who supported Annamalai all these days because of the party will leave the party and continue to support him or not. So this is what our sources from the ground have got us. Exclusive for Republic, the sources from ground confirm that Annamalai's supporters have also reached out. Annamalai has also personally gotten into this where he's seeking support from the cadres of the BJP as well, whether will he be given support if he starts a new party. However, it is not yet confirmed whether it's only going to be a political movement for now, and after 6 months to 7 months of groundwork done by the political movement, will the political party be started, Niranjan?
And is it confirmed that he's meeting Nitin Naban? Because there is some details that we have that he's meeting Nitin Naban either today or tomorrow.
It's confirmed through our sources that he is meeting Nitin Naban tomorrow in Delhi. Following that, he will also be meeting the press to confirm what his final stance on whether he's going to be breaking from the BJP party or whether he's going to be with the BJP and only launching his political movement now. So tomorrow we will know whether Annamalai, after meeting Nitin Naban, is going to announce his political movement or whether he's going to leave the BJP party, whether he's finally calling it quits for the BJP.
Okay. All right, so that's a story we're tracking very, very closely. So if at all this happens, then it is confirmed that Annamalai has been upset with the BJP. He has been for some time. He didn't really participate in the campaigning. He didn't take a lead in the campaign against either the DMK or Vijay in the state of Tamil Nadu. So it's interesting what's going to happen in Tamil Nadu. Let's move on now. Let's shift our focus to a story that we are tracking from the national capital. Story of a boy who was targeted because he chose to stand up to bullying. This story coming in from Delhi. While Sai was at an eatery, he was targeted. His mistake was that he stood up for a friend. And he's right now fighting for his life in what has been a shocking act of violence. His only mistake was standing up for his friend, and he was faced with a situation where he could have chosen to walk away, but he instead chose courage, intervened and confronted a wrongdoing, believing that standing up for what is right matters. Saurav is joining us live. Saurav is in Delhi. I'd like to go across to him. Saurav is with the family. I'll go across to him. In fact, Sai is fighting for life. He's in a coma and the chances of his survival, they say, are bleak. Sai, who otherwise should have focused on school, on friends and dreams of his future, now lying unconscious in a hospital bed while his family endures unimaginable pain and uncertainty. And what we have with us is the CCTV that allegedly shows the attacker. And Sai, incident involving Sai rather, raises questions about the safety of children and the kind of society that we are soon becoming. The shooter of Sai is allegedly seen on this CCTV, spotted on this CCTV in the national capital. Sai was subject to violence for defending a friend and doing what is morally correct. And for that he was shot. These are pictures of the alleged shooter seen in a fraction, getting off from a bike and escaping. One of the alleged shooters. And let's also tell you that as the story develops, we're all praying for the health of Sai. Sai is fighting for his life in a state of coma, we are told. And Republic TV is trying to gather all aspects of the story, trying to get details of who the attackers were, their identities, and why Sai was targeted for simply standing up against bullying. Saurabh is joining us live. Saurabh is joining us live with the family of Sai. Saurabh.
Yes, Narendra, this is a horrific incident which took place on May 26th evening, where a 17-year-old boy was shot by 3 goons in the Amar Colony area. And now we have with us the family of the victim. We have with us the father of the victim. So, sir, क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे पूरा?
सर, हमारे बच्चे स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं 12th क्लास में, तो हमारे सारे बच्चे वहाँ अपना घूमने गए थे। तो वहाँ पे जाट चाप वाला दुकान है, तो वहाँ पे उन लोगों ने चाप ऑर्डर करके खाना खा रहे थे। तो ये और इसकी फ्रेंड थी, बाकी और भी फ्रेंड आने वाले थे। तो जब तक इन्होंने सोचा हम ऑर्डर करके जब तक कुछ ना कुछ खाते हैं, तो इन्होंने ऑर्डर करके खाने लग गए। तो 3 लड़के बदमाश जो आतंकवादी हैं वो उन्होंने आके वहाँ पे उनके चारों तरफा घूमने लग गए और लड़की की चेयर को छेड़खानी करने लग गए। फिर गलत कमेंट भी करा उन्होंने। मेरे बेटे ने मना करा कि भाई क्या कर रहे हो आप? तो उन्होंने कहा ज़्यादा बन रहा है तेरे को, मैं बताऊं? तो मैंने कहा भाई बेटे ने बोला कि नहीं कोई नहीं भाई, कोई बात नहीं। उसने कुछ नहीं कह के चुपचाप खाने लग गया। वो लोग गए हैं, कुछ सेकंड बाहर गए हैं, आके तुरंत ही उसने मेरे बेटे को गोली पीछे से 2 राउंड गोली चलाई है। उसके बाद मेरा बेटा उठ नहीं पाया, वहीं गिर गया है। बस मेरे बेटे को जैसे मारा है वैसे इन लड़कों को भी मारना चाहिए, क्योंकि इनके पिता भी सारे मिले हुए हैं। इनके पिता भी सारे, जितने इन बच्चों ने कराया वैसे पिता भी इनके हकदार हैं, क्योंकि बचाने के लिए वो सब पूरे आ रहे हैं। वही उन्होंने ही पूरा पॉलिटिक्स, पूरे सारे नेता लोग जितने भी सब मिले हुए हैं इसमें, क्योंकि इन लोगों ने पहले भी क्राइम पिछले साल कालका जी में मारा है एक लड़का ऐसे ही सेम। क्यों ये अपना गैंग बनाना चाहते हैं, आतंकवादी अपना जो जैसे है उस तरीके से। साउथ दिल्ली में यहाँ 20 स्कूल हैं, कालका जी के आसपास, ये जीके में सारे 20 स्कूल हाई फाई स्कूल हैं। वहाँ पे कोई भी बच्चा जो भी मिल रहा है उसको ऐसे कर रहे हैं। सर ये कैसे? ये तो आतंकवादी है। इसमें हमारे बड़े बड़े मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी को कुछ ना कुछ कदम करना पड़ेगा। नहीं तो सर आज मेरा बेटा गया है, कल को तुम सबके भी बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं। वहाँ हाई फाई स्कूल है सर। इतने साउथ दिल्ली मेन, अगर दिल्ली में ये क्राइम हो रहा है तो सर बोलिए बाकी का क्या होगा?
We also have with us the mother of the victim who is joining us on this broadcast. तो मैडम क्या बोला है डॉक्टर्स ने?
डॉक्टर्स ने बोला है कि जब तक उसका माइंड नहीं चलेगा तब तक वो कुछ भी नहीं कर पाएगा, और वो कंडीशन ठीक नहीं है उसकी। मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए, जैसे भी था वैसे ही चाहिए। और दूसरी बात, जिसने ये सब किया है उसके माँ बाप को सारा शह जाता है। उन्होंने उसको ऐसे किया है क्योंकि ऐसे कोई बच्चा बंदूक नहीं उठाता जब तक उसके माँ बाप ना चाहे, सपोर्ट नहीं करते। हमें इतना पता है कि हमारे बेटे के साथ बहुत नाइंसाफ़ी हुई है और उसका उनको फल भरना पड़ेगा। और मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए क्योंकि उसकी हालत बहुत गंभीर है।
So this is a family of the victim who is speaking with the Republic, and also joining us on this broadcast is the uncle of the victim.
Saurabh, you should talk to them. They're trying to say something to you. You shouldn't just walk away, Saurabh. They're trying to say something to you.
Yeah.
मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए। उसके माँ बाप को उठवाओ, उसको फांसी की सजा दिलवाओ, बंदूक से उड़वाओ, मुझे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता। मैं सारे मिले
बड़े बड़े नेता के लड़के हैं ये सब उनको लोग जानबूझ के, इसीलिए वो केस से अभी भी वो हैं। इसीलिए इनको सबको सर, मुझे नहीं सर, इनको छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए सर। ये किसी के बच्चे को
इंसाफ चाहिए। जैसे गोली मारी है ऐसे है गोली उनको भी मारी जाए। जैसे बच्चा दो मुठ।
अगर राजनीति में ऐसे करेंगे तो देश का क्या होगा, देश की कैसे रक्षा होगी। आम अगर दिल्ली में सेफ नहीं है तो कहाँ पे सेफ होंगे। हमारे बच्चों को इंसाफ चाहिए और जिसने ये किया है उनको फांसी चाहिए, बिल्कुल फांसी चाहिए। नहीं हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। लास्ट टाइम में चाहे वो नेता का हो चाहे वो कोई हो,
उनको भी फांसी लगनी चाहिए। उनको भी ऐसी हालत कर दो जैसे हमारे बच्चे की करी है उन्होंने। हम कुछ नहीं चाहते, हम कुछ नहीं चाहिए, हमें इंसाफ चाहिए, बस इंसाफ चाहिए। जैसे हमारे बच्चों को कराई उन्होंने ऐसी ही गोली लगनी चाहिए उनको भी गोली लगनी चाहिए। मासूम बच्चा है, 16-17 साल का लड़का है। उन्होंने ऐसा काम किया है कि जिंदगी में कभी कोई किसी
सीधा लड़का है, घर में भी ऊंची आवाज में बात नहीं करता। मैं उसे छोटे पर से जानती हूँ, कभी किसी से ऊंची आवाज में बात नहीं करता। इतना सीधा लड़का है तो बाहर क्या बोलेगा। हमें बस इंसाफ चाहिए, जिसने भी किया है उनको और उनके घर वालों को खींच के और फांसी चाहिए बस।
हमें सर योगी सरकार कानून चाहिए कि योगी सरकार कानून चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से योगी सरकार ने अभी कि जिसके बच्चे को मारा उन्होंने इनकाउंटर किया, उस तरीके से इनकाउंटर होंगे तब भी दिल्ली का कानून। क्योंकि यहाँ तो सर वो पिछले साल भी उसने किसी को कालकाजी में गोली मारी अभी, क्योंकि वो 17-18 साल और प्लस पॉलिटिक्स उनके पूरे परिवार की वजह से सर ये सब बचते जा रहे हैं। सर वो फिर कह रहे हैं कि हम फिर आएंगे, फिर किसी बच्चे को मारेंगे। सर जब तक ये कानून हमारा सरकार अगर इनके साथ कुछ गलत नहीं करेगा, ये खुले सर आजाद है, आतंकवादी है सर, आतंकवादी क्राइम। सर बस इंसाफ चाहिए सर, मुझे नहीं मेरे बच्चे के साथ बहुत गलत हुआ है सर। अगर यही सर और भी इतने परिवार है, सबके बच्चे पढ़ते हैं। आज मेरा बच्चा था, कल किसी और का भी बच्चा हो सकता है। वही हम समझा रहे हैं सर कि इनको नहीं कुछ करेंगे तो खुला हो गया और भी सर क्राइम में खुले सर। इंस्टाग्राम पे भी वीडियो बना के बाकायदा डाल रहे हैं कि हम साउथ दिल्ली शूटर हैं, कि हम साउथ दिल्ली शूटर किंग है, हम किसी को भी गोली मार सकते हैं।
प्रशासन से हमारी यही है कि हमारे बच्चे को ऐसे ना करा जाए, हल्के में ना लिया जाए बस।
हाँ जी, हेलो,
मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको? मेरी आवाज आ रही है आपको?
जी सर
ये जो आप ये जो शूटर्स है, आपने अभी बोला कि ये शूटर्स के कुछ पॉलिटिकल लिंक्स है। कौन है ये शूटर्स?
यस सर, बिल्कुल सर। सर ये शूटर सर ये तुगलकाबाद के हैं सर, ये लड़के हैं, इन्होंने पिछले साल भी क्राइम करे हैं जो मेरे को सुनने में आया है। इन्होंने तुगलकाबाद और ये आपका क्या कहते हैं ओखला साइड के लड़के हैं सर ये, और ये इनका सर पूरा गिरोह है और इनके माँ बाप फुल सपोर्ट करते हैं और नेता तक का इनके परिवार के वो भी इनको सपोर्ट करते हैं ना। तो सर कल भी मैं अदालत में गया था साकेत कोर्ट में, तब भी उनके माँ बाप खुले आज़ादी से कि खुश हो रहे कि कोई बात नहीं हमारे बेटे ने कर दिया तो बहुत अच्छा काम कर दिया है सर। वो क्या हम तो बेटे को छुटा लेंगे अपने पैसे देके, हम पैसे देके, हम पैसे वाले, हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं। ऐसे किसी की भी बच्चे को हम कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, हमारे पे पैसा है, हमारे पास पावर है, हमें पॉलिटिक्स वो है, तो हम किसी के साथ किसी के भी परिवार को हम खत्म कर सकते हैं सर। तो सर मेन इनका परिवार ही मेन सबसे बड़ा जुर्म, बच्चों से ज्यादा इनका परिवार है सर। सब जगह घूस भर ये कहा और सब जगह सर पैसे खिला रहे हैं, सब जगह हमारी कोई सुनवाई नहीं हो रही है। हमें बस बहुत कि हम नॉर्मल क्लास आदमी हैं, हम बच्चे को पढ़ा रहे हैं, घर अपना कैसे पेट काट के बच्चे को अच्छी जगह पढ़ा रहे हैं, सब कुछ कर रहे हैं सर। कि हमारा बेटा इतना सीधा घर के और ट्यूशन के अलावा कहीं जाता नहीं है। पहली बार की पेपर खत्म हो गए, बच्चों के साथ सोचा कि घूमने के लिए जाने के लिए, और उसमें ये सब तो हम तो कभी जाने भी नहीं देते सर।
ये हमारे जो दर्शक बहुत सारे लोग आपको लाइव देख रहे हैं टीवी पे
सर, इनके
आप थोड़ा साय के बारे में बताइए। साय कहाँ पे था उस रात को, कहाँ पे था और किसके साथ सेलिब्रेट कर रहा था और हुआ था क्या पे वहाँ पे, पूरा एक्सप्लेन कीजिए
बस, और कुछ नहीं चाहिए
सर। मेरा बेटा 12th क्लास में पढ़ रहा था, फर्स्ट टर्म के पेपर दिए हैं सर उसने, तो इसीलिए उनके जितने भी फ्रेंड सर्कल में ग्रुप था उन्होंने प्लान बनाया था कि चलो हमारे पेपर खत्म हो गए, हम सब लोग मिलेंगे। उन्होंने मिलने का प्लान बनाया था, तो ये 2-3 बच्चे वहाँ पहुँचे थे, बाकी 3-4 बच्चे और भी आ रहे थे वहाँ पे वो उन लोगों का। तो इन बच्चों ने जब तक सोचा कि हम लोग यहाँ पे आ गए हैं, जब तक हम ऑर्डर देते हैं, उन्होंने अपना खाने का ऑर्डर दिया है और जब तक इन्होंने ऑर्डर दिया है, पीछे से 3 लड़के आके मेरे बेटे के साथ, एक उनकी फ्रेंड लड़की थी, उसकी आके चेयर को हिला रही है, उसको गलत कमेंट कर रहे हैं, बदतमीजी कर रहे हैं। मेरे बेटे ने कहा भाई क्या कर रहे हो? इतना कहने में क्या रहा है, तू क्या बन रहा है, ज्यादा बोल रहा है तू? मेरे बेटे ने कहा नहीं भाई कोई बात नहीं, बस ऐसे मत करो। बस वो इतनी ही बात सुनने के बाद वो बाहर से बंदूक लेके आते हैं। बंदूक लेने के बाद मेरे बेटे के पीछे बंदूक रख के 2 राउंड फायरिंग करते हैं सर। हैं, इनके पास बंदूक कहाँ से आ रही है सर? दिल्ली में खुलेआम बंदूकें चल रही है सर, सब कुछ हैं। इनके माँ बापों ने बंदूकें दे रखी हैं, महंगी गाड़ियाँ दे रखी हैं। ये खुला ये
बर्बाद करने का बर्बाद करने का
सर, ये इनका और बाकायदा ये पूरा वो कह रहे कि हम साउथ दिल्ली शूटर किंग हैं, कि मतलब हम साउथ दिल्ली के शूटर किंग हैं, हम किसी को भी गोली मार सकते हैं सर। तो ये चीज सोचने वाली बात है सर। और रील बना के और डाल रहे, लोगों को दिखा रहे कि देखिए हम बदमाश हैं, हम कितने बड़े बदमाश हैं, तो कोई कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा।
अब हमारे बच्चे के लिए कोई सख्त नहीं है, हमें पता नहीं है उनको गोली से उड़ाया जाए, और दूसरी बात उनके माँ बाप को पकड़ के जेल में डाला जाए, जब उनको समझ में आएगी। जैसे हम तड़प रहे हैं हॉस्पिटल के आगे खड़े होके भीख मांग रहे अपने बच्चे की।
हम 6 दिन से हॉस्पिटल में रात दिन यहाँ बैठे हुए, हमने ना कुछ खाया ना पिया, हम क्या करें बच्चे के लिए? मेरा बेटा चाहिए, ना तो बेटे की जान के बदले जान चाहिए, मुझे नहीं पता, ना तो मेरा बेटा जैसे वैसे दे सर, जैसे बेटा मेरा वैसे ही दे सर। ये सरकार को कुछ ना कुछ करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो सर मेरे को कुछ नहीं पता,
इसका अंजाम फिर बहुत बुरा होगा।
हमसे जब तक जिंदा रहेंगे सर, हम भी अपनी तरफ से पूरी कार्रवाई करेंगे, हम भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे सर। सर और जैसे योगी नाथ जी जैसा इनकाउंटर जैसे वो करते हैं यूपी में सर, वैसे ही दिल्ली में कानून होना चाहिए सर, इनका इनकाउंटर होना चाहिए, क्योंकि सर इनमें बच जाएंगे ये सर, फिर बच जाएंगे सर। इसीलिए सर आप देखिए सर,
आपसे ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, आपने अभी बोला ये जो सीसीटीवी आ रही है
घरों पे बुलडोजर
सर आपने अभी जो बोला, ये हमारे पास एक सीसीटीवी है। इस सीसीटीवी में एक लड़का दिख रहा है, एक वो बाइक से उतर के जा रहा है, राइट? अगर वो देखे आप, उसका उम्र कितना हो सकता है? उसका उम्र भी उसी का होगा, 20 से कम होगा ये भी। इसके पास गन कहां से आया?
सर बाइक वाला कंफर्म नहीं हो रहा है, ये वीडियो दूसरा है, ये गाड़ी में आए हैं सर, ये वीडियो अलग है सर। ये जो आए हैं गाड़ी से आए हैं, और इसमें ये 3 के अलावा और भी लड़के हैं, ये 3 के अलावा सर और भी लड़के हैं इसमें ग्रुप में। ये गाड़ी भी पकड़ी गई है सर, और ये गन भी पकड़ी गई है, इसमें बंदे काफी लोग इन्वॉल्व है सर।
आपको क्यों लगता है कि पुलिस इसमें कुछ छुप रहा है? इसीलिए आपको लगता है कि पुलिस इसमें कुछ दबाव है?
तो कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करी सर, सर पुलिस पूरे दबाव में। पुलिस ने पिछले साल भी जो क्राइम हुआ है उसमें भी इनको पैसा खिला के इन्होंने केस दबा दिया गया, और सर इसीलिए इस केस में भी उन्होंने कोई कार्रवाई नहीं करी। जो सब करा है क्राइम ब्रांच ने करा है, पुलिस वाले तो बस सर देख रहे हैं, वो और कुछ नहीं कर रहे सर।
पैसा खिला दिया है वो,
क्योंकि पुलिस के तरफ से कोई हमें वो नहीं मिला है।
अभी कितने लोग हैं बाहर? बाकी
सर अभी तो मेरे को जो सुनने में आ रहा है सर, 102 और लोग हो सकते हैं, 5 से 6 लोग सर टोटल हो सकते हैं सर।
ये क्या है प्रेशर, इतना प्रेशर कि पुलिस के दबाव में है? कौन सा पॉलिटिकल, कौन सा पार्टी का दबाव है इनके ऊपर?
सर ये तो मेरे को पता नहीं है सर, ये मेरे ख्याल से कुछ इनके जानकार हैं, सब लोग हैं। और आपका क्या नाम है, इसमें कुछ इनके पेरेंट्स लोग काफ़ी पैसे वाले हैं, जो काफ़ी पॉलिटिक्स लोगों को भी जानते हैं, नेताओं को भी जानते हैं, कि जो वो प्रेशर दे के इसको नीचे सब कुछ करा रहे हैं। और हमें कुछ नहीं पता सर, हमें इंसाफ चाहिए। अगर हमें इंसाफ नहीं मिलेगा सर, तो हम भी सर छोड़ेंगे नहीं सर, हम भी जो होगा अपनी पूरी जान लगा देंगे सर, हम भी रोड पे बैठेंगे, हम भी जो होगा अपना करेंगे सर।
धरना ही
जब तक हमारा बेटे को ठीक नहीं होगा, हमारा बेटा नहीं होगा और इनको फांसी नहीं लगेगी, तब तक हम भी सर रोड पे बैठेंगे, हम कहीं नहीं जाएंगे।
आपके साथ हम भी लड़ेंगे, आपके साथ हम भी लड़ेंगे ये, क्योंकि अभी देखिए, अभी हम जाएंगे, हम पुलिस के सामने जाएंगे और हम पूछेंगे उनको कि क्या हो रहा है इस मामले पे, हम पूछेंगे उनको।
उसके बाप का नहीं हाजिर हो
सर,
उनके माँ बाप को आना पड़ेगा।
सर उनके माँ बाप खुला कोर्ट में वो कर रहे हैं कि हम तो अपने बेटे को छुटा लेंगे। सर वो तो खुला चैलेंज कर रहे हैं, हम अपने बेटे को छुटा लेंगे हैं। वो नेता लोग इतना प्रेशर बना रहे हैं कि इसलिए कुछ हो नहीं रहा। हमें बस यही है कि आप लोग, जब तक हमने नरेंद्र मोदी जी को भी आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं, अमित शाह जी को भी आवाज़ उठा रहे हैं कि मेरी आवाज़ सुन रहे हैं, अगर उन तक मेरी आवाज़ जा रही है कैसे भी करके, वो उनको जब तक वो इस पर कुछ ना कुछ कार्रवाई एक्शन नहीं लेंगे तब तक कोई कुछ नहीं कर पाएगा, क्योंकि इनको पुलिस को भी कोई ना कोई दबा देगा, क्राइम ब्रांच को भी कोई ना कोई दबा देगा। जब तक ये ऊपर से पूरी एक्शन या कुछ ना कुछ नहीं करेंगे तब तक इस पर ढंग से कार्रवाई नहीं होगी। सर
ये मेरे बेटे की बात नहीं है, सबके बेटों की बात है। अगर इस बार कोई नहीं खड़ा हुआ तो फिर आगे जाकर भी वो फिर ऐसे
सौरभ, आई थिंक साइज मदर इज सेइंग समथिंग, मूव द माइक टू
बात है। ऐसे ये सही नहीं है, दिल्ली जैसे पौष इलाके में हाँ ऐसे मारा पीटी हो रही है और बच्चों को खुलेआम उड़ाया जा रहा है। ऐसे करना, अकेला बेटा है और कोई बच्चे भी नहीं है।
मैडम उसका कंडीशन क्या है अभी, साई का कंडीशन क्या है अभी?
मेरे साईं की कंडीशन अभी डॉक्टर ने बोला है कुछ सही नहीं है, आज ही बोला है उन्होंने, कुछ भी सही नहीं है। मेरे बेटे को यही बोला है। हम इतने दिनों से सोच रहे हैं आज ठीक हो जाएगा, वो कल ठीक हो जाएगा, पर वो रोज डॉक्टर बोल रहे हैं कि अभी कुछ ठीक नहीं है, अभी कुछ भी ठीक नहीं है। आप हमारे खिलाफ आवाज उठाई जाए। मुझे हमारे बच्चे को जैसे मारा वैसे ही गोली मार के वैसी हालत की जाए। और पहली बात तो उनके माँ बाप को लाकर यहाँ खड़ा करा जाए, बस सीधी सी बात। हम यही मांग करते हैं कि उसके माँ बाप को भी लाया जाए, क्योंकि सबसे बड़ी शय देने वाले माँ बाप है। बाद में बच्चा करता है जो भी करता है। हमारा भी बच्चा था, हमारा बच्चा तो कभी भी घर से बाहर नहीं निकलता था। पता नहीं लाइफ में पहली बार बाहर निकलने का नतीजा उसको मिल गया। हमारे बच्चे
साउथ दिल्ली जैसे एरिया में अगर बाहर नहीं निकलेगा बच्चा तो बताइए सर, अभी तो ये साउथ दिल्ली नहीं जंगल हो गया सर। ये तो कि कोई भी जानवर आके मार देगा, खा जाएगा सर।
मैं सुन के बहुत दुख हो रहा है, क्योंकि आप बोल रहे
सर आपसे उम्मीद है सर कि आप कुछ करेंगे सर।
नहीं, आप बोल रहे कि वो बाहर भी नहीं जाता था, एक दिन गया और ये हो गया।
बेटा बाहर कभी भी नहीं हाँ हमारा बेटा बाहर नहीं जाता था और सच में नहीं जाता था। आप किसी से भी, हमारे परिवार घर सब में, स्कूल में पूछ सकते हैं, आप स्कूल से भी पूछ सकते हैं कि वो सारा स्कूल हमारे साथ खड़ा है। पर हम क्या करें, मजबूरी है, हमारा बच्चा चाहिए हमको, जैसे भी हमको हमारा बच्चा चाहिए।
सर आप लोगों से अपील है कि अमित शाह जी और मोदी जी जब तक कुछ नहीं करेंगे इनका कुछ नहीं होगा परिवार का। मैं अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ और लिखत में ले लो, अगर 1-2 महीने के बाद अगर इनके ऊपर से कुछ नहीं हुआ, ये फिर से सर छूट जाएंगे सर, फिर से छूट जाएंगे ये, और ये फिर और लोगों को भी मारेंगे। सर हमें कुछ नहीं पता, इंसाफ चाहिए सर।
ऐसे ही गोली मारा जैसे
इनको जैसे हमारे बच्चे के साथ हुआ है वैसे किसी के साथ ना हो, इसीलिए इनको गोली मारें। योगी जी जैसे कानून चाहिए, इनकाउंटर चाहिए।
नहीं, आपके मुख्यमंत्री तो रेखा गुप्ता जी है। रेखा गुप्ता जी को आप क्या बोलना चाहते हैं आप?
सर रेखा गुप्ता जी या सबको टैग कर मैसेज भेजे, सब तक हम पहुंचा रहे, सारी अपील पहुंचा रहे, कोई नहीं सुन रहा सर। दिल्ली में हमारी कोई भी नहीं सुनवाई हो रही है सर। कल भी सुनने में आ रहा था रेखा जी आ रही हैं, फिर पता नहीं आई भी नहीं है। हम तो कल से उम्मीद में लगे हुए आएंगी, रेखा जी आएंगी, हमारा कोई सुनवाई नहीं है सर। इसीलिए कह रहे सर योगी कानून जैसा हमें कानून चाहिए सर। दिल्ली में ऐसा कानून नहीं चलेगा सर।
दिल्ली में कानून नहीं है,
कानून नाम की कोई चीज नहीं है दिल्ली में। कोई नेता का लड़का है, कोई किसी का लड़का है सर, वो तो खुला अपना क्राइम करने के लिए तैयार है सर।
हर पैसों पे हर चीज खरीदी जा रही है, पुलिस खरीद,
वो तो अपना सर पैसे लगा रहे कि पुलिस को भी दबाव डाला रहे, क्राइम ब्रांच में सब चीज को भी
खरीद रहे हैं,
सबको जिसको भी हो रहा है।
कोई सुनवाई नहीं है इंसान पे।
अकेला बच्चा है और बच्चे भी नहीं है।
और मेरा सर एक ही बेटा, इकलौता बेटा था सर।
पुलिस वाली भी सुनवाई नहीं, कोई पुलिस वाले का उसके माँ बाप को खींच के लाए पहले।
There are more people speaking, Saurav. You should put the mic, give them the mic, pass the mic around, Saurav.
नहीं है तब तक वो कट्टा।
Saurav, pass the mic. There are more people speaking. Can't hear them.
अभी तो वो नाबालग थे, कोई वो 20 साल का 22 साल का नहीं 17 साल का बच्चा था। ऐसे माँ बाप की सह थी तभी तो, मगर गोली मारी गई है तो गोली के बलते उनके माँ बाप उसे लगा के वो बंदूक तक लड़कों तक मारी जाए और घर उसका गिराया जाए, बेघर किया जाए। जैसे ये बच्चे आज 7-8 दिन से तड़प रहे हैं, ये सुनवाई की जाए। दिल्ली में कोई कानून नहीं है, किस लिए राजधानी बनाई गई है? किस लिए बड़े बड़े नेता बनाए गए? पुलिस खरीद लिया, वो पैसे वाले हैं तो पुलिस खरीद लिया, कोर्ट खरीद लिया, जज खरीद लिया, सब खरीद लिया। गरीब की कोई सुनवाई नहीं है। ये हमारी सुनवाई की जाए, नहीं तो धरना धरा जाएगा। जहाँ पे गोली मारी गई है रोड जाम के तोड़ फोड़ की जाएगी हमारी तरफ से भी। गरीब है तो इसके माने कोई ऐसा नहीं है कि सब मारे चले जाओ, सब लोग रोड के किनारे मारे चलो। सबकी शौक होती है होटल में खाने की, बाहर के। हम एससी हैं, हम एससी जात के छोटी घर है, तभी तो पैसों वालों की सुनवाई हो रही है। खुला घूम रहे हैं, खुला खा रहे हैं, पी रहे हैं। यहाँ गरीब आदमी हॉस्पिटल के किनारे धक्का खा रहा है। जब करना नहीं था तो उसका बाप आता निकल के कि हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं, मेरा बेटा ने किया है, मगर हम तुम्हारे साथ हैं। मगर बेटा को साथ बेटा का दे रहा है उसका बाप। उसका घर गिराया जाए, उसके माँ बाप को पकड़ा जाए, उसको जेल कटवाई जाए और उसको काउंटर करवाया जाए। जैसे योगी कर रहा है यूपी में, ऐसे दिल्ली में लागू किया जाए। योगी अच्छा किया है, सबके बच्चों का बराबरी तो हिस्सा दिला रहा है, बराबरी तो कर रहा है। ये बच्चे गरीब है, दिल्ली में कोई सुनवाई नहीं है। राजधानी किस बात की है? दिल्ली की किस बात की है राजधानी? कोई नहीं है, सब वोट लेने के लिए है, सब जीतने के लिए है। रकम जिसके पा जाते हैं उसी के कहने लगते हैं। ऐसा रकम नहीं खानी चाहिए, सारा बिकाऊ है, खरीद रहे हो। नहीं तो कोई सुनवाई नहीं, कोई पुलिस नहीं है साथ में। खाली बंद कर दिया, हमको क्या पता बंद कर दिया है कि कहीं बैठा ले हो। घूस खा लिया, 15 लाख करोड़ों रुपया खा रहे हो, बस उनकी ऐसे कह रहे हो।
It's really sad state of affairs.
कहने में जो आ रहा है 16-17 साल का, वो 16-17 साल का नहीं, बड़ा है। और 16-17 साल का बच्चा अगर बंदूक रख सकता है और 1-1, 2-2 क्राइम कर सकता है तो सरकार उसके लिए कोई सजा नहीं है क्या? सरकार के उसमें कोई सजा नहीं है क्या? कि उसने जब पिछले साल भी गोली मारी है, पिछले साल भी उनको गोली मारी है कि उसको बता रहे हैं 17 साल का लड़का है, और जबकि उसको गोली मारने वाला अगर 2-2, 3-3 बार कर रहा है तो उसको सर नाबालिग बोल के नहीं छोड़ा जाएगा।
और वीडियो में सीधा वायरल हो रहा है, वीडियो में पूरा वो बड़े दिखने, कोई नाबालिग नहीं, माइनर कोई नहीं है, सारे बड़े हैं। साफ साफ आप वीडियो देखो, और पूरी वीडियो भी नहीं है। जो जिस टाइम हमारे बच्चे को गोली मारी वो भी वीडियो निकालो, किस टाइम मारी है, उसमें कोई माइनर नहीं है, सारे बड़े हैं, सारे बड़े हैं। और सबको निकाल के और सबको बंद करके, नहीं तो हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, लास्ट टाइम तक नहीं छोड़ेंगे। जब तक फांसी नहीं होगी हम उनको नहीं छोड़ेंगे। चाहे कोई भी कुछ भी कर ले, हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। चाहे धरना देना पड़े, चाहे कुछ भी करना पड़े, हम उनको छोड़ेंगे नहीं। जिन्होंने भी हमारे बच्चे के साथ ऐसा किया है, मारा, हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, छोड़ेंगे नहीं, लास्ट टाइम तक नहीं छोड़ेंगे। हम योगी का यहाँ पे कानून चाहते हैं, जैसे योगी कर रहे हैं हम वैसा ही कानून यहाँ पर चाहते हैं। कि जैसे उन्होंने अभी खोड़ा में हुआ, उन्होंने तुरंत रिप्लाई दिया, उन्होंने इनकाउंटर किया, हम ऐसे ही चाहते हैं यहाँ भी इनकाउंटर हो, उनके घर गिराए जाए। और जो भी हो, चाहे पैसे वाला हो, चाहे नेता हो, चाहे कोई भी हो, हमें उससे कोई मतलब नहीं। हमारे बच्चों को इंसाफ चाहिए। जैसे तड़प रहे ये बच्चे, 6-7 दिन हो गए कैसे तड़प रहे, ऐसे हम चाहते हैं उनके माँ बाप लास्ट जब तड़पे जिंदगी भर। हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं, किसी हाल में भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे, चाहे वो नेता का हो, चाहे वो किसी का भी बेटा हो।
सर दिल्ली जैसे एरिया में 6 दिन हो गए, अभी तक वो लोग पूरे पकड़े नहीं गए। अभी मात्र सुनने में आ रहा है 3 ही जने पकड़े गए, अभी पूरे गैंग, इनका पूरा गैंग पकड़ा नहीं गया। तो ये भी चीज देखिए ना सर कि कैसे हमारे लापरवाही लोग हैं, कैसे हमारा, हम ये केंद्र सरकार को कैसे बोल देंगे केंद्र सरकार ही अपना राजधानी दिल्ली ही है सिर्फ। ये दिल्ली में ऐसा हो रहा है तो सर वो बाकी स्टेट का क्या देखेंगे? और दिल्ली की सरकार ही मेरे को लग रहा है नहीं करना चाहती, ना तो करना चाहे तो बाहर योगी जैसा देखिए, योगी सरकार देखिए 1-1, 2-2 दिन में पूरे उठा के इनकाउंटर कर रहे कि गलत लोगों को तुरंत सजा दे रही है, वो वेट नहीं कर रहे किसी चीज का। तो ये हमारी सरकार जब तक कुछ नहीं करना चाहेगी तब तक नहीं होगा। बस मैं आपसे अपील है, आप लोगों से हाथ जोड़ के अपील है कि योगी जी और मोदी जी और हमारे अमित शाह जी इनका इनकाउंटर ही कराएं तो ठीक है, नहीं तो ये फिर आएंगे, फिर किसी ना किसी बच्चे के साथ गलत करेंगे। और बस मुझे जो मेरे बच्चे के साथ हुआ वो किसी के साथ ना हो, यही अपील हाथ जोड़ के बोलूँगा। और बाकी सर से पूछिए हमारा बेटा कैसा था, आप खुद जान जाएंगे कि उसके पूरे स्कूल से लेकर वो करके कि उसके बच्चे के बारे में पूछिए कि मेरे बेटे ने कभी कहीं बाहर ही नहीं गया, स्कूल प्रशासन जी कितने बढ़िया है। सर से बाकी पूछे कि हमारे क्या बोलूँ सर, मैं कुछ नहीं कह सकता सर, ये उनके टीचर हैं सर।
साईं बहुत ही अच्छा बच्चा था, है ना, हमेशा हंसने खेलने वाला, सबके साथ प्यार से रहने वाला। हमें खुद ही विश्वास नहीं हो रहा है जब से कि उसके साथ ऐसा कैसे हो गया, है ना। और हम तब से माँ बाप के साथ खड़े हैं, स्कूल, और जो माँ बाप भी बोल रहे हैं ना, सच बात है वो कि अमर कॉलोनी जैसे इलाके में अगर ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है जहाँ पे हज़ारों बच्चे आते हैं हर दिन कोचिंग पढ़ने, खाना खाने, एक साथ टाइम स्पेंड करने, अगर वहाँ के बच्चे सेफ़ नहीं हैं, अगर वहाँ बच्चे सेफ़ नहीं हैं तो हम और किसी और की सेफ्टी कैसे इंश्योर करेंगे। तो दिल्ली सरकार, दिल्ली पुलिस, ये कहाँ है? अगर कॉमन पब्लिक के मन में अगर एक डर बैठा हुआ है जिसमें अपने बच्चों को लोग बाहर भेजने से कतराएंगे तो फिर कैसे चलेगा, है ना। तो हमारा सवाल तो एक ही है, हमारा आप सबसे यही गुहार है सारे न्यूज़ चैनल वालों से कि प्लीज़ इसको इतना एम्पलीफाई करें कि हम जस्टिस इंश्योर कर सके साईं के लिए, है ना। हमने एक पेज भी बनाया है साईं के लिए, जो भी अपडेट है माँ बाप की जो भी बात उसमें बोलने के लिए, वो उस पर भी हम सब कुछ डालते हैं। और हम चाहते हैं कि कैसे भी इंसाफ मिले और एक ऐसा लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बने जिससे सच में लोग जो गलत करने वाले हैं उनके मन में भी डर बैठे और जो सही से जीने वाले हैं वो सर उठा के अपना जीवन जी सके। और ख़ासकर बच्चे, आप ये सोचिए कि अब आज के डेट में सारे बच्चों जो 15 साल, 16 साल, 17 साल के हैं जो रोज़ वहाँ जाते हैं, उनके दिमाग में कितना डर बैठ गया होगा कि उनको एक कोचिंग पढ़ने जाने में भी डर लगता है। और हमारा बच्चा तो बस खाने गया था। आप सोच सकते हैं सर, बच्चा हमारा मुंह में निवाला ले रहा था और निवाला लेते लेते उसके सर में गोली लगी है ना। साईं को अगर कुछ भी पसंद है ना जीवन में तो उससे थोड़ा बहुत खाना पसंद था उसको, और खाते हुए बच्चे को मार दिया, है ना। और कोई इसलिए बस मार रहा है क्योंकि उसको गुंडा बनना है ना, उसको डर फैलाना है, उसको एक दहशत फैलानी है। तो ये क्या दिल्ली शहर एक दहशत फैलाने का जगह बन चुका है? और उनको कौन लोग हैं जो उनको शह दे रहे हैं, है ना। हॉस्पिटल ने भी पहले 2 घंटे बहुत डिले किया। अमर कॉलोनी के नज़दीक जो मूलचंद हॉस्पिटल है वहाँ से एम्स ट्रॉमा सेंटर आने में 2.5 घंटे हमें लग गए। मूलचंद पहले गए तो वहाँ मूलचंद वाले पहले 12 लाख 15 लाख की फ़ीस मांग कर रहे थे। अगर वहाँ पे हमारे बच्चों की फ़र्स्ट एड कुछ न कुछ होती तो आज हमारे बच्चे की हालत ना होती। आज क्रिटिकल कंडीशन में है, बिल्कुल लास्ट स्टेज ऑफ डीप कोमा में है, जहाँ से बचने की कोई उम्मीद नहीं, बोल रहे हैं डॉक्टर हैं ये, है ना। और दूसरी तरफ हम देख रहे हैं जो दूसरे के जो अक्यूज़ परिवार है, उन परिवार के लोगों ने जिस दिन ये घटना घटी है उसके अगले दिन से वो एक अलग पेज बनाकर वीडियो बना रहे हैं, दिल्ली किंग्स करके, साउथ दिल्ली किंग्स करके। वो हमने क्राइम ब्रांच को भी वीडियो दी है, क्राइम ब्रांच ने उन सारे अकाउंट को डिसेबल किया है। लेकिन डिसेबल करने से ज़्यादा हम ये भी है कि वो अकाउंट चला कौन रहा है जिसमें वो वीडियो डाल रहा है कि हम फिर से लौटेंगे, हम ये फिर से करेंगे। तो हमें ये समझने की ज़रूरत है, पॉलिटिकल कनेक्शन जो भी हो, लेकिन दिल्ली क्राइम ब्रांच को एक निष्पक्ष जांच करने की ज़रूरत है यहाँ पर, है ना। और जल्दी स्पीडी, क्योंकि आप देख रहे हैं माँ बाप की क्या हालत है। और जो भी माँ बाप जो विक्टिम है, जो 7-6 दिन से इस कड़ी धूप में खड़ा है इमरजेंसी के गेट पे, जिसको अपने बेटे को देखने के लिए बस दिन में 1 घंटे मिलता है, उस माँ बाप के दिल पे क्या बीतेगी। यहाँ उनके दादा, चाचा, दादी सब खड़े हैं,
पूरा परिवार खड़ा है यहाँ पे।
जो आप वीडियो की बात कर रहे हैं उस वीडियो में क्या था?
उस वीडियो में 2 न्यूज़ आर्टिकल थे जिसमें दर्शाया गया था कि ये है, और तीसरा न्यूज़ आर्टिकल था एक और न्यूज़ चैनल की रिपोर्ट थी और उसके कैप्शन में लिखा था कि हम फिर से लौटेंगे। उसमें पूरे उसमें बिल्कुल क्राइम की वारदात जो वारदात हुई थी उसके बारे में डिटेल था, और उसके नीचे उन्होंने लिखा था हम फिर से लौटेंगे, है ना। तो इस तरीके का अगर कोई कह रहा है, उस चक्कर में आप सोचिए कि बाकी जो विक्टिम का परिवार है वो कितना डरा हुआ होगा कि हम तो इंसाफ मांगने से पहले भी 4 बार सोचेंगे कि हम जिनसे लड़ने जा रहे हैं हमको पता भी नहीं कि वो कितने पावरफुल हैं। तो हमारा बिल्कुल यही, और हम सारे स्टूडेंट कम्युनिटी, टीचर कम्युनिटी, पेरेंट्स कम्युनिटी, सबसे यही हमारा अनुरोध है कि इस सब तरीके की चीज़ों के लिए एक साथ खड़े रहें। और अगर समाज में वैसे लोग हैं 4, 8, 10, तो ऐसे लोग भी हैं हज़ारों जो सच्चाई के लिए, जो इंसाफ के लिए खड़े रहना चाहते हैं। तो ये हज़ारों की भीड़ हमेशा उन लोगों पे काफ़ी पड़ेगी। तो हम सबको एक साथ आके इसकी लड़ाई लड़ने की ज़रूरत है और इंसाफ के लिए लड़ने की ज़रूरत है।
सर, अब आपने वो वीडियो देखी, पेज देखा था, तो उसके बाद आपको कैसा लगा?
सर मेरे को तो यही लगा कि उनको प्रशासन का कोई डर नहीं है। उनके माँ बाप फुल सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं कि बेटा तुमने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, तुम बहुत बढ़िया कर रहे हो। और उनका यही चीज़ कहना है कि हम किसी को नहीं छोड़ेंगे, हम आएंगे, आज इसको मारे कल किसी और को भी मारेंगे। वो तो कि आतंकवादी हैं वो सर, पूरा साफ के आतंकवादी। और हमारे देश में आतंकवादी के साथ क्या होता है वही सज़ा उनके साथ भी होनी चाहिए। मुझे बस इतना पता है सर, मेरे तो रोंगटे खड़े हो गए कि सर कि कोई क्राइम करके भी थोड़ा कि कहता है कि मैंने नहीं किया, वो खुला सर खुला पोस्ट कर रहा है सर, चैलेंज दे रहा है, पोस्ट डाल रहा है कि देखो मैंने ये करा है और मैं देखो कितना बड़ा हूँ मैं, कि दिल्ली सरकार मेरे आगे कुछ नहीं है, पुलिस कुछ नहीं है, प्रशासन कुछ नहीं है, सबसे बड़े हम हैं सर। ये चीज सोचिए, सोचने वाली मैं बोलूं शर्म की बात है कि पुलिस वालों को शर्म आनी चाहिए
सर। ये शूट करने के बाद पोस्ट किया था,
पुलिस वालों को आनी चाहिए और बड़े से बड़े जो वो इनको
ये शूट करने के बाद पोस्ट किया था, ये वीडियो शूट करने के बाद पोस्ट किया था वीडियो।
जी सर, शूट करने के दूसरे दिन बाद पोस्ट करा है सर। ये
पोस्ट करके बोला कि मैंने मारा।
हाँ जी सर, पोस्ट करके बकायदा जैसे न्यूज की रिपोर्ट आदि डाल के बाद में उन्होंने अपनी फोटो डाली कि हाँ ये हमने करा है और हम फिर जेल जा रहे हैं, हम फिर लौटेंगे, फिर और क्राइम करेंगे।
वीडियो है आपके पास, दिखाइए ना।
क्योंकि इनके अभी बंदे 3 ही बंदे सर, रील अभी सर क्या कहते वो क्राइम ब्रांच वालों ने सर वो रील पूरे वो पेज ही हटा दिया सर। हमने क्राइम ब्रांच वालों को भेजा था, दिखाया कि सर ये ऐसे ऐसे देखिए सर, तो उन्होंने क्राइम ब्रांच वालों ने कहा ठीक है, हमने ये उसको हटा दिया, अकाउंट ही डिलीट करा दिया गया।
अगर आपके पास एक वीडियो का कॉपी है तो हमारी जो रिपोर्टर है सौरभ को दे दीजिए आप।
ठीक है सर, बिल्कुल सर, मेरे पास जो भी है, जो मैंने क्राइम ब्रांच को दिया है, उनके रिकॉर्ड जितने दिए मैं सब दूंगा, मीडिया को दूंगा सब कुछ, कि ये आगे खबर चलाई जाए कि वो कैसे कैसे वो हैं, उनके कैसे कैसे वीडियो, उनके कितने बड़े डॉन बनना चाहते हैं, वो कैसे कैसे अपने पेज पे बना रहे हैं। वो खुला चैलेंज पूरी दिल्ली को दे रहे हैं कि हम साउथ दिल्ली शूट किंग और शूटर है। तो इसीलिए सर आपको कुछ ना कुछ सर करना पड़ेगा। मैं सर इससे आगे अब देखिए सर, आप लोग जो करना चाहें सर करिए सर।
No, this is extremely, ladies and gentlemen, in case you're watching the story, that's the father of Sai. He's been speaking here on Republic for the last half an hour. We've been speaking to the family. The family says Sai, their son, all of 16 years of age, 16 years old, goes to an eatery after his examination with friends. He's sitting with friends at an eatery, and there is a girl with them, and that girl is being harassed by another group of people. And then Sai stands up to the bullies, and then Sai is shot at by these group of bullies who are carrying guns, who are also reportedly in the same age group or perhaps a little older. And the shooters, after shooting Sai, put out video clippings or media clippings of the incident that a boy was shot, and then they said, look what we can do. And all of this is happening in the heart of the national capital, in South Delhi. South Delhi, this is happening, and we are told that some of these shooters and attackers are still free. Young kids walking around with guns in the heart of Delhi. That's the story. We'll take a break at this point. We have some more breaking news now coming in. I think from Bhopal, where the CBI is with Giribala, and they've got to Giribala's residence. We'll go across to that. We'll just take a short break and come back with those pictures. Stay tuned.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen,
Viewers, we have a big breaking news, a big development now coming in from Bhopal in the Twisha Sharma death case. Now the CBI is back at Giribala's home to recreate the crime scene once again, and they are deploying police forces outside of his house. These are live visuals from Bhopal outside of Giribala's residence, where the CBI has come back once again to recreate the night on what happened on the 12th of May when Twisha Sharma died. And the CBI has been doing a very close investigation in this case, and they are also recreating the scene by using a dummy body on how Twisha Sharma died on the night of the 12th of May. These are live visuals from outside of Giribala's residence. The CBI team has now reached Giribala's house, and they will be recreating the scene the night on the 12th of May when Twisha Sharma died by hanging. And they are also using a dummy body to recreate the scene on what exactly went down on the 12th of May when Twisha Sharma allegedly hanged herself to death. And these are live visuals from Giribala's residence, the CBI team recreating the scene once again in order to investigate the causes of death and how the nature of death of Twisha Sharma that took place on the 12th of May. The CBI team now at Giribala's house right now. These are live visuals that we are getting for you, and the CBI team are creating, in fact, the night on what happened on the night of 12th of May when Twisha Sharma died when she hung herself. And in this particular case, the CBI are also taking very detailed evidences as well.
की है और अब देखिए सीबीआई की जो दूसरी टीम है वो यहाँ पर पहुंची है संभवतः तो पहले की तस्वीरों में ये साफ हो गया था सीबीआई की जो है
So right, these are some of the visuals that we're fetching for you at this moment. The CBI team having been reached at Giribala's residence and recreating the scene on how Twisha Sharma died. And they are working very closely into this investigation to estimate the nature of that with what happened with Twisha Sharma. And they are also using a dummy body in this regard. And there you can see a CBI team pulling out some tools, in fact, to recreate the scene. They are trying to recreate on what happened the night when Twisha Sharma hung herself. And these are the Olympic rings, the bar hanging rings that were used, that we can see for that allegedly Twisha used to hang herself. These are the rings that was in fact submitted as the crime scene also.
गिरिबाला के घर जिसमें समर्थ खुद भी रहता था वहां पहुंच रही है। अंदर की तस्वीर हमने दिखाई कि किस तरह से तुषा का एक डमी डेड बॉडी बनाई जिसे फंदे पर लटकाया गया। दूसरी तस्वीर आप ये देख रहे हैं समर्थ की। समर्थ सिंह को सीबीआई की टीम घर के अंदर लेकर जाएगी और जो पूरी टाइमलाइन है कितने बजे क्या हुआ था, जैसा कि हमारे पास जानकारी है कि 9:45 तक ये लोग साथ थे। उसके बाद 10:10 पर तुषा की मां फोन करती है कि गिरिबाला जी आप देखिए जाकर कि तुषा रो रही है, कुछ हुआ है। इसके बाद गिरिबाला देखने जाती हैं तो और फिर अचानक से छत पे जाते हैं तो तुषा की फांसी पर लटकी हुई बॉडी मिलती है। तो इन सब पहलुओं को रिक्रिएट करने के लिए ही सीबीआई की जो टीम है वो समर्थ को लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई है और कुछ देर में गिरिबाला जो है उनको भी सीबीआई की टीम लेकर पहुंचेगी। अंदर पूरा सीन रिक्रिएट किया जाएगा और इसी सीन रिक्रिएशन से जो टाइमिंग को लेकर सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज से छेड़छाड़ को लेकर सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, जो बयानों में विरोधाभास आ रहा है और जिस तरह से कई और आरोप लगाए गए हैं, जैसे कि तुषा के परिवार ने आरोप लगाया कि ये सुसाइड नहीं मर्डर का मामला है, इसके अलावा भी कई सारी चीजें हैं, तो उनको लेकर पूरा आज सीन रिक्रिएशन काफी जरूरी है। और अब ये दूसरी तस्वीर आप देखिए, गिरिबाला सिंह को लेकर भी सीबीआई की एक टीम जो है वो यहाँ पहुंची है। आप एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें यहाँ पर देखिए, गिरिबाला जो हैं, गिरिबाला सिंह को लेकर सीबीआई के जो अफसर हैं वो यहाँ पर घर पे पहुंच रहे हैं और गिरिबाला सिंह को भी घर के अंदर ले जाया जाएगा और जो तस्वीरें हैं इसके आधार पर अंदर इनको ले जाने के बाद पूरा सीन रिक्रिएट कराया जाएगा। फिलहाल आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, महिला अफसर जो हैं वो गिरिबाला को लेकर यहाँ पर पहुंच रहे हैं। ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर आप देख रहे हैं। हालांकि इस दौरान सीबीआई के जो अफसर है वो गिरिबाला से बातचीत करते हुए आगे बढ़ रहे हैं और ये जो तस्वीर एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीर आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि पहले सीबीआई की टीम डमी डेड बॉडी को लेकर पहुंची, इसके बाद उन्होंने पूरा यहाँ पर घर में घुसने के जो तमाम रास्ते हैं उनको देखा, फिर समर्थ सिंह को लेकर पहुंची और अब गिरिबाला सिंह को लेकर सीबीआई की टीम यहाँ पर, चूंकि रिमांड पर है अभी भी गिरिबाला सिंह, उनको लेकर सीबीआई की टीम घर के अंदर जाती हुई और इस दौरान घर के अंदर पूरा जो सीन रिक्रिएशन है उसकी प्रक्रिया की जाएगी। अब जो तमाम किरदार थे इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में, तुषा जो कि अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है, गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ सिंह, तो गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ सिंह को लेकर सीबीआई की टीम अंदर पहुंच गई है और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि डमी डेड बॉडी पहले ही जा चुकी है। डमी डेड बॉडी के साथ साथ उसकी हाइट का ध्यान रखा गया है, जो तुषा की हाइट थी उसी आकार की डमी डेड बॉडी लेकर यहाँ पर सीबीआई की टीम पहुंची है। अब पूरा सीन रिक्रिएशन जो है वो किया जाएगा, कौन किस रूम में था, अचानक किसका फोन आया, फिर किसने सबसे पहले डेड बॉडी देखी, किसने डेड बॉडी को नीचे उतारा, फंदा किसने खोला, हॉस्पिटल किस तरह किस वाहन से लेके गए, ये जो पूरी प्रक्रिया है वो अब सीबीआई द्वारा की जाएगी और ये जो प्रक्रिया है इसकी पूरी वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग भी होगी और इससे कहीं ना कहीं जो समय का डिले बताते हैं, सीसीटीवी फुटेज में जो डिले आ रहा है या तमाम जो आरोप हैं उसकी गुत्थी सुलझ सकती है।
समझ को पहले ही अंदर भेजा जा चुका है और गिरिबाला सिंह भी अंदर पहुंची हैं, तो निश्चित तौर पर उस पूरे घटना को
Right, those were visuals of Twisha's husband Samarth and mother-in-law Giribala coming back to their house for this particular investigation that the CBI is recreating the scene of the death of Twisha Sharma, and they are again rehanging the particular gymnastics ring. This is what they claim that has been claimed that Twisha used to hang herself, and a dummy dead body which has been measured at the exact height of Twisha Sharma will also be used, and further questioning as well will be taken place today to both Samarth Singh and Giribala Singh as well, and they will be asked in great detail on what exactly happened on the night of the 12th of May, who first found the body in that particular condition of Twisha Sharma, and who pulled down the body, and who all were present at the scene when the incident happened. All of these investigations will also be, questions will also be asked to both Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh. They are now being brought back to their house again for this particular recreation. The CBI team, in fact, viewers, to recall,
इसमें भी आपने देखा होगा कि 3 लोग उसे सीढ़ी से नीचे उतारते हैं। इस दौरान फिर एक सवाल ये उठता है कि जब ये घटनाक्रम हुआ तो पुलिस थाना यहाँ से करीब 1.5 से 2 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे है, कटाइल्स थाना, पुलिस को फोन क्यों नहीं किया गया, इसके भी सवाल के जवाब पूछताछ में लिए जा रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये परिवार जो है गिरिबाला और समर्थ खुद ही तुषा को लेकर एम्स पहुंचे थे और एम्स में 12:05 पर तुषा की बॉडी पहुंचती है, वहां डॉक्टर उसे डेथ डिक्लेयर कर देते हैं। इसके बाद अगले दिन परिवार पहुंचता है, पीएम होता है, पीएम में वो बेल्ट, जो फांसी वाला बेल्ट है, वो मौजूद नहीं था, उसको लेकर भी सवाल खड़े हुए थे। तो ये तमाम चीजें जो है इन्वेस्टिगेट करनी है और उसी इन्वेस्टिगेशन के लिहाज से आज का दिन काफी अहम है। ये पूरी प्रक्रिया काफी अहम है क्योंकि कल 2 जून को जो है वो रिमांड खत्म हो रहा है। उसमें देखना होगा कि सीबीआई की अगर जांच पूरी हो जाती है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरा हो जाता है तो आगे रिमांड की मांग करते हैं या नहीं करते हैं। लेकिन कल 2 से 2:30 बजे के बीच गिरीवाला और समर्थ को दोबारा कोर्ट में पेश करना है। इसीलिए आज ये जो सबूत जुटाने के लिए, पूरा रियल क्राइम सीन बनाने के लिए ये प्रक्रिया की जा रही है, काफी महत्वपूर्ण है।
Right, so the latest that we're getting, in fact, Giribala and Samar Singh will also be questioned in this particular scene recreation, and the CBI is in fact using the exact body measurements and height of Twisha Sharma in this particular recreation as well. All right, now we will continue to track this story, but for now we will take a very short break, and coming up next we will be taking you through all the details into the CBI taking up a recreation scene of the night of the death of Twisha Sharma. We will be right back. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's
Let's begin with the big breaking news that we are getting for you. Now, what you see on your screens is the CBI arriving at Giri Bala's residence. The CBI team has arrived carrying a dummy body, and the CBI team is recreating the crime scene. The police force has been deployed as well. We'll try to go across to our reporters in a short while from now. But what you see on your screen is live pictures coming in, first and exclusive on Republic TV, as the CBI tries to reconstruct the crime scene. CBI had taken major action earlier, arrested Giri Bala, and the CBI probe is continuing. The CBI probe has revealed that Giri Bala was allegedly involved in destruction of evidence and suppression of crucial information. So that is coming out very, very openly, that Giri Bala was involved in destructing evidence and suppressing crucial information which will help solve the case. So right now, the CBI intensifying the probe, and at the crime scene, this is the matrimonial home of Twisha. They are right there at the spot, and they are trying to recreate the crime scene. So the entire action has been intensified by CBI. They are looking at many angles. They're looking at criminal conspiracy, tampering of evidence, and influencing the investigation. So all this the CBI is trying to investigate to really understand what went wrong. CBI is questioning Giri Bala, and we're also coming to know that further major revelations can be expected in the case. So those pictures coming in of the CBI at Giri Bala's residence. This is the mother-in-law of Twisha. The CBI team is carrying a dummy body. I repeat, the CBI team is carrying a dummy body, and CBI team is recreating the entire crime scene, and the police forces have also been deployed. We'll try to go across to our reporters in a short while from now, but just giving you a background, because this case has escalated over the past few weeks, and shifting from the initial suicide report to a full-fledged CBI investigation involving allegations of dowry, forced abortion, and physical abuse. So big updates coming in here on Republic TV viewers. We'll keep getting our viewers all those updates.
जी हाँ, देखिए क्राइम सीन रिक्रिएशन की लाइव और एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं। ये वो छत है गिरिबाला सिंह का मकान, जिसकी ये छत यहाँ पर की टेम्परेरी जिम बना रखा था। यहीं पर त्विषा की संदिग्ध मौत हुई थी। आप देख सकते हैं सीबीआई के 10 से 12 अफसर जो हैं वो छत पर ही मौजूद हैं, और जो टी शर्ट में आपको एक शख्स दिख रहा है वो समर्थ सिंह है, जो मेन एक्यूज्ड है इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में, और फंदा जो है वो बना दिया गया है जिस फंदे पर त्विषा की डेड बॉडी मिली थी। अभी यहाँ पर जो है, जैसा कि हमने बताया कि जो डमी डेड बॉडी है उसे टांगा जाएगा। फिर जो पूरा सीन रिक्रिएशन है कि कैसे इन लोगों को जानकारी लगी कि वो छत पर है, किसका फ़ोन आया था, वो सब इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाएगा। ये वो रिंग और वो तस्वीरें हमने आपको दिखा रहे हैं, ये लाइव तस्वीरें। 2 रिंग वहाँ पर थे, जिसमें से देखिए एक सीबीआई के हाथ में एक आपको रिंग दिख रहा है, एक रिंग टांग दिया है। इन 2 रिंग में से एक रिंग में त्विषा ने जो है फांसी लगाई थी। तो ये तस्वीरें आप देख रहे हैं, क्राइम सीन पूरा बनाया जा रहा है। जिस तरह से उस दिन घटनाक्रम हुआ था उस दौरान की जो तस्वीरें थी, एफएसएल की टीम ने जो वीडियोग्राफी करी थी, उस दौरान एसआईटी जो थी पुलिस की जो टीम है उसने पूरे इस घटनाक्रम के फोटोज़ लिए थे, वीडियोग्राफी की थी। उसकी स्टडी करने के बाद सीबीआई की टीम यहाँ पहुँची है और करीब 1 घंटे से ये पूरी प्रक्रिया जो है वो चल रही है। समर्थ सिंह भी घटनास्थल पर ही है और चूँकि कल जैसा कि मैंने कहा कि रिमांड खत्म हो रहा है गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ सिंह का, तो इसीलिए आज ये पूरी वैज्ञानिक तरीके से और पूरा जो एक्सपर्ट की मौजूदगी में सीन रिक्रिएट है वो किया जा रहा है। क्राइम सीन को कवर करने की प्रोसेस भी यहाँ पर की जा रही है और यहाँ पर देखिए समर्थ सिंह से बीच में सीबीआई के जो अफसर हैं वो पूछताछ भी कर रहे हैं। और जो 2 आप पट्टे देख रहे हैं ये वो जिम्नास्टिक पट्टा है जो बेल्ट है, इसी बेल्ट से फांसी लगाने की बात सामने आ रही है। लेकिन गले पर जिस तरह से 2 मार्क दिखे हैं, जो 2 निशान हैं, उससे भी संदेह पैदा होता है और इसीलिए एसआईटी जो पुलिस थी उसकी इन्वेस्टिगेशन पर सवाल खड़े हुए थे कि सीबीआई को दिया गया और सीबीआई आज पूरा इस चीज़ का परीक्षण करेगी कि कहां पर कैसे चूक हुई, क्या घटनाक्रम जो है उसके बाद क्या कुछ सबूत मिटाए गए, कुछ एविडेंस डिस्ट्रॉय करने की क्या कोशिश हुई। इन सब चीज़ों को जांचने के लिए, इन सब चीज़ों को बारीकी से समझने के लिए ही ये सीन रिक्रिएशन की जो प्रक्रिया है वो की जाती है। क्योंकि देखिए 15 तारीख को एफआईआर दर्ज होती है गिरिबाला और समर्थ के खिलाफ और उसी दिन गिरिबाला सिंह को एंटीसिपेटरी बेल यानी कि अग्रिम जमानत मिल जाती है और 15 तारीख से ही गिरिबाला सिंह यहाँ पर कई दिनों तक रहीं जब तक कि सीबीआई ने उन्हें गिरफ्तार नहीं किया। तो परिवार ने, तुलसा के परिवार ने, तुलसा के वकीलों ने ये आरोप लगाए थे कि इस दौरान कई सबूत डिस्ट्रॉय किए जा सकते हैं। क्योंकि ये जो छत है ये क्राइम सीन है, यही वो घटना स्थल है जहाँ पर की सुसाइड होती है, यहाँ पर की डेथ होती है और एक कमरा वो नीचे है जहाँ पर की तुलसा रहती थी। दोनों जगह को सील करने की जो प्रक्रिया होती है वो पुलिस द्वारा उसमें भी डिले करने की बात सामने आई थी कि जो लोकल पुलिस है, जो एसआईटी गठित की गई थी, उसने क्राइम स्पॉट को और जिस रूम में तुलसा रहती थी, सोती थी, उस रूम को देर से सील किया। तो क्या इस दौरान यहाँ पर कुछ सबूत जो है उन्हें डिस्ट्रॉय करने की कोशिश की गई, छेड़छाड़ करने की कोशिश की गई या कुछ सबूत मिटाने की कोशिश की गई? इन सब चीज़ों को जांचने के लिए भी ये क्राइम सीन रिक्रिएशन काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण होता है और 10 से 12 अफसर जो हैं आप देख ही रहे हैं यहाँ पर, जिसमें कि इस पूरे जो क्राइम सीन रिक्रिएशन की वीडियोग्राफी तो हो ही रही है। लेकिन इस दौरान सबसे अहम बात यह है कि समर्थ सिंह पूरे टाइम यहाँ ऊपर है। अब जब ये फंदा जो तैयार किया जा रहा है, जो रिंग्स हैं जिसमें कि तुलसा की संदिग्ध मौत हुई थी फांसी पर झूलने से, अब वहाँ अभी जो समर्थ ऊपर इसे वापस से नीचे भेजा जाएगा क्योंकि जो टाइमलाइन, क्राइम की टाइमलाइन है उसके मुताबिक 12 तारीख के दिन में 3 घंटे के लगभग तुलसा ब्यूटी पार्लर में रहती है, उसका शाम के समय वो घर आती है। समर्थ और तुलसा इवनिंग वॉक करते हैं, फिर ये लोग एक ड्राइंग रूम जो है उसमें बैठकर सभी लोग टीवी देखते हैं जिसमें तुलसा, समर्थ और गिरिबाला तीनों होते हैं और करीब 9:45 पर ये लोग अपने अपने रूम में जाते हैं। इसके बाद 10:05 पर जो हमारी इन्फो है, जो तुलसा की मां ने अपने बयानों में बताया कि उन्होंने गिरिबाला सिंह को फ़ोन किया था कि टुक, इसका घर का नाम टुक बताया जाता है तुलसा का, कि वो देखिए वो रो रही है, परेशान है, उसको जाके देखो। इसके बाद गिरिबाला अपने रूम से बाहर निकलती हैं और जिस रूम में तुलसा सोती है उस रूम में जाकर देखती हैं, लेकिन वहाँ नहीं मिलती है। इसके बाद समर्थ, गिरिबाला और तमाम जो लोग मौजूद थे घर के कर्मचारी, ये लोग तलाश करते हैं और जब ये छत पर आते हैं तो इन्हें यहाँ पर फांसी के फंदे पर लटकी हुई तुलसा शर्मा की दिखती है। इसके बाद समर्थ का ये बयान है, ये उसने कहा है कि उसी ने फांसी के फंदे से तुलसा को उतारा और एक जानकारी ये भी है कि गिरिबाला सिंह ने जो नॉट होती है, जो फांसी लगाने के दौरान जो गठान लगाई जाती है, वो खोली। उसके बाद तुलसा को नीचे लाने के सीसीटीवी फुटेज भी हमारे सामने है, हम एक्सक्लूसिव वो फुटेज दिखा चुके हैं कि 3 लोग तुलसा की डेड बॉडी को नीचे लाते हैं। तो कई संभावनाएं हैं, कई आशंकाएं हैं, कई ऐसी गुत्थियां हैं जिनका सुलझना बाकी है, क्योंकि जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट है उसमें ये चीज़ आई कि मृत्यु पूर्व कुछ चोटें हैं, इंजरीज हैं, मल्टीपल इंजरीज हैं, जो पहली पीएम रिपोर्ट आई थी उसमें। तो यहाँ पर सीबीआई ये भी देखेगी कि जब वो डमी डेड बॉडी को इस फंदे पर लटकाएगी और उसे उतारने के दौरान क्या ये जो चोटें हैं ये लग सकती हैं क्या, क्योंकि जो आरोपी पक्ष है यानी कि समर्थ और अग्रीवाला इन्होंने जो मल्टीपल इंजरीज आई हैं तुषा को, उसके बारे में कोई स्पष्ट जवाब नहीं दिया है। जबकि तुषा के वकील ये कोर्ट में भी कह चुके हैं कि उसके सिर पर चोट के निशान थे, उसके बाएं हाथ पर चोट के निशान थे और ये निशान फांसी के पहले के हैं, ये दावा है तुषा के परिवार का। तो ये इसीलिए सीन रिक्रिएशन करना और अहम हो जाता है कि क्या फांसी पर जब तुषा लटकी थी तो कुछ ऐसे अनुमान लगाए जाते हैं कि जब सांस रुकती है या गला घुटता है तो उस दौरान जो बॉडी तड़पती है या उस दौरान मूवमेंट से ये निशान आए होंगे चोट, और ये उतारते समय हाथ में चोट लग सकती है। ये दावे भी आरोपी पक्ष द्वारा किए गए, लेकिन वकील जो है तुषा के और परिवार जो है वो लगातार कह रहा है कि ये सुसाइड नहीं मर्डर है और ये मृत्यु पूर्व जो चोटें हैं ये दर्शाती हैं कि उसे प्रताड़ित किया जाता था, उसके साथ मारपीट होती थी। तो इन्हीं आशंकाओं पर से पर्दा उठाने के लिए या इन सवालों के जवाब जानने के लिए ये रिक्रिएशन जरूरी है। और यहाँ पर जो क्राइम सीन है उस जगह पर ये रिक्रिएशन की प्रक्रिया सीबीआई द्वारा की जा रही है। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि इसमें आप जो बेल्ट देख रहे हैं जिससे कि फांसी लगाना बताया जा रहा है, ये बेल्ट की जब्ती को लेकर भी कई सवाल लोकल पुलिस यानी कि भोपाल पुलिस पर उठे हैं, क्योंकि जब पहला पीएम हुआ था उस दौरान ये जो बेल्ट है ये डॉक्टर्स को उपलब्ध नहीं कराया गया था, बाद में ये भेजा गया और उसके बाद इसका मिलान हुआ। जो मार्क तुषा के गले पर हैं उससे उस बेल्ट का मिलान किया गया था, उसमें ये पाया गया कि हाँ इसी बेल्ट से फांसी लगाई, लेकिन उस दौरान ये पहले साथ ही में नहीं भेजा गया, इसको लेकर भी सवाल खड़े हुए थे पुलिस पर। सेकंड पीएम जब हुआ जो एम्स के दिल्ली के डॉक्टरों ने आके किया कोर्ट के आदेश पर, उस दौरान भी बेल्ट उपलब्ध नहीं कराया गया, दूसरी बड़ी चूक। और अभी लाइव तस्वीरों में आप देखिए समर्थ से कुछ पूछताछ हो रही है जिसमें वो फंदे के साथ कुछ बताने की कोशिश कर रहा है, या ये कहें कि सीबीआई के अफसर उससे पूछ रहे हैं कि कैसे उतारा या कितनी नॉट थी इस फंदे पर। ऊंचाई जो है ये जो आप जगह देख रहे हैं नीचे जो समर्थ की हाइट है वो करीब 6 फीट की है, तुषा की हाइट जो बताई जाती है वो 5 फीट 7 इंच बताई जाती है। और जो ऊपर पाइप है जो आधा कवर्ड साइड है उसके ऊपर पाइप है और उस पाइप में रिंग लटके हुए हैं और उस रिंग में ये बेल्ट था। तो उस ऊंचाई तक कैसे तुषा पहुंची इसको लेकर भी सवाल है। इसमें एक सवाल ये भी खड़ा हुआ कि नीचे एक पलंग था और उस पर स्टूल रखकर तुषा ने फांसी लगाई हो। अभी देखिए समर्थ जो है वो कुछ हाइट को लेकर बताने की कोशिश कर रहा है कि चूंकि समर्थ का दावा है कि उसने तुषा को फंदे से उतारा, तो वो हाइट का मेजरमेंट यहाँ पर फिलहाल कह सकते हैं या समझ सकते हैं इन तस्वीरों के जरिए कि सीबीआई समझने की कोशिश करे कि आखिर इतनी ऊंचाई पर आपका हाथ कैसे गया, आपने कैसे उसको उतारा। तो इन पहलुओं को ही इन्वेस्टिगेट करने के लिए और ये पूरी प्रक्रिया समझने के लिए और इसमें जो लैप्स हैं जो कमियां लोकल पुलिस ने की हैं उनको बारीकी से अध्ययन करने के लिए ये रिक्रिएशन यहाँ पर किया जा रहा है।
We can clearly see that Samarth is at the scene and we also understand there's a lot of focus on the belt. The complete focus is on the claims made by Samarth. There's a belt angle there. Also, Satyavijay, if you can hear me, where is Giri Bala? Satyavijay. Okay, we'll go to Satyavijay in a short moment from now, but CBI arriving at Giri Bala's residence, and you can see there's an entire recreation of the crime scene which is happening as we speak. And what you see very, very clearly on your screen, viewers, is that Samarth is at the accused. Samarth is also at the scene, and he's been asked to explain the last moments of Tusha. And the entire focus is on the belt. The CBI is focusing on the height and the make of the belt. That's very clearly, you can see those pictures coming in on your screen as the crime scene is being recreated. The CBI has arrived at Giri Bala's residence. This is the matrimonial home of Tusha. This is exactly where Trisha breathed her last, and there's a lot of questions about her death. A CBI team arrived carrying a dummy body. A CBI team is recreating the crime scene. Police force has been deployed, and you can see the accused Samarth is also at the crime scene. He's been asked to recreate and tell the CBI officials what really happened. The focus has, of course, been on the destruction of evidence and suppression of crucial information. A CBI has taken major action in this case. A CBI probe has revealed and hinted that Giribala was involved in destruction of evidence and suppression of crucial information. What you see on your screen, viewers, are the CBI officials trying to recreate the last moments. In a short while from now, we'll try to connect back to Satya Vijay. But back-to-back updates coming in here, viewers. This is a huge focus of CBI trying to recreate the crime scene, trying to recreate what happened in the last few hours of Trisha's life. The case has rapidly escalated over the past weeks.
वही वहाँ मौजूद है और अब लाइव तस्वीरें आप देखिए। यहाँ पर जो डमी डेड बॉडी है, जो एक प्लास्टिक का पुतला है, उसे लेकर सीबीआई की टीम छत पर, जहाँ पर की त्रिशा संदिग्ध परिस्थितियों में फांसी पर लटकी मिली थी, वहाँ पर पहुंची है। और यहाँ पर समर्थ भी मौजूद है। वो बेल्ट, जिस बेल्ट से फांसी लगाना बताया जा रहा है, वो भी यहाँ पर टांगा गया है। समर्थ यहाँ पर मौजूद है। और जो पूरी प्रक्रिया है, जैसा कि हमने कहा कि ये इसलिए भी बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि पुलिस की जांच पर सवाल खड़े हुए। ये इसलिए भी जरूरी है क्योंकि सेकंड पीएम इसलिए कराया गया क्योंकि परिवार ने आरोप लगाए कि ये सुसाइड नहीं, मर्डर का केस है। ये प्रक्रिया इसलिए भी जरूरी है क्योंकि घटना के बाद जो को एक्यूज्ड है गिरिबाला सिंह, वो कई दिनों तक इसी मकान में रही और ये आरोप लगे कि जब वो घर में थी तो कुछ सबूतों से छेड़छाड़ हो सकती है। और इसीलिए ये सीन, जो रिक्रिएशन की प्रोसेस है, वो काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है। अभी हम लाइव तस्वीरों में आपको दिखा रहे हैं कि जो डमी डेड बॉडी है, इसे फंदे से लटकाया जाएगा। फिर समर्थ, जो अभी साइड में आप खड़ा दिख रहे हैं, जो उसके बयान है कि जैसे उसे जानकारी लगी वो छत पर पहुंचता है और त्रिशा की बॉडी को उतारता है। तो वो पूरी प्रक्रिया अभी पूरी यहाँ पर होगी और उसमें टाइमिंग कितना लगता है एक बॉडी को फंदे से नीचे उतारने में, उसके बाद 2 मंजिला मकान से नीचे लाने में और फिर वहाँ से एम्स ले जाने में। इस दौरान परिवार ने ये भी कहा कि बीच में कई बार CPR दिया क्योंकि उन्हें आशंका थी कि त्रिशा की सांसें चल रही हैं। तो इस प्रक्रिया में कितना टाइम लगता है, क्योंकि 9:45 तक, जैसा कि मेरी इन्फो है, ये सब एक साथ थे। 10:10 पर फ़ोन आता है गिरिबाला सिंह के पास और फिर 10:20 पर यह घटनाक्रम होना बताया जाता है और 12:05 पर एम्स को सूचना मिलती है। मतलब एम्स में परिवार लेकर त्रिशा को पहुंचता है। अगले दिन 13 को फर्स्ट PM होता है। लेकिन क्या 9:45 के बाद 10:10 पर जब फ़ोन आया और 10:20 पर यह घटनाक्रम हुई और जैसा कि जानकारियां हैं कि 1 से 2 बार फ़ोन लगाते ही रही त्रिशा की माँ, तो गिरिबाला ने फ़ोन नहीं उठाया और इसके जब फ़ोन उठाया तो उनका पहला स्टेटमेंट था सी इज़ नो मोर। तो ये जो 10 मिनट हैं, इसमें क्या क्या हुआ और फिर नीचे लाने में कितना टाइम लगा, इस पहले तो फंदे से बॉडी को उतारने में कितना टाइम लगा, फिर 2 माले नीचे उतारने में कितना टाइम लगा, फिर जाहिर सी बात है वाहन से, गाड़ी से ये लोग एम्स पहुंचे होंगे, वहां जाने में कितना टाइम लगा, इस दौरान लोकल पुलिस को क्यों सूचना नहीं दी गई, ये सवाल जो खड़े हुए। तो इन सब पहलुओं पर से पर्दा उठना बाकी है और इसीलिए ये पूरा सीन जो है रिक्रिएशन किया जा रहा है, इसकी वीडियोग्राफी की जा रही है। इसमें CBI के वो अफसर तो मौजूद ही हैं जो तकनीकी एविडेंस, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस खंगालते हैं, देखते हैं। और जब ये पहले दिन जब ये घटनाक्रम हुआ था और इसके बाद जब लोकल पुलिस की टीम यहाँ पर पहुँची थी इस मकान के उस कमरे को सील करने जहाँ पर कि त्रिशा रहती थी और इस स्पॉट को सील करने, उस दौरान भी वीडियोग्राफी की गई थी। वो 30 से 35 मिनट का वीडियो है, उसको भी बारीकी से CBI की टीम ने अध्ययन किया है और उस अध्ययन के बाद आज ये रिक्रिएशन किया जा रहा है। इस रिक्रिएशन के बाद जो जानकारी मिलेगी CBI को, वो इस केस को और मजबूत बनाएगी, क्योंकि जो लूप होल्स लोकल पुलिस के थे उनको दूर करते हुए सीबीआई को, जो सीबीआई की हमेशा से एक विशेषता रही है कि उसकी जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन होती है वो पूरी तरीके से तकनीकी होती है, वैज्ञानिक तरीके से वो पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते हैं। इसके अलावा जो गलतियां लोकल पुलिस ने की वो ना हो, इसीलिए भी ये रिक्रिएशन जरूरी है। और अब ये कह सकते हैं कि अब ये जो पुतला लाए हैं इसको जो है फंदे पर लटकाया जाएगा। उसके बाद जैसा कि मैंने पहले भी कहा कि हाइट्स को लेकर, क्योंकि अभी आप देख पा रहे हैं जो तस्वीरें मेरे कैमरा से कहूँगा जूम करके और दिखाएं, ये जो शेड है इसमें पाइप सबसे छत पर ऊपर है और समर्थ अभी जहाँ पर खड़ा है उससे लगभग उतनी ही ऊंचाई पर पाइप है। तो ऐसे में इतने ऊपर फांसी लगा पाना, वहाँ तक फिर जो नीचे पलंग की बात आ रही है कि पलंग था और उसमें स्टूल रखा और उसके बाद उससे लटकी, तो ये चीज़ें हैं, इनके जवाब सीबीआई को चाहिए। और समर्थ की हाइट, समर्थ अगर नीचे से बॉडी को उतारने की कोशिश करता है तो उसकी हाइट कहाँ तक पहुँचती है। एक ये भी चीज़ आई कि गिरिवाला भी पहुँची थी समर्थ की मदद करने। तो इन सब चीज़ों को आंकने के लिए, पूरे तरीके से इसका अध्ययन करने के लिए ये रिक्रिएशन किया जा रहा है, क्योंकि पूरे देश को कई ऐसे सवाल हैं जिनके जवाब चाहिए और यहाँ पर वही प्रक्रिया है जो निभाई जा रही है, की जा रही है।
Those live updates, and we just saw those visuals a short while back of the dummy which is being used to simulate Tushar's last moments. So they had got the dummy out and they're trying to simulate the last moments of Tushar, the last hours. Samarth can be seen as well. You can clearly see, viewers, on your screen. This is the accused Samarth, the husband Samarth, who is at the scene wearing a shirt there, a half t-shirt there, and he's been asked to explain what really happened. The CBI has intensified its probe on all the angles. So there's criminal conspiracy which is being looked at, tampering of evidence and influencing the investigation. So these are pictures coming in live from Bhopal. We'll try to go across to our colleague Satya Vijay in a short while from now to understand what is happening live. But what we can tell you are these pictures which are coming in. There's a big focus, by the way, on the belt. The CBI is examining the belt and height at the terrace. This is the terrace where Tushar was found dead. So the belt angle is being looked at very, very closely, and the CBI is focusing on the height and the make of the belt to recreate the last moments of Tushar. Accused husband there as well, being asked to explain to the officials what really happened. So agency, like we said, is intensifying its probe, trying to right now piece together the timeline. There were a lot of questions which were being raised when those CCTV footages that we showed you on Republic really had raised more questions and then really answer what happened the day when Tushar was no more, the day that Tushar's death. Now we understand that the CBI has taken major action in the Tushar death case and they have picked up pace. The probe has picked up pace. They can go ahead and investigate everybody who is involved. They also have access to all the evidence, all the material, all the video footage to solve the case. CBI probe has revealed that Giribala was allegedly involved in the destruction of evidence and suppression of crucial information. We'll try to go across to my colleague in a short while from now, Satya Vijay, who is getting us minute by minute update from outside Giribala's house. This is Bhopal, where we are getting all these updates which are coming in. And
और फिर जितने भी लोग हैं ये खासकर समर्थ को यहाँ से नीचे ले जाया जाएगा, क्योंकि जो घटनाक्रम हुआ था उस दौरान कौन किस पोजीशन पे था, जब ये पहला फ़ोन आया उस दौरान समर्थ कहाँ पे था, किस रूम में था, गिरिबाला किस रूम में थी। और जो हमने तस्वीरें दिखाई कि गिरिबाला जो तुषा है वो अकेली छत पर जाती है, हाथ पे उसके हेडफोन होता है। तो अभी ये जो तैयारियां की जा रही हैं डमी डेड बॉडी को टांगने की, इसका समर्थ को नीचे ले जाएंगे। फिर अचानक से जैसा कि उस दिन हुआ था, मतलब कि 12 मई को कि एक फ़ोन आता है, उसी तरह एक फ़ोन का सीन क्रिएट किया जाएगा उसके बाद समर्थ का मूवमेंट क्या था, क्या वो पहले माँ से मिला या समर्थ की जो माँ गिरीवाला उसने जो फ़ोन की जानकारी, जैसा कि त्विषा की माँ का दावा है, उन्होंने फ़ोन करके गिरीवाला को बताया कि आप देखो वो रो रही है, परेशान है। तो समर्थ और गिरीवाला पहले नीचे एक दूसरे से बात करते हैं, उसके बाद ऊपर आते हैं या सीधे गिरीवाला ऊपर आती है, ये सब जानना है। और इसी को जानने के लिए ये प्रक्रिया की जा रही है। और नीचे से ऊपर आने में, मतलब अगर ये लोग फर्स्ट फ्लोर पे या ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे जिसमें रहते हैं वहाँ से ऊपर आने में कितने मिनट लगते हैं, ऊपर से बॉडी को उतारने में कितनी देर लगती है, फंदा चूँकि लगाया था उसकी गांठ खोलने में कितना टाइम लगा, और फिर वहाँ से 2 माले नीचे उतरने में 3 लोगों की मदद से जो है त्विषा को नीचे उतारा गया। तो इस दौरान समर्थ था, स्वराज सिंह था और एक कर्मचारी था, तो उन तीनों से भी पूछताछ होगी। सबसे अहम बात यह कि इस दौरान जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज हमने देखे उसमें ये दावा किया गया कि सीढ़ी पर भी एक बार सीपीआर देने की कोशिश की गई, क्योंकि परिवार को ऐसा परिवार का दावा है, उस परिवार का आरोपी पक्ष का ये दावा है कि उन्हें लग रहा था कि सांसें चल रही हैं, है ना, इसी वजह से उन्होंने सीपीआर देने की कोशिश की। और फिर नीचे आने के बाद किस गाड़ी से वो एम्स लेकर गए। अब दूसरे पहलू पर आते हैं जो आरोप इन पर लग रहे हैं या आप लोकल पुलिस पर आरोप लग रहे हैं कि जब घटना हुई उसके बाद लोकल पुलिस को फ़ोन क्यों नहीं किया गया। क्राइम सीन शुरुआत से ही डिस्टर्ब हो जाता है अगर आप लोकल पुलिस को बिना उनकी मौजूदगी में इस तरह से किसी बॉडी को उतारते हैं। इस पर हमने गिरीवाला से भी सवाल किया था कि आखिर आप कानून के इतनी जानकार हैं, इसके बाद भी क्राइम सीन को डिस्टर्ब क्यों किया गया, आप लोगों ने पुलिस को फ़ोन क्यों नहीं किया। तो इस पर उनका तर्क था कि हमें लगा कि अभी त्विषा जिंदा है, इसीलिए इन लोगों ने फांसी के फंदे से उतारा और सीपीआर देने के बाद अस्पताल ले गए। लेकिन 10:20 पर 12 मई को 10:20 पर जब गिरीवाला ने ये त्विषा के परिवार को बता दिया था, उनके स्टेटमेंट में भी उन्होंने लिखा है जिसमें उन्होंने कहा था सी इज़ नो मोर। तो उसके बाद अभी जब घटना हुई तब तो पुलिस को फ़ोन नहीं किया, लेकिन 10:20 पर जब परिवार को बता दिया था उसके बाद भी पुलिस को फ़ोन क्यों नहीं किया गया। 12:05 पर, मतलब कि 12 तारीख की रात 12 बजे के बाद अगले दिन 13 तारीख लगती है, तो 13 तारीख की सुबह, मतलब देर रात कहें या 12:05 पर एम्स में टीम पहुंचती है पुलिस की। इस दौरान इस छत को सील क्यों नहीं किया गया। एफएसएल की टीम यहाँ पर देरी से क्यों पहुंची। एफएसएल की टीम ने जो बेल्ट है उसे फर्स्ट पीएम के दौरान डॉक्टर्स को उपलब्ध क्यों नहीं कराया। अग्रिम जमानत के दौरान गिरीवाला सिंह यहीं रहती हैं, तो क्या उन्होंने कुछ एविडेंस डिस्ट्रॉय किए होंगे। ये वो सवाल हैं, क्योंकि परिवार ये भी कह रहा है कि फर्स्ट पीएम रिपोर्ट में जो मल्टीपल इंजरी की बात आई है और वकीलों ने ये दावा किया है कि त्विषा के सिर पर चोट थी, बाएं हाथ पर चोट थी, 5 से 6 चोटों का हवाला दिया जा रहा है और ये चोटें मृत्यु पूर्व की बताई जा रही है, मतलब मौत से पहले की। तो उन सवालों के जवाब सीबीआई की टीम को चाहिए और इसीलिए ये पूरा देखिए करीब 11:30 के लगभग का समय था जब सीबीआई की टीम यहाँ पहुँची थी। उन्होंने पूरा पहले घर के बाहर वीडियोग्राफी की, उन्होंने डायरेक्शंस मापे, ये देखा आसपास घूम कर कि कोई और रास्ता है क्या इस घर में जाने का। इसके बाद सीबीआई की टीम अंदर जाती है डमी डेड बॉडी को लेकर, फिर समर सिंह को लाया जाता है, फिर गिरीवाला सिंह को लाया जाता है और अभी देखिए आप इस तस्वीर में आपको कहीं पर भी
All right. Satya Vijay, stay on with us. We're being joined by Dr. Dinesh Rao, forensic expert, who's joining us. Thank you for joining us here. Dr. Dinesh Rao, the pictures on the screen are coming live. By the way, all our viewers are watching these live pictures. Our viewers would like to know what is happening on our screens. A dummy is being used to simulate Tushar's last moments. They're also putting a lot of focus on the height and also on that belt. Yes, doctor.
Difficult to understand just by looking at the photograph. Hence, it is the duty of the CBI officers to understand the ligature mark on the neck and also the type of ligature material possibly that has been used. Hence, recreation like this will definitely help them to make understand the timeline of events. At the same time, the possible way that the body has been suspended, because we have the witnesses, that is the Twisha's husband and mother-in-law, who had stated that they had removed Twisha from the suspension. Hence, their statement will definitely hold good to understand the type of noose, the type of knot, and the way it has been suspended. Is it a complete suspension? Is it a partial suspension? Is it an atypical hanging or a typical hanging? So all these things are very important, which will be corroborated with the statement given by the Twisha's husband or the mother-in-law who happen to be the witnesses, and with that of the to compare with that of the injury mark on the neck. So hence, this is very essential, and rightly they have been trying to recreate and make understand. In case if there is a discrepancies between the statement given and the type of ligature material and the possible mark and the noose and the knot, definitely that inconsistencies will go against the so-called witnesses.
Doctor, what kind of forensic clues are the CBI officials looking for during these recreations? Because we have to remind our viewers that a lot of anti-mortem injuries were found on Twisha during the post-mortem. So what are the officials looking for in this reconstruction?
So as I said earlier, what they are likely to look for is the type of knot and the noose, the type of noose and the knot, the way it has been suspended. As I said, we had a full suspension or a partial suspension. This has to be corroborated with those people who took her out of the particular ligature or the suspension. So this has to be corroborated. And the type of impressions that particular knot or noose can put on the neck, that can also be inferred by this type of recreation. So that is what is the most important. Another very important thing with the CBI, I don't know, hope they have taken note of this. The more important is the ligature material which has been recovered. That is a very good evidence, because that, as you know, that it was not produced to the doctor who did the postmortem. I think that material itself has got some clue, because the type of the skin cells or the blood which is there, that should be present on the ligature material. That will corroborate. That is another way of trying to understand that the material was used. And beside this, the taping which was done on the neck during the autopsy, that will help us to understand the type of fibers which has been found on the tape, which has been taken out from the neck of the victim. That will help to understand the type of fibers present in the ligature material. That comparison will help us to further confirm that indeed that type of ligature material was used or not.
Yes. Doctor, now we understand from these pictures that are coming in that there's a lot of emphasis on the body position and height. We can clearly see that. These are live pictures coming in, Doctor, for our viewers. There's a lot of emphasis on the height, on the body position. Why is this important, and how important are these factors during such exercise?
Yeah, absolutely. This is plays a very important role, because the height of the victim and the height from the floor to the roof, what exactly height, because at the place of suspension, and the point of suspension, and the height plus the height from the distance from the foot to the ground. So all these things are very, very important for us to understand the ligature mark on the neck. Because as you know, as you've seen in the photographs, we can see that the ligature mark is incomplete, it's irregular, and there are multiple ligature marks. So this type of marks to be produced, definitely it is very unlikely if it is fully suspended or in the partial suspended. That is what will to make us understand this recreation with a dummy which has been created at the crime scene.
Okay, so this reconstruction, how much more time will it take for it to reveal whether the death was a accidental death, suicidal death, or a homicidal death? How many more reconstructions, or how many more days would it take? Or is one reconstruction like we see enough? Or we can expect multiple reconstructions of the crime scene? Okay, I'll go to Satya Vijay too. Doctor, I'll come back to you. We have a reporter live from outside Giri Bala's residence. Let's go to him.
का जो पैर हैं वो ज़मीन से अगर टकराते हैं या उसकी लेंथ ज़मीन से अगर बॉडी टकरा रही होती है तो ये संदेह होता है कि फांसी पर खुद लटकी है या किसी ने गला घोटकर लटकाया है। तो उस संभावना को भी पूरी बारीकी से समझने के लिए ये जो हाइट है ये बहुत बड़ा इशू है, इसको मेजरमेंट यहाँ पर करने की प्रक्रिया की जा रही है। इसके बाद टाइमिंग दूसरा फैक्टर आता है। टाइमिंग को लेकर भी जो है वो पूरा बारीकी से अध्ययन किया जाएगा कि कितनी देर में बॉडी को फंदे से खोल के नीचे उतारा, फिर वहाँ से जो फर्स्ट फ्लोर है जहाँ ले गए उसके बाद गाड़ी में बिठाया, फिर एम्स पहुँचे, वो टाइमिंग। तीसरी चीज़ है कि सीसीटीवी फुटेज में छेड़छाड़ के भी आरोप तुषा के परिवार ने लगाए हैं, तो उन फुटेज का तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस जो है वो उसकी पड़ताल तो सीबीआई कर ही रही है, लेकिन जैसा हमारे पास जानकारी है जो जिस व्यक्ति ने या जिस कंपनी ने ये सीसीटीवी फुटेज लगाए थे उन लोगों से भी हमने एक्सक्लूसिव बातचीत की थी, तो उसमें ये पाया गया था कि यहाँ की जो रिकॉर्डिंग है जो रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क ने चलाई थी वो 2 दिन 2 घंटे 20 मिनट पहले की है। मतलब 12 मई को घटना होती है, लेकिन जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज है उसमें 10 मई की डेट डली होती है और घटना जो 10:20 की है वो उससे 2 घंटे पहले, मतलब 2 दिन 2 घंटे 20 मिनट बिफोर है उसमें टाइमिंग। तो क्या इन फुटेजेस से छेड़छाड़ की गई? क्योंकि एक पहलू ये भी है कि जब एसआईटी यहाँ पर सीसीटीवी फुटेज और डीवीआर जो है उसे जब्त करने पहुंची थी, तो उसी इलेक्ट्रीशियन को जिसने सीसीटीवी फुटेज इंस्टॉल किया था उसी को बुलाया गया था और उसी ने ये जो सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकाल कर एसआईटी को दिए थे, डीवीआर एसआईटी को दिया था। तो इस पर एक चूक ये भी सामने आई थी कि क्या पुलिस के पास इस तरह के टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट नहीं है कि वो सीसीटीवी फुटेज निकाल सकें या डीवीआर जब्त कर सकें। तो उसमें भी छेड़छाड़ की आशंका से इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता। कोर्ट में भी ये पक्ष रखा गया था फरियादी के वकीलों के द्वारा, तो उन चीज़ों को भी खंगालना है। इसके अलावा जो चीज़ें मैंने बताई कि पुलिस इस घटनास्थल पर करीब जब ये घटना हुई उसके 1 दिन बाद मतलब 12 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय बाद पहुंचती है। जो केस डायरी में बयान दर्ज है उसके मुताबिक 10:20 पर डेथ होती है, 12:05 पर एम्स में बॉडी पहुंचती है, वहीं पर पुलिस को बुलाया जाता है और अगले दिन यानी कि 13 तारीख को एफएसएल की टीम यहाँ पहुँचती है और यहाँ के जो सबूत हैं या जो फांसी वाला बेल्ट है वो जब्त करती है, यहाँ की वीडियोग्राफी करती है, फ़ोटो खींचती है, क्राइम सीन को समझने की कोशिश करती है। तो इन 12 घंटे में बहुत तरह की संभावनाएं बनती हैं, क्योंकि इसी दौरान जब पुलिस ने केस को इन्वेस्टिगेट करना शुरू किया, इसी दौरान समर्थ जो है वो अचानक गायब भी हो जाता है और इस घर में गिरिबाला सिंह मौजूद रहती हैं। तो ये जो फरियादी पक्ष ने जो आरोप लगाए ना कि अग्रिम जमानत पर थी और सबूतों से छेड़छाड़ या सबूतों या जो गवाह हैं उनको धमकाना या बाकी चीज़ें जिस तरह के आरोप लगे हैं, उस लिहाज से भी कई सवाल खड़े हुए थे। क्योंकि 15 तारीख को एफआईआर होती है, 15 तारीख को गिरिबाला को एंटीसिपेटरी बेल मिल जाती है और 15 तारीख से करीब 26 से 27 तक जब सीबीआई केस अपने हाथ में ले लेती है और हाई कोर्ट से उनकी अग्रिम जमानत खारिज होती है, उसके बाद गिरिबाला की गिरफ्तारी इसी घर से होती है। इस दौरान वो यहाँ पर थी।
These are the live visuals that you're seeing on your screen, 2 visuals of the crime scene being recreated. And Professor Dinesh Rao continues to be with us for a comment and to analyze what's happening, what's unfolding. Professor Dinesh Rao, while looking at the pictures, at what stage are we when we talk about the investigation when it comes to the CBI? Because the case was handed over to them at a very later stage. The evidences must have been tampered because Giribala had access to the location. We also earlier showed the visuals where they did a 3D mapping of the entire location. But using a dummy for the crime scene recreation and bringing the accused to the location, what exactly is the reason behind this, if you can put this into perspective, sir?
Yeah, see, one is it's very important because in this particular incident, we have so-called witnesses, and that witnesses happen to be Trisha's husband and mother-in-law. So it is very important, especially in such circumstances where they have seen, that means that's what they state. Based on their statement, they say that they had tried to take out Trisha's from the so-called ligature. That means they have taken her out of the ligature. That means they know what is the type of noose and what are the type of knot used, what is the type of ligature material used. That means they should be aware of when they make such statements. At the same time, they should also be given information that the height of suspension, the type of suspension, and the position of the knot. All these are the aspects which will be corroborated by the simulation or the crime scene recreation at the same time with the statement given by the so-called witnesses, and in this case the husband and the mother-in-law. So all this will give information, any discrepancies or any deviations from the so-called normal way. So in that particular aspect, definitely the deviations or any discrepancies will be taken against the witness's statement and will be considered witness as a suspect.
Yeah, Professor Dinesh Rao, this needs to be noted, highlighted that Giribala is also an expert when it comes to the crime scene management. However, when there is a different agency compared to CBI, how challenging will it be for Giribala to evade the questions? Because she was not cooperating in the investigation earlier also, and still there's very less time left for the custody, for the remand. The time pressure is also a reason that the CBI needs to hurry up and complete the investigation in this case, sir?
Definitely, because as you rightly pointed out, that had there been an examination or securing the crime scene immediately after the so-called crime, then that examination would have been the best. That is what is the standard way of crime scene examination and processing, which has not occurred in this stage. And the CBI has intervened after a week or so. So in that a week or maybe 10-15 days. So definitely it is detrimental to the case. And even Giribala knowing or understanding the crime scene management, getting trained is different, having experience are different. Getting trained any 3, 4, 5 days a certificate course doesn't make an expert. So we should have, after doing thousands of cases, I can dogmatically state that mere having a certificate will not become a crime scene expert. Definitely there should be an experience of involving in the crime scene examination, which definitely one thing is very fact, that this sort of recreations and will definitely help to understand the ligature mark on the victim. At the same time, it helps us to understand the statement given by the witnesses. Is it right or wrong? That means that corroboration can be done so that we can understand indeed they are witnesses or they are suspects.
Professor, Dinesh Rao, thanks a lot for all the details and for all the analysis, and we're also getting to know that the CBI is going to execute the comprehensive forensic simulation in this case, and Vijay also continues to be with us with all the latest and exclusive details that we are fetching right now. Vijay. All right, Professor Dinesh Rao was also with us for a detailed analysis on what's unfolding, and this is the latest that we are getting, and the CBI is preparing to execute a comprehensive forensic simulation to recreate the final moments of Trisha, the exact moment, and this is exactly what crime scene recreation is. And on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, very soon, and also this should be highlighted that Giribala is also at the crime scene, Samarth is also at the crime scene, and various factors will be at play, and examination will be done when it comes to the weight of the victim and also the marks on the body that were there, apart from the ligature marks which were on the neck. And now the CBI is investigating and recreating the entire crime scene. There is a big CBI team at the location, and this is exactly the location where Trisha died, and this is the terrace of the home, and here exactly is where Trisha died, and the crime scene will be recreated by the CBI. However, CBI received the case at a very difficult moment because the crime scene was accessible to Giribala in this case, who was an expert in forensic sciences and crime scene management and cyber crime too. So it has also, the evidence, the area, the crime scene has already been tampered with, but this is the latest that we are getting. The CBI team is at the location, and it will be difficult for Giribala to evade questions and not cooperate this time, because this is the elite investigating agency which is investigating the matter with all the latest technologies at their disposal, including the 3D mapping that they have done of the crime scene. And now you can imagine they're using a dummy body for recreating the crime scene. And you can also understand the psychological impact on the accused when they will see the whole crime scene being recreated in this case. And the questions and answers to the questions posed by this CBI will be investigated and will be matched to the previous answers, the previous replies by the accused in this case. But on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, live visuals, exclusive pictures, first and exclusive on Republic. As you can see, the focus is on the belt and how the final moments of Trisha were. And there will be questions that will be posed to Giribala, and there were questions that were posed to Samarth also in this case. Live pictures coming in from that location, from Giribala's residence, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen. The final moments of Trisha Sharma will be recreated, because it's not just about hanging, it's also there were body marks on the head and other parts of the body too. Now there will be questions that will be asked by the CBI that was she assaulted even before that, and because that also highlights the fact that this is not a case of suicide. However, the investigations are ongoing. Samarth is at the scene, Giribala is at the scene, and there will be asked questions by the CBI. A dummy will be used to simulate the Trisha's last moments, exact moments of the hanging in this case. And you can now see the belt which has been okay, this exactly is the moment that we are talking about. So they will hang the dummy body right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is exclusive on your television screens, and this is CBI recreating the crime scene, and everything will be measured, minutely measured, and detailed analysis will be done, because this is the crime scene recreation. And Samarth is also at the location, as you can see, and there will be final questions by the CBI, no matter how tough Giribala can act. But this is exactly the moment they will be hanging the dummy in this case to recreate the final moment. Samarth is there, and he will also be explaining. You can exactly see the moment when the belt is being roped around the dummy in this case, around the neck in this case, and you can see Samarth is there. And this is how exactly the rope, the belt might have been in that case, and this will be investigated in this case also. But these are the final moments of Trisha being recreated using a dummy body at Giribala's residence, at the terrace of their home, a place which was accessible to Giribala. All right, we don't actually have the audio, but you can imagine CBI asking them the detailed questions, what was happening. So he's explaining to them how I brought down the body. You can understand by his movements, he's saying that I brought down the body in this manner. And now exactly this is the crime scene recreation which is happening. This exactly is the location where Trisha died, and because of hanging, or because of strangulation, or because she was, as per Trisha's parents, she was murdered in this case. However, we'll have to wait, because the matter is being investigated by the elite agency, that is the CBI in this case, and this is the crime scene recreation which is happening. Clearly an impact of the People's Campaign, Republic campaign, that the matter has reached till this limit, where the crime scene is being recreated by CBI. All demands of the family, as requested by the family, have been met by, in this case, by the courts, by the honorable courts in this case, and this investigation has reached this far, where CBI is investigating the entire matter. And Samarth is explaining how the belt was around the neck of Trisha in this case. Samarth Singh, the husband of Trisha Sharma in this case. As you can see, live visuals coming in on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly exclusive on Republic, because we were the first to break the story, and we were continuously following up with the story, bringing you minute-to-minute details, asking the tough questions, confronting Giribala in this case, confronting all those who were involved in the investigation. Many loopholes were highlighted by Republic Media Network in this case, and we are following this story till the end, till the time justice is delivered. Every day the family family is one step closer to getting justice for their dead daughter, that is Trisha. The campaign is Justice for Trisha, and these are the visuals on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. This is CBI investigating the matter, recreating the crime scene. Entire crime scene is being recreated. Samarth on your screens, as you can see. CBI also at the crime scene. All right, let's listen to Satyavijay.
पकड़े हुए हैं और इसे मुझे लगता है कि अभी थोड़ा ऊंचाई पर ले जाया जाएगा और उसके बाद समर्थ से कहा जाएगा कि वो उसने जब वो घटनास्थल पर पहुंचा या उसने फांसी पर फंदे पर लटका हुआ जब त्रिशा को देखा तो पहला उसका रिएक्शन क्या था, इसका भी एनालिसिस जो है सीबीआई की टीम करेगी। और अभी देखिए कुछ महिला अफसर भी यहाँ पर सीबीआई की पहुँची हैं और पूरा जो रिक्रिएशन है वो सबसे महत्वपूर्ण उसी समय का। और देखिए आप एक वीडियोग्राफर भी यहाँ पर देख रहे हैं जो वीडियोग्राफी कर रहा है, क्योंकि वो उस समय का जो पूरा मूवमेंट है, समर्थ का बॉडी लैंग्वेज, उसका रिएक्शन क्या था, उसे भी भापा जाएगा। हालांकि समर्थ सिंह भी
All right, so earlier Professor Dinesh Rao was with us explaining what exactly is happening right now, and Satyavijay also continues to be with us in this case. And exactly you can see the belt has been roped around the dummy in this case, and the scene will be recreated, which means the dummy will be hung exactly in the same manner to recreate the last moments of Trisha Sharma, who died because of a strangulation, because of suffocation, which was also highlighted in the post-mortem report. Because the first post-mortem, there were many anomalies in the first post-mortem which was done, hence the family demanded for the second post-mortem. They raised the issue and we continuously campaigned along with the family. It was a people's campaign, and then you can see the case moved further. Even the Supreme Court took the suo moto cognizance of the entire matter. The High Court approved of the second post-mortem because the family demanded. The case was transferred to the CBI from the SIT, from the police to SIT to CBI now, and CBI has reached till this limit because they have the custody till tomorrow. Giri Bala is also at the crime scene, and we must clearly understand the fact that she is a crime scene management expert, and she is explaining the CBI and might be using her own experience in this matter to evade the entire scenario, to put exactly the words she wants to convey. However, it will be difficult for her to explain or evade the questions.
पर मौजूद हैं और क्राइम सीन रिक्रिएशन की प्रक्रिया जो है वो की जा रही है। फिलहाल आप लाइव तस्वीरें देखिए, जो छत है जहां पर की टेम्परेरी जिम था, इसी जगह पर त्रिशा फांसी के फंदे पर लटकी हुई मिली थी। और अभी आप तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं, यहाँ पर सीबीआई के अफसरों के साथ साथ समर्थ सिंह भी मौजूद है, गिरिबाला सिंह भी मौजूद है, और गिरिबाला और समर्थ सिंह से सीबीआई के अफसर पूरे सवाल जवाब कर रहे हैं। इस दौरान देखिए दो जो तस्वीरें हम देख पा रहे हैं कि जो डमी डेड बॉडी है उसको सीबीआई के दो अफसर पकड़े हुए हैं। नीचे थोड़ी कम हाइट पर नीचे गिरिबाला सिंह और समर्थ सिंह खड़े हैं। गिरिबाला से सवाल जवाब हो रहा है, इससे पहले समर्थ सिंह से भी सवाल जवाब हुआ। फांसी का फंदा खुलवाने की प्रक्रिया करवाई गई, और चूंकि जो घटना स्थल है इसी स्पॉट पर जो है, जब जैसे ही इनको फ़ोन पर जानकारी लगती है गिरिबाला सिंह को कि वो जो त्रिशा के परिवार की तरफ से जानकारी दी जाती है कि वो रो रही है, परेशान है, मतलब करीब 10:05 पर, उसके बाद गिरिबाला, समर्थ सिंह और सभी लोग उसकी तलाश करते हैं, लेकिन त्रिशा जो है छत पर फांसी के फंदे पर लटकी हुई पाई जाती है। अब यहाँ पर जो सीन रिक्रिएशन है वो उसी समय का पूरी जो परिस्थितियाँ थी उसी तरह की परिस्थितियाँ यहाँ पर बनाई गई हैं, क्रिएट की गई हैं सीन रिक्रिएशन के दौरान। और यहाँ पर देखिए समर्थ का जो दावा है कि उसने ही फांसी के फंदे से त्रिशा को उतारा था, और ये भी जानकारी है कि उसकी मदद परिवार के बाकी लोगों ने की थी। गिरिबाला ने ऐसी भी जानकारी है कि जो फांसी लगाने की जो गठान थी, जो गांठ थी, उसको रस्सी की जो गांठ होती है जिस बेल्ट से फांसी लगी, उसको गिरिबाला ने खोला था, और इसीलिए दोनों को यहाँ पर छत पर लाया गया है। यहाँ पर देखिए जो डमी डेड बॉडी को हम देख पा रहे हैं, उसके साथ साथ समर्थ और गिरिबाला से सवाल जवाब भी हो रहे हैं। हाइट का जो इशू मैंने बताया कि उस ऊंचाई पर जब बॉडी थी उसे कैसे उतारा, वो सब समझाने और समझने की कोशिश सीबीआई के द्वारा यहाँ यहाँ पर की जा रही है और इस पूरे रिक्रिएशन की वीडियोग्राफी भी की जा रही है और इस दौरान जो कमियां या जो सवाल शक जो पैदा होते हैं उन सब को समझने की प्रक्रिया यहाँ पर सीबीआई द्वारा की जा रही है। तो ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है तब जब केस लोकल पुलिस से सीबीआई को ट्रांसफ़र होता है, हाई कोर्ट से लेकर सुप्रीम कोर्ट तक जाता है। जैसा कि कई सवाल जैसा मैंने पहले भी कहा कि खड़े हुए थे कि सीबीआई जो है लोकल पुलिस पर कई आरोप लगे थे कि वो जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है उसमें ढिलाई बरत रहे हैं, क्योंकि ये कहा गया कि गिरीवाला काफ़ी रसूखदार लेडी हैं, एक्स जज है, रिटायर्ड जज हैं, तो उन्होंने अपने प्रभाव का इस्तेमाल किया होगा, परिवार के दबाव में पुलिस रही होगी और इसीलिए ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है ये सीबीआई खुद पूरा रिक्रिएट कर रही है। इससे पहले भी रिक्रिएशन जो है एक बार सीबीआई की टीम कर चुकी है, उस दौरान कई हाईटेक इक्विपमेंट जो हैं उनकी मदद से रिक्रिएशन किया गया था, क्राइम स्पॉट को समझा गया था और अब यहाँ पर डमी डेड बॉडी जो है उसे लाया गया है और उसकी मदद से देखिए जिस समर सिंह को एक समर सिंह और गिरीवाला जो डेड बॉडी है उसके आगे और पीछे दिख पा रहे हैं और यहाँ पर समर्थ समझाने की कोशिश कर रहा है या
All right, this is exactly the moment they are recreating the entire crime scene. As you can see, there is a belt around the neck of the dummy and Giribala is being questioned by the CBI in this case and also Samarth is at the crime scene. We'll stay with it. We will stay on the story because this is clearly a people's campaign that is winning on your screen. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Republic's campaign. This is people's campaign and Vijay also continues to be with us. However, exactly you can see the moment Giribala is responding to the questions of CBI who are asking her questions about how the crime exactly happened. And we must not forget the very vital fact that Giribala is a crime scene management expert. She is an ex-judge, an influential person. However, Republic continued the story. It is a people's campaign, it's Republic's campaign, and we followed the story, and it has reached till this limit where CBI is investigating the matter now, along with Samarth and Giribala being at the crime scene. They are at the crime scene and the crime scene is being recreated. The questions are being asked from both the accused to both the accused. That is, in this case, Giribala, who is at the residence, and this entire crime scene was accessible to Giribala, and Samarth was absconding for a very long time after the crime happened, after Trisha died. In this case, he was absconding for more than 10 days in this case. And this entire crime scene was accessible to Giribala. However, the elite agency, that is CBI in this case, is using all the modern technologies which is at their disposal, including 3D mapping of the entire area, videographing of the entire area, and now they are using a dummy to recreate the crime, that the moment, the Trisha's last moment as they happened, and questions are being asked while the belt has been tied around the neck of the dummy, and Samarth was earlier explaining how he brought down the body while it was hanging. So they claim that the body was hanging, and however their allegations that she was suffocated, she was strangulated using the belt, and the belt, ladies and gentlemen, earlier the belt was not sent for the post-mortem by the investigating officer, and also that was one of the biggest lapses in the entire story. Even it was said that even in the second post-mortem the belt was not given. Now this is exactly the moment where very important questions are being asked by the CBI, and the investigation is on. They have the remand till tomorrow, and they will be asking further questions and will be matching the replies, will be matching the answers of the previous answers, the previous replies by Giribala. As you can see, Giribala answering the questions as being posed, as being asked by the CBI, the agency in this case. On your screen, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Republic investigation that has brought the case till this stage, ladies and gentlemen. We were the first ones to break the story, stay on the story, follow up on the story, and bring all the latest on the story, including the exclusive chats in this case, and also highlighting the very fact, the anomalies, and also the height difference, because there was a height difference because the case was being influenced from day one by the family. More than 40 calls were made by Giribala to various influential persons during the day day of the crime itself, apart from calling the police, there was a delay in the FIR being registered, a delay in the family being informed in this case, and that's why there was a people's campaign, there was a Republic campaign that we followed up. We followed up the story. We ensured that the family gets closer to justice for their daughter each step, every step, step by step, every day. And now you can see the case has registered till this, the case has reached till this limit where CBI is investigating the entire matter, using recreating the entire crime scene, using a dummy body where there is a belt which has been roped around the neck of the dummy, and they are asking the questions to Giribala and also Samarth of the exact moments on what happened while Trisha was found hanging, because the family has alleged, Trisha's parents have alleged that she was murdered, brutally murdered, strangulated, and there was a cover-up by Giribala. She was using her influence because she is an ex-judge, ladies and gentlemen, and she was calling influential people in this case, and now it will be difficult. She was not cooperating in the investigation earlier with the police, earlier with the SIT, and now she is being grilled by CBI on events of May 12th. The CBI examining many angles in this case, and also the pregnancy claim is also under scrutiny in this case. Now Giribala, you can clearly see she is at the crime scene. CBI also has uncovered fresh leads in this case, as we are being told, and examining the possible role of even a third person in this case, and there's also a possibility of that. Samarth was questioned at length, even firstly by the SIT and then by the CBI. Cross-questioning is happening right now, CBI recreating the crime scene, and you can see they will use this dummy body for the questions, and you can also understand the psychological impact on the accused when you are exactly at the moment, exactly at the crime scene, and a very unable agency is asking you questions in this case, and an elite agency is asking you questions which has managed many investigated such cases earlier also, because this is CBI which is investigating the matter as per the family's demand and as per Republic's campaign's impact in this case, people's campaign's impact in this case, that the family of Trisha is getting closer to getting justice every day, step by step. It's a long journey, but they're getting closer to it, and this is CBI asking the ex-judge, ladies and gentlemen. This should not be forgotten that she was an influential person. She tried to use all of her influence in this case. However, Republic followed up with the story. We broke the story and we followed the story, and we made sure that the family gets heard, the people's campaign gets noted, and the case has reached till this stage, ladies and gentlemen, while other channels also followed this story. But we made sure that we continued to follow up and make sure that the family gets justice step by step. All right, Harsh is with us on the phone line to explain what exactly is happening. Harsh has been following the story from day one. Harsh, can you explain at what stage of investigation are we? We can see the dummy body and a belt around the neck of the dummy, and Giribala being grilled. Over to you, Harsh.
Right, Shivam. Now, this is a scene recreation that is happening at Giribala Singh's and Samarth Singh's residence in Bhopal, where the team of Central Bureau of Investigation has arrived with both of the prime accused in this case, Giribala and her son Samarth. Now, both of these accused will be made to recreate the scene with the puppets they have in their hands. In fact, the entire scene will be recreated, the entire scene of crime will be recreated, and they'll be asked to do whatever has happened on the day of the tragedy. Now, this is what comes just ahead on June 1, because June 2nd is the day when the remand gets over. The court in Bhopal has granted the police custody of Giribala Singh and Samarth Singh for till June 2nd. Now, tomorrow is the day when the remand gets over, and today is the scene recreation that we are seeing at Giribala Singh's and Samarth Singh's residence. This, in fact, is their Bhopal residence, the exact scene of crime where Trisha Sharma, the 33-year-old, died. She, in fact, tragically passed away under mysterious circumstances. And now the team of Central Bureau of Investigation has arrived with both of the prime accused in this case, who are, in fact, in their custody. Samarth Singh, the husband of Trisha Sharma, as well as the mother-in-law, Giribala Singh, the influential judge, one of the prime accused in this case, both of them have been brought back to the scene of crime, and the entire scene of crime will be recreated along with the use of multiple techniques, and in fact we can also see the belt that is being used. The entire scene will be recreated by the Central Bureau of Investigation to cross-examine the claims that might have made by both of these accused in this case during the interrogation that is being carried out. Now, the interrogation is obviously intensifying. This comes when the remand is about to get over on 2nd of June, that is tomorrow. They're expected to be produced before the court at around 4 in the evening tomorrow. This is what we are fetching, as well as per the sources within Giribala Singh and Samad Singh's legal team, it is also being said that they cannot apply for bail unless the remand gets over. So if in case the CBI gets an extension of the remand that they currently have of both Samad Singh and Giribala Singh, the Giribala side and Samad Singh's side cannot apply for bail. So this is something, and they are expected to produce them before the court tomorrow at around 4. And today we are seeing at the scene of crime both the mother-son duo have been brought by the teams of Central Bureau of Investigation, and the entire scene of crime is being recreated. Shivam.
If you can also highlight the very important fact that she is an expert in crime scene management, and also she was not cooperating earlier in the investigation. Harsh, if you can put that into perspective too for our viewers.
The very reason why her anticipatory bail was cancelled, Shivam, because the Solicitor General, in fact, who was also joined by Prashant Singh, the Advocate General representing the government of Madhya Pradesh, both of these top lawyers, in fact, went on to mention this in the High Court of Madhya Pradesh. They said that she is not cooperating, and this is one of the reasons that was also cited by the Jabalpur High Court, that why her anticipatory bail that was given in a very hasty way by a district court in Bhopal was cancelled. And she was uncooperative throughout the investigation. She was not cooperating, as well as multiple notices and summons were also issued to her, which she never bothered to reply. And that was one of the main reasons why her anticipatory bail was cancelled, and she was finally given a 7-day remand to the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, also remember, there were 2 different petitions that were filed before the High Court of Madhya Pradesh. The first one was obviously filed by Trisha Sharma's family. They were seeking the cancellation of the anticipatory bail. Secondly, the second petition, in fact, was filed by the state of Madhya Pradesh, and representing the state of Madhya Pradesh was Solicitor General Tushar Mehta and Prashant Singh, who is the Advocate General of Government of Madhya Pradesh. Both of these petitions were demanding the cancellation of the anticipatory bail, and now when remand has been granted, in fact, they are being regularly interrogated by the teams of Central Bureau of Investigation. Both the mother-son duo, in fact, are now with CBI. They have now been brought back to the scene of crime, and the entire scene of crime is being recreated at the very residence of Giribala Singh and Samad Singh. This, in fact, is the place where Trisha Sharma tragically lost her life, and she was found dead, in fact, under mysterious circumstances. A lot has been already fetched, but the investigation continues, and this comes just a day ahead when the remand gets over tomorrow. They are again expected to be produced before the court at around 4 in the evening. However, what should also be noted is that the legal teams of Giribala Singh and Samad Singh cannot file for fresh bail application unless the remand gets over. So this is something that is to be noted. And also, interrogation is currently happening on multiple grounds. Both of these son and mother duo is being interrogated by the teams of Central Bureau of Investigation. They are, in fact, being re-examined, they're being cross-examined, and all of their claims are now being examined at the very place where the tragedy first unfolded, where, in fact, Trisha Sharma lost her life on May 12th, and they've been brought back to the scene of crime, and the entire scene is now being recreated with the teams of Central Bureau of Investigation present at the site.
Exactly, Harsh, and we can see right now, Harsh, live. All right, let's go to Satya.
कितनी ऊंचाई पर थी, समर्थ की हाइट क्या है, समर्थ अगर हाथ से फंदा खोलने की कोशिश करता है तो उसे कितना ऊंचा होना पड़ेगा, ऊंचा जाना पड़ेगा, गिरीवाला की क्या भूमिका है, स्वराज की क्या भूमिका है, फिर इस छत से नीचे ग्राउंड फ्लोर तक उतारने में कितना टाइम लगा, वहाँ से गाड़ी में बैठाने का, गाड़ी में बैठकर उससे एम्स तक पहुँचने में कितना टाइम लगा, इस स्पॉट पर पुलिस एक दिन बाद क्यों पहुँचती है, जब घटना हुई पुलिस को क्यों नहीं बुलाया गया, और जो मल्टीपल इंजरी की बात सामने आ रही है वो मृत्यु पूर्व इंजरीज हैं, तो वो जब ये हैंगिंग वाली स्थिति थी क्या उस दौरान लगी या उतारने के दौरान लगी या पहले उसको इंजर्ड किया गया, मतलब उसके साथ मारपीट हुई, बाएं हाथ में चोट के जो निशान हैं, 3 चोट के निशान, गले पर जो 2 निशान दिख रहे हैं वो 2 निशान किस तरह से आए, इन सभी चीज़ों को बारीकी से इन्वेस्टिगेट करना है और इसीलिए ये पूरा 2 घंटे से प्रोसेस चल रही है और अभी कह सकते हैं कि करीब 1 घंटा का समय और लगेगा इस पूरी प्रक्रिया को करने में। फिर इस रिक्रिएशन की वीडियोग्राफी भी की जा रही है और एक फुटेज पुलिस ने भी सीबीआई को उपलब्ध कराया है, जिसमें जब ये इस मकान को सील किया गया था उस दौरान का है, उसमें 30 मिनट का रिकॉर्डिंग है, वो उससे भी इसका मिलान किया जाएगा। इसके अलावा एसआईटी ने जो एफएसएल की टीम को बुलाकर उस दौरान घटनास्थल के जो फोटोग्राफी की और वीडियोज़ बनाए उससे मिलान किया जाएगा, क्योंकि ये भी आरोप लगे कि इस क्राइम स्पॉट को जो है और जिस रूम में तुषा रहती थी उसे देर से सील किया गया। दूसरा तरफ एक आरोप ये भी लगा कि गिरीवाला एंटीसिपेटरी वेल के दौरान इसी मकान में मौजूद थी, तो क्या कुछ एविडेंस डिस्ट्रॉय तो नहीं किए गए। इन सब चीज़ों के जवाब सीबीआई को चाहिए और सीबीआई पूरी जो एविडेंस इन्वेस्टिगेशन है वो वैज्ञानिक तरीके से करती है, फिजिकल वेरीफाई करती है चीज़ों को और उसके हिसाब से चार्जशीट कोर्ट में पेश करती है। और किसी भी मामले की जो है सुनवाई कोर्ट में जब होती है तो चार्जशीट अगर मजबूत है तो उससे आरोप तय करने में कोर्ट को मदद मिलती है। तो चार्जशीट जितनी मजबूत होगी केस उतना मजबूत होगा और चार्जशीट तभी मजबूत होती है जब बारीकी से इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाए और इसीलिए घंटों से ये जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है इसमें सीन रिक्रिएशन का इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसलिए ज़रूरी होता है कि अगर कोई झूठ बोल रहा है तो उसे उसके बॉडी लैंग्वेज से या उसके बयान से उसे पकड़ा जा सकता है, क्योंकि इस रिक्रिएशन से पहले समर सिंह के भी स्टेटमेंट हुए हैं, घंटों से पूछताछ की गई है, गिरीवाला सिंह के भी स्टेटमेंट हुए हैं, दोनों को क्रॉस एग्जामिन भी किया गया है, आमने सामने बैठाकर बयान लिए गए हैं। तो अगर उनके बयानों में विरोधाभास होगा, जो स्टेटमेंट सीबीआई दफ्तर में लिए गए, घर पे लिए गए या आमने सामने बैठा कर लिए गए, और अभी जो वो बता रहे हैं अभी भी कि देखिए यहाँ पर जो एक फिजिकली डमी डेड बॉडी के साथ सीन रिक्रिएशन तो चल ही रहा है, लेकिन इसके साथ साथ सीबीआई के अफसर स्वराज सिंह से, समर सिंह से, गिरीवाला से सवाल जवाब भी कर रहे हैं। तो हो सकता है कि जो स्टेटमेंट आरोपियों ने बंद रूम में इन्वेस्टिगेशन के दौरान दिए हों और यहाँ पर जब वो स्टेटमेंट देंगे तो उसमें कुछ अंतर हो। अगर वो अंतर मेजर होता है, मतलब अगर वो अंतर में ये लगता है कि कुछ गफलत है, तो वो एक पॉइंट होगा जिसे सीबीआई पिच करेगी, उसके आधार पर फिर आगे बढ़ेगी, क्योंकि सीबीआई क्रॉस एग्जामिन करेगी कि आपने जब लॉकअप में या रिमांड के दौरान तो ये बोला था, लेकिन यहाँ पर आप ये दूसरी बात बोल रहे हैं। अगर इस तरह की चीज़ सामने आती है तो वो क्लू होगा सीबीआई के लिए सबसे बड़ा, जिसके आधार पर वो आगे इंटरोगेट करेंगे, इन्वेस्टिगेट करेंगे और किसी निर्णय तक, नतीजे तक पहुँचेंगे।
Vijay. Our correspondent, senior correspondent Satya Vijay continues to be with us while he's explaining what's happening right now. Harsh was also with us. We'll also try to go back to Harsh in this case because the crime scene is being recreated right now. All right, we'll repatch with, try to reconnect with Harsh in this case. And now you can see live visuals of the CBI team recreating the entire crime scene. So Giribala is there. She is being grilled by the CBI, being asked the questions on the last moments of Trisha Sharma, and she is continuously observing the dummy body in this case. As you can see, there is this belt around the neck of the dummy, which is being used because there were lapses in the previous post-mortem also, the first post-mortem which happened, and that's why the family demanded a second post-mortem. And also, see, they are also recreating the scene scene and also the way she was found at the last moment, exactly the location where the belt was found, analyzing the ligature marks on the body, and also now the questions are being asked on how exactly was the last scene. And now this is Samarth explaining to them, yes, this was how she was found at the last moment, and this is how I brought her down while she was found hanging in this case. However, Trisha's family alleges that this is not a case of suicide, it is a case of murder, because there were marks on the back of the head that were also found in this case. Now, Samarth explaining, and Samarth's brother is also there along with their mother, that is Giribala, the ex-judge, expert in the crime scene management, cyber forensic expert, an ex-judge at the location, and she earlier evaded questions and did not cooperate in the entire investigation, and she was quite relaxed even at the time when the body was being brought down, and she was calling influential people at the day of the death which happened. Now, live visuals coming in on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. CBI, as you can see, is investigating the matter, and this is Giribala being investigated, being grilled, asked, the questions are being asked, and as told by our senior correspondent Satya Vijay in this case, that they will be matching the replies, they will be matching the answers that were given during the interrogation, and also now they will match the replies, the answers that they are giving to them. All right, we will be joined by a guest, and all right, live visuals. Let's stay on the visuals, and we'll go to a guest also. And now the visuals are coming of how Giribala is being grilled by the CBI, and these are the visuals coming in live from Bhopal, from the first floor, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, she's being grilled, she's being asked the questions, and now minute details will be examined by the CBI. As you can see, it's not just any other agency, it is the CBI that is investigating the matter, and it will be hard to evade the questions because they are an expert agency in such crimes, especially when it becomes difficult, or when there is alleged cover-up in this case. And this is the Central Bureau of investigating the matter, investigating a senior influential person who is an ex-judge in this case. As you can see, Giribala being investigated, and she is being asked questions, being grilled by the CBI, and she's still, ladies and gentlemen, you must never forget the very fact that she is a crime scene expert, and she knows how to handle such situations. She has been in many such cases. She knows such cases as a judge because of her profession in this case. However, she was trying to influence the case from the day of the death, not informing the family, not calling the police, but trying to influence the case as much as possible. And also Samarth, who was on the run, Samarth was, and because of the campaign by Republic. Just imagine if there was no People's Campaign, if there was no Republic campaign, where this case might have led to. You can exactly understand the kind of scenario, because the family wanted a second post-mortem to happen that was not allowed earlier. The family wanted a CBI investigation which was not being allowed earlier, and after the intervention and the highlighting of the coverage by Republic especially, also you can understand how Supreme Court took a suo moto cognizance, and how, because she was given an anticipatory bail. This is Giribala, who was given an anticipatory bail in a hurry, and then later her anticipatory bail was cancelled by the court, by the High Court in this case, and the CBI was given custody of Giribala along with Samarth. Samarth had to come back. Samarth had to come back because of the pressure, because he clearly understood that it's no use, it will be in vain to keep running, because it's not just the local police that will keep on investigating the matter. The case has been highlighted, Republic is after the matter, and we were following up the story. It was the People's Campaign, and now you can see the family is getting closer to getting justice for their late daughter, that is Trisha Sharma in this case. And the Samarth was absconding for a very long time. He had to come come back. He tried to surrender. He was arrested, and because he too belongs to an influential family, son of an ex-judge himself, an advocate. They were misbehaving with our reporters also on the ground, and how he was being escorted by his fellow lawyers in this case. But we stood our ground and we kept following the story, and the family was also with us. All right, viewers, live visuals of the crime scene being recreated by the CBI while Giribala is there, while Samarth is there, using a dummy body. All right, viewers, we continue to track the story, and we'll bring you minute-to-minute updates of the crime scene recreation by the CBI while Giribala and Samarth are at the crime scene. Coming up after a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape,
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 30th.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Big Republic political scoop. Annamalai likely to announce new political party by the end of this week. Sources indicate Annamalai's new political movement will be set up with the sole focus of taking on Vijay's TTVK. "17-year-old Shah from Delhi succumbs to his injuries at hospital after he was shot at for standing up against bullying." Suvendu cabinet expands, 34 more ministers sworn in. Swapan Das Gupta, Arjun Singh, Ashok Dindar take oath. CID summons TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee in connection with forged signature probe in assembly letter. CBI recreates crime scene at Giribala's residence using a dummy body. Samat and Giribala also present at the scene. Hello and welcome viewers. Our top focus at this hour, what is unfolding at Giribala's residence at the moment. Now, CBI team in fact has reached the accused Giribala's residence to try and recreate the crime scene. Now, both the accused Giribala Singh and Samad Singh have been brought at the residence to recreate what exactly unfolded on the night of May 12th. In fact, a CBI team arrived carrying a dummy body to actually understand what unfolded where Twisha was found dead at the terrace, what unfolded on the night of May 12th. In fact, the team is now recreating the crime scene at the moment, and there's heavy police deployment outside the house as well. So this is an effort by the CBI officials to piece the puzzle together, to connect the dots of what unfolded on the night of May 12th. And the big focus here is on the belt that was allegedly used by Twisha to hang herself. Now, we're getting you visuals, in fact, from the terrace of Giribala's residence where CBI team is present. They're trying to recreate the entire crime scene as to what unfolded on the night Twisha was found dead. Now, both the accused, Samad Singh and Giribala Singh, have been brought to the crime scene to understand and to explain their stance as to what happened on the night.
जाहिर सी बात इस रिक्रिएशन के बाद नीचे जाएगी और जो बाकी एविडेंस है जैसे कि तुषा का जो रूम है और बाकी सब को एक बार फिर से खंगालेगी इस इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बाद। यहाँ पर जो बयान हुए हैं, जो पूछताछ में समर्थ ने, तुषा ने, समर्थ ने, गिरिबाला ने और स्वराज ने, इन लोगों ने जो भी स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पर दिए हैं, मैंने जैसा कि पहले भी कहा था कि उन बयानों को मैच भी किया जाएगा क्योंकि ये वो स्पॉट है जहाँ पर की घटना हुई थी और इस दौरान जब ये सीन रिक्रिएट किया गया, पूरा उसी तरह का एक एटमॉस्फेयर बनाया गया कि जिस दौरान फांसी लगी थी तो परिवार कैसे ऊपर पहुँचा, उन्होंने क्या देखा, देखने के बाद बॉडी लैंग्वेज क्या थी और फिर किस तरह से बॉडी को फंदे से उतारा, उसे उतारने में कितने लोगों की मदद लगी और उसके बाद उस नॉट को, गठान को किसने खोला, फिर नीचे जाते हुए वो सब जो है रिक्रिएशन सीबीआई की टीम ने यहाँ पर कर लिया है। और देखिए अब यहाँ पर आपको समर्थ गिरिबाला नहीं दिख रहे होंगे क्योंकि एक टीम सीबीआई की जो है कई पार्ट्स में सीबीआई की टीम काम कर रही, तो एक टीम जो है वो अब नीचे लेकर गई है गिरिबाला को, समर्थ को, और उन लोगों से जाहिर सी बात है कि जो बाकी इस इंक्वायरी के बाद जो बयान दर्ज होने हैं वो किए जाएंगे। चूँकि अभी रिमांड पर ही हैं गिरिबाला और समर्थ, कल तक इनका रिमांड है, कल 2 बजे 2:30 बजे तक कोर्ट में पेश करना है। तो अब ये जो पूरी वीडियोग्राफी की गई है और ये जो बातचीत है, ये जो कन्वर्सेशन है समर्थ के साथ, गिरिबाला के साथ इस क्राइम सीन पर, ये काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण होगा। और जिस तरह की बातें सामने आई थी, जो लूपहोल्स भोपाल पुलिस जो एसआईटी गठित की गई थी उसकी थी, उन गलतियों से बचते हुए सीबीआई ने उनसे सीख लेते हुए पूरा ये रिक्रिएशन किया है। और जिस तरह से सवाल खड़े हुए थे एसआईटी की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में, जैसे कि ये जो बेल्ट है जिससे फांसी लगाई, इसे लेट
All right, viewers, we're getting live visuals of CBI team, in fact, recreating the crime scene at Giribala's residence. They're undertaking comprehensive simulation of what exactly unfolded on the night Twisha was found dead at Giribala's residence. Now, you can see all the CBI officials present on the spot. In fact, both the accused Samarth Singh and Giribala Singh have been brought to the crime scene to explain how did they find Twisha's body, what is their version of the story, and to cross-examine what exactly unfolded on that night using the belt as well, the mystery belt, in fact, which was not given during both the autopsies which have been conducted so far. Now, the CBI team, in fact, is present on the spot trying to understand the height of Twisha, whether or not that matches with the version which has been provided by both the accused in the case. So cross-examination is also underway. And as you can see on your screen, in fact, right now, a comprehensive simulation of what exactly unfolded on the night of May 12th. CBI is now trying to connect those dots to piece together the puzzle, the entire sequence of what unfolded on that night at Giribala's residence. Now, this comes as CBI, in fact, has deepened its investigation into the case. They've already set up a camp in Bhopal to ensure that all the evidence that they collect can be secured properly. And now, even as both the accused are in CBI's custody, the team is present at Giribala's residence to recreate the crime scene. Republic continues to get you live visuals from outside Giribala's residence. In fact, now the team, as you can see on your screen, is present on the first floor of the residence. This is where Twisha was found dead. Now, according to the version given by Giribala, she's the one who found her hanging. So, CBI team now cross-examining all the versions provided by both the accused and also trying to recreate the crime scene at that very spot where Twisha was found. Now, they're also carrying the belt, the mystery belt, with them to ascertain both the versions which have been given by Samarth and Giribala, and to correlate this with all the evidence they've collected so far from the residents. So right now, investigation underway at Giribala's residence, where a comprehensive simulation, in fact, is being undertaken by the CBI team, which is present on the spot. And these are live visuals we're getting you from Giribala's residence. Now, both the accused, Samarth Singh, and the mother-in-law, Giribala Singh, have been brought to the crime scene to explain their stance of what exactly unfolded. And right now, as you can see, they're trying to scan the entire crime spot, gather more evidence, and to piece together what exactly unfolded on that night. This comes right after the High Court, in fact, the Supreme Court, in fact, ordered a CBI investigation into this case. And we have seen wheels of justice, in fact, pacing rapidly ever since CBI has taken over the investigation in this case. Now, the second autopsy report is yet to come, but CBI continues to gather more evidence from the crime spot. They're trying to recreate what exactly unfolded on that night when Twisha was found dead. Now, remember, the last call that she made was to her mother. Twisha called her mother at around 10:05 p.m. and then she abruptly hung up the phone. And then there were several calls made by Twisha's family. And at exactly 10:15 is when Giribala answered one of the calls saying that Twisha is no more. So what exactly unfolded in
the span of those 10 minutes is what CBI is now trying to understand and trying to recreate at the crime spot in Giribala's house. We're getting you live visuals of that entire investigation unfolding at the moment by CBI officials at the crime spot. Both the accused, in fact, Giribala Singh and Samat Singh, have also been brought to the spot to understand their versions, to cross-examine it, and to also cross-examine it with the evidence that they're collecting from the crime spot. And the mystery belt which Twisha allegedly used to hang herself is also present there. They're trying to ascertain the height, the weight, whether or not that matches with both the versions that have been provided by Samat Singh and Giribala Singh in their testimonies, in fact. So constant grilling is also on. Meanwhile, the entire scanning of crime spot is also taking place by the CBI officials at the crime spot. So these are visuals on your screen from Giribala's residence. All right, Neha Shah, a forensic expert, now joins us live on the broadcast. Ms. Shah, I want to ask you, we're looking at CBI team trying to recreate what exactly unfolded on the night of May 12th. Help us understand how this part of the investigation is going to plug the gaps and answer the questions that have been pending so far.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, the crime scene reconstruction is very helpful regarding the what has actually been happened in that particular point of time. Like as they are claiming that how they have bring the body down from that particular rope, whether that particular rope was enough to take the weight of that particular body, whether that tensile strength was enough to take the weight of the body, on what platform that particular body was standing, and how many people were involved while bringing down the body, wherever they have touched their objects. Possibilities is there might be having a fingerprint or footprint over there. So all these circumstantial evidence can help us to understand and correlate whatever the statement is given by the Samat Singh and Mrs. Giribala Singh, whatever they are saying. It will be very helpful to correlate with the statement. Whatever they are saying, it is actually matching with the events while they are reconstructing the crime scene, and it will be very helpful in proving the crime scene over there, which will be helpful for the accused person also and the victim family also to know what is the actual fact and what has actually happened over there.
All right, I get your point that this is how the gaps are going to be plugged in this investigation. And on the broadcast, we're also being joined by Dinesh Rao, who's also a forensic expert. Thank you, Mr. Rao, for joining us on the broadcast. Now, I want to ask you, sir, at present, CBI team has got a dummy body also, which weighs around the same weight of Twisha. They've got the noose and the belt, which was allegedly used in the crime. Help us understand how this reconstruction of the entire crime scene is going to help us with the further investigation.
See, especially in these cases, I think, the ligature mark, the pattern and the way the ligature mark has been distributed on the neck, especially the oblique nature and the multiplicity of the ligature mark is one aspect. And that thing to be corroborated with the statement given, because here the statement given happened to be, the witnesses happened to be his husband and mother-in-law. They have stated that they have taken the victim out of the noose. That means they have very well seen the type of noose, the knot, and the way it has been suspended. So that has to corroborate with the type of the ligature mark or imprint which can leave it on the neck. So that has to be recreated. So if this is very, very vital, the reason being is the statement given by the so-called witnesses has to corroborate with the type of the ligature or the ligature material or the knot or the noose and with that of the dimensions of the injuries. If there is a discrepancy in the position of the knot, because as you know, the ligature mark on the neck, it is an irregular ligature mark. multiplicity of the ligature mark, and it is also an incomplete ligature mark. So where there is an incompleteness, where there is absence of ligature mark, that should be the area where there should have been a so-called point of suspension, or the area where the knot would have been there. So again, it depends on it's a slip knot or a granage knot or a fixed knot. So all these aspects can be, and the multiplicity of the ligature mark. So that can be understood the explanation given by the so-called witnesses. So if there is a discrepancy, I'm telling you, if there is a discrepancy, I am sure that witnesses will become suspects or so-called accused. So this is how this type of simulation in such incidences or such cases will definitely add up more light to the investigation, and it will also help the investigator to understand that the statement given by the so-called witnesses, is it right or not, or they have an intention, or they are part of the crime.
All right, Mr. Rao, I have a question. You know, there were several antemortem injuries which were found on Twisha's body. Now, the High Court said that could be due to a struggle or a scuffle that took place right before she passed away. So are those questions also going to be answered through this reconstruction? Definitely, because see, this reconstruction, that is the actual reason for which the reconstructions has been made. In such instances, the way the body was being taken out of the noose, the way, the place where it has been kept, so all these things will be closely observed. Actually, this is the way a videograph has to be done, so that to later to understand and discuss the statement given by the so-called witnesses. So this type of injuries, of course, the nature, the distribution and the pattern, what we say, of those injuries definitely doesn't correspond to the so-called accidental in nature. It is a non-accidental injuries we call. That means maybe a resulting out of a so-called an assault. So that will definitely be substantiated by the statement given. And again, as I said, if there is a discrepancy, again, the witnesses will turn out to be suspects or so-called accused. All right, Ms. Neha also continues to stay with us. Ms. Neha, coming back to you. Now, this belt, there's a lot of mystery surrounding this belt, the alleged belt that Twisha used to hang herself. Now, this was not given in both the autopsy reports. I want to understand, how do we look at this belt now being used in this investigation as part of this reconstruction? And what are the questions that this belt can specifically answer?
Material which is used while hanging is very important in this case, because it itself speak out, because whatever the pattern is developed around the neck, the pattern is getting matched with the particular suspected belt which has been claiming that using that particular belt the hanging has been done. So it is very important that that particular belt has to be submitted during the post-mortem, and it has to be get matched with the pattern developed around the neck, whether it is getting matched or not. The multiple, as sir said, the multiple round mark was there around the neck. So that hanging pattern is getting matched with that particular belt or not. So, and whether that belt is able to lift that too much 70 to 80 kg body. So it is very important to examine that particular belt during the post-mortem, as well as by the forensic expert as well, to get the proper evidence regarding this case.
All right, Ms. Shah and Mr. Rao, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast and helping us understand what exactly this reconstruction means for the investigation going ahead. And now we are shifting focus. The victim, Sai, in the Delhi Amar Colony shooting case, has now passed away after being in intensive care unit for the last 2 days. Meanwhile, according to sources, the main accused, who the police say is a 16-year-old, has now been arrested by the Delhi Police Crime Branch. We are also coming to learn that at the moment the name of the accused has not been mentioned in the FIR filed by the police. So police say it is a minor, a juvenile in fact, therefore they're not mentioning the name of the shooter in this case, but the family in fact claims otherwise. And at the moment, Sai, in fact, who was a 17-year-old student, was out there to have food with his friends, was shot dead by the police when he was trying to stand up for his friend, when he was trying to stand up against injustice. And now, in fact, he succumbed to the fatal gunshot wounds, we are given to understand. And the main accused has now been nabbed by the police, while the other co-accused still remain on the run. All right, my colleague Saurav also joins me with more details on this. Saurav, take us through the latest as far as investigation is concerned in this case.
Yes, the investigation in this case is still going on as the police, Delhi Police Crime Branch has arrested 3 of the main accused in this case, and main accused Araf Chaudhary is also arrested by Delhi Police Crime Branch related to this case. And now, as we speak, the body of the victim Sai is going for the post-mortem as he passed away few minutes back, and it is confirmed to the Republic by the family of the victim that the 17-year-old boy now passed away because of the gunshot which was fired by the main accused Araf. And now the police has arrested all the 3 accused in this case. And now the police has arrested all
the 3 accused in this case, and the further interrogation in this case is still going on. And now the family is grieving, and the body of the victim Sai has been sent for the post-mortem, and the main reason behind the passing away of the victim Sai will be confirmed only once the post-mortem is done. Back to you.
Right, Saurav, thanks so much for joining us. And in fact, viewers, let's also listen in to what Sai's parents had to say on this entire process unfolding. Let's take a listen.
We also have with us the mother of the victim who is joining us on this broadcast. तो मैडम क्या बोला है डॉक्टर्स ने?
डॉक्टर्स ने बोला है कि जब तक उसका माइंड नहीं चलेगा तब तक वो कुछ भी नहीं कर पाएगा, और वो कंडीशन ठीक नहीं है उसकी। मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए, जैसे भी था वैसे ही चाहिए। और दूसरी बात, जिसने ये सब किया है उसके माँ बाप को सारा शय जाता है। उन्होंने उसको ऐसे किया है क्योंकि ऐसे कोई बच्चा बंदूक नहीं उठाता जब तक उसके माँ बाप न चाहे, सपोर्ट नहीं करते। हमें इतना पता है कि हमारे बेटे के साथ बहुत नाइंसाफ़ी हुई है और उसका उनको फल भरना पड़ेगा, और मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए क्योंकि उसकी हालत बहुत गंभीर है। उसके माँ बाप को उठवाओ, उसको फांसी की सजा दिलवाओ, बंदूक से उड़वाओ, मुझे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता। मैं सारे मिले
बड़े बड़े नेता के लड़के हैं ये सब उनको लोग जानबूझ के, इसीलिए वो केस से अभी भी वो हैं। इसीलिए इनको सबको सर, मुझे नहीं सर, इनको छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए सर, ये किसी के बच्चे को।
This is a horrific incident which took place on May 26th evening, where a 17-year-old boy was shot by 3 goons in the Amar Colony area. And now we have with us the family of the victim. We have with us the father of the victim. तो सर क्या हुआ था वहाँ पे पूरा?
सर हमारे बच्चे स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं 12th क्लास में, तो हमारे सारे बच्चे वहाँ अपना घूमने गए थे। तो वहाँ पे जाट चाप वाले दुकान है, तो वहाँ पे उन लोगों ने चाप ऑर्डर करके खाना खा रहे थे। तो ये और इसकी फ्रेंड थी, बाकी और भी फ्रेंड आने वाले थे। तो जब तक इन्होंने सोचा हम ऑर्डर करके जब तक कुछ ना कुछ खाते हैं, तो इन्होंने ऑर्डर करके खाने लग गए। तो 3 लड़के बदमाश जो आतंकवादी हैं वो उन्होंने आके वहाँ पे उनके चारों तरफा घूमने लग गए और लड़की की चेयर को छेड़खानी करने लग गए। फिर गलत कमेंट भी करा उन्होंने। मेरे बेटे ने मना करा कि भाई क्या कर रहे हो आप, तो उन्होंने कहा ज़्यादा बन रहा है तेरे को, मैं बताऊं? तो मैंने कहा भाई बेटे ने बोला कि नहीं कोई नहीं भाई, कोई बात नहीं। उसने कुछ नहीं कह के चुपचाप खाने लग गया। वो लोग गए हैं, कुछ सेकंड बाहर गए, आके तुरंत ही उसने मेरे बेटे को गोली पीछे से 2 राउंड गोली चलाई है। उसके बाद मेरा बेटा उठ नहीं पाया, वहीं गिर गया है। बस मेरे बेटे को जैसे मारा है वैसे इन लड़कों को भी मारना चाहिए, क्योंकि इनके पिता भी सारे मिले हुए हैं। इनके पिता भी सारे, जितने इन बच्चों ने कराया वैसे पिता भी इनके हकदार हैं, क्योंकि बचाने के लिए वो सब पूरे आ रहे हैं। वही उन्होंने ही पूरा पॉलिटिक्स, पूरे सारे नेता लोग जितने भी सब मिले हुए हैं इसमें, क्योंकि इन लोगों ने पहले भी क्राइम पिछले साल कालका जी में मारा है एक लड़का ऐसे ही सेम। क्यों ये अपना गैंग बनाना चाहते हैं, आतंकवादी अपना जो जैसे है उस तरीके से। साउथ दिल्ली में यहाँ 20 स्कूल हैं, कालका जी के आसपास ये जीके में सारे 20 स्कूल हाई फाई स्कूल हैं। वहाँ पे कोई भी बच्चा जो भी मिल रहा है उसको ऐसे कर रहे हैं। सर ये कैसे, ये तो आतंकवादी है। इसमें हमारे बड़े बड़े मोदी जी, अमित शाह जी को कुछ ना कुछ कदम करना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो सर आज मेरा बेटा गया है, कल को तुम सबके भी बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं। वहाँ हाई फाई स्कूल है सर, इतने साउथ दिल्ली मेन, अगर दिल्ली में ये क्राइम हो रहा है तो सर बोलिए बाकी का क्या होगा।
जैसे गोली मारी है ऐसे है गोली उनको भी मारी जाए, जैसे बच्चा दो
अगर राजनीति में ऐसे करेंगे तो देश का क्या होगा, देश की कैसे रक्षा होगी। आम अगर दिल्ली में सेफ नहीं है तो कहाँ पे सेफ होंगे। हमारे बच्चों को इंसाफ चाहिए और जिसने ये किया है उनको फांसी चाहिए, बिल्कुल फांसी चाहिए, नहीं हम छोड़ेंगे नहीं। लास्ट टाइम में चाहे वो नेता का हो चाहे वो कोई हो, उनको भी फांसी लगनी चाहिए, उनको भी ऐसी हालत कर दो जैसे हमारे बच्चे की करी है उन्होंने। हम कुछ नहीं चाहते, हम कुछ नहीं चाहिए, हमें इंसाफ चाहिए, बस इंसाफ चाहिए। जैसे हमारे बच्चों को कराई उन्होंने ऐसी गोली लगनी चाहिए, उनको भी गोली लगनी चाहिए। मासूम बच्चा है, 16-17 साल का लड़का है, उन्होंने ऐसा काम किया है कि जिंदगी में कभी कोई किसी का लड़का है, घर में भी ऊंची आवाज में बात नहीं करता। मैं उसे छोटे पर से जानती हूँ, कभी किसी से ऊंची आवाज में बात नहीं करता, इतना सीधा लड़का है, तो बाहर ही क्या बोलेगा। हमें बस इंसाफ चाहिए, जिसने भी किया है उनको और उनके घर वालों को खींच के और फांसी चाहिए बस।
हमें सर योगी सरकार कानून चाहिए कि योगी सरकार कानून चाहिए, क्योंकि जिस तरीके से योगी सरकार ने अभी कि जिसके बच्चे को मारा उन्होंने इनकाउंटर किया, उस तरीके से इनकाउंटर होंगे तभी दिल्ली का कानून। क्योंकि यहाँ तो सर वो पिछले साल भी उसने किसी को कालकाजी में गोली मारी अभी, क्योंकि वो 17-18 साल और प्लस पॉलिटिक्स उनके पूरे परिवार की वजह से सर ये सब बचते जा रहे हैं। सर वो फिर कह रहे हैं कि हम फिर आएंगे, फिर किसी बच्चे को मारेंगे। सर जब तक ये कानून, हमारा सरकार अगर इनके साथ कुछ गलत नहीं करेगा, ये खुले सर आजाद है, आतंकवादी है सर, आतंकवादी क्राइम। सर बस इंसाफ चाहिए सर, मुझे नहीं मेरे बच्चे के साथ बहुत गलत हुआ है सर। अगर यही सर और भी इतने परिवार है, सबके बच्चे पढ़ते हैं, आज मेरा बच्चा था, कल किसी और का भी बच्चा हो सकता है। वही हम समझा रहे हैं सर कि इनको नहीं कुछ करेंगे तो ये खुला होके और भी सर क्राइम ये खुले सर। इंस्टाग्राम पे भी वीडियो बना के बाकायदा डाल रहे हैं कि हम साउथ दिल्ली शूटर हैं, कि हम साउथ दिल्ली शूटर किंग हैं, हम किसी को भी गोली मार सकते हैं।
All right, viewers, getting you all the details on this shooting case incident where the victim, a size 17-year-old student, has now succumbed to fatal gunshot wounds. Getting you all the details on the investigation so far, how Sai was killed for standing up against police on the other side.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, Is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization?
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो बंटवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 30th.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The big Republic political scoop. Annamalai likely to announce new party by the end of the week. Sources indicate Annamalai's new political movement to be set up with the sole focus on taking on Vijay's TTVK. 17-year-old Shah from Delhi succumbs to his injuries at a hospital after he was shot at for standing up against bullying. Shuvendu cabinet expands, 35 more ministers sworn in. Shwapan Das Gupta, Arjun Singh and Ashok Dinda take oath. CID summons TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee in connection with the forged signature probe in assembly letter. CBI recreates the crime scene at Giribala's residence using a dummy body. Samarth present at the scene. Very warm welcome. You're watching Republic and I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Start with the news from the National Capital viewers. A victim who was shot at today in Delhi's Amar colony, Shah, has succumbed to the injuries. He has passed away in the hospital after being in the intensive care for the last 2 days. Viewers, according to sources, the main accused in this case is a 16-year-old as per the police, and he has been arrested by the Delhi Police Crime Branch. We are also learning that the name of the accused was also not mentioned in the initial FIR filed by the police. And there is a chorus for justice for Shah. Saurabh is joining us live on the broadcast for more. Now, the Shah's, the victim's parents have said that, that he has passed away, Saurabh, is what we are understanding. This is very unfortunate what we are learning. Tell us more details, the latest that you're picking up in this investigation as well.
Yes, Rakshita, the 17-year-old boy who was shot brutally in the Amar Colony area now passed away in AIIMS Trauma Center, and as we speak, his body is going for the post-mortem. And currently, what we are picking from the Delhi Police Crime Branch is that all the three main accused in this case have been arrested by the Delhi police, and the key accused, who is a 16-year-old boy, he is also arrested by the Delhi police crime branch, and currently the further interrogation in this case is going on. However, the family, while talking to the Republic, alleged that this key accused family had very good connections with the politicians, and they have a very strong background. That is why the police is not cooperating with the victim's family, and there are also several allegations on the victim's family. And let me tell our viewers that the main accused has also been named in the FIR which was registered in last year 2025, as he was also involved in another major shooting incident which took place in Okhla last year. However, the family is currently grieving, and the 17-year-old boy who was brutally shot in the Amar Colony area lost his life in AIMS Trauma Center. This is the latest update which we are showing you on Republic, and this is the major report which we are fetching from the ground. Back to you, Rakshita.
It's a 16-year-old or 17-year-old who is the key accused there. And anything more that we are learning as far as his background is concerned? Because as you clearly mentioned that the name was not being mentioned in the first FIR. That of course shows that how the police had not been in fact being proactive, and this of course raises many questions as to how the police is functioning. Now you also have the CCTV footage, viewers, that we've accessed. If you could describe for us, Saurabh, who all have been identified from this footage. Okay, just I thank you, Saurabh. We are just going across to Yogi Adityanath, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, speaking on the Ghaziabad murder case of that happened on Bakrid. Okay, we'll go back to it again when we get the live feed. But okay, I'll go across to Saurabh once again. Saurabh, describe to us about this footage that we've accessed from the CCTV.
Yes, in this footage, 3 people were seen running after committing this heinous crime in the Amar Colonies area, and in this footage you can clearly see that the 3 people are running, and the person who is running in the middle is the key accused in this crime which took place in Amar Colonies area on the evening of May 26, where he shot a 17-year-old boy who came to have dinner with his friends at that night, and there was an alteration broke out between the key accused and the victim, as this key accused is accompanied by 4 of his friends on that night, and the victim was accompanied by his friend. And when the 4 accused started touching the chair of his friend, then the victim confronted them and asked them to stop this, following which all the 4 accused got angry and they got outside that eatery. But following 2-3 minutes, they came back and they shot the victim on the back of his head. According to the family, 2 rounds were shot at the back of his head, due to which he was rushed to the hospital. He lost his conscience, and for the past 6 days he was in coma and he was surviving on the ventilator. But sadly, on today's afternoon, the victim lost his life and he succumbed to his injuries. And now, as we speak, the body of the victim is going for the post-mortem. And after the post-mortem, only the major reason behind his death will be confirmed by the doctors. And this is the major thing which we are fetching from the ground, and the police is still interrogating all the 3 accused, which they have arrested, and the further interrogation is going on. Rakshita.
All right, Saurabh, many thanks for joining us with details coming in on that story. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the news coming in from West Bengal. Shandipan Shah and Ritubrata Banerjee have been expelled from the Trinamool Congress now. In fact, this has been also mentioned by Shubhendu Adhikari in a PC, in a press conference, where he said that the whole investigation about the signature forgery case in Assembly by TMC leadership, especially TMC General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, was started due to the complaint by TMC leaders, TMC MPs and MLAs themselves. And now we have at least 2 of them being expelled, viewers. Ritubrata Banerjee and Shandipan Shah, sources tell us, had complained And the signature of the TMC MLAs were forged by Abhishek Banerjee and a few more in TMC leadership. Kisholai joins us on the phone line for more. Kisholai, this is an admission, if we can say. We have to go by what the two TMC MLAs are saying, and they have been now expelled as they made these sensational claims.
Well, exactly. Now I can tell you that we don't even have to use the word sources anymore, because we have the letter, the complaint copy, where we have where it is very clearly mentioned. Both Shondipon and Ritobroto TMC MLAs who are expelled right now have mentioned in that complaint copy that the TMC leadership, especially it's about the TMC General Secretary Abhishek Banerjee, using their signatures, using forged signatures of TMC MLAs in order to submit a resolution in the West Bengal Assembly for election of the leader of opposition. To put it in easy words, a resolution was submitted by the TMC in the Assembly to the Speaker saying that Shobhandev Chatterjee would be their leader of opposition. It had signatures of many TMC MLAs, and those signatures were not even done by the MLAs themselves. All these signatures, according to this complaint copy by Ritobroto and Shondipon, both TMC MLAs now expelled, they have mentioned that these signatures were forged by the TMC leadership. This was forged by Abhishek Banerjee. So they were not signing, the MLAs were not signing themselves. It was the TMC leaders who were signing for the MLAs without their consent. This complaint copy was submitted to the Speaker, which was then passed on to the police and then went to the CID. That is the reason why the CID has summoned Abhishek Banerjee, and also the CID is investigating the matter. We saw CID team in Nayana Banerjee's house as well a few days back. She is also a TMC MLA. So it's a very big breaking news where TMC MLAs are complaining about two TMC MLAs three TMC MLAs apart from these two we are talking about have admitted that they did not sign in that paper. They were not present when the signature in this resolution was done. So these signatures of TMC MLAs were forged by Abhishek Banerjee and his gang, nephew of Mamata Banerjee, Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee and his gang, and this resolution was submitted to the Speaker and then it was brought to notice. Now both of these MLAs, Ritobroto and Shondipon, have been expelled by the TMC for anti-party. The reason has been shown that they have engaged in anti-party activities, and now they have been removed from the TMC. They are expelled from the TMC. So very big breaking news coming in. Shubhendu Adhikari, the Chief Minister, held a press conference a while back saying that it is not the government who started this investigation, but it is the TMC MLAs who went to the Speaker, submitted a complaint copy that their signatures are being forged by the TMC leadership, and hence this whole process of investigation by the CID was started.
Just stay with us, Kishola. We have another alert coming in, another breaking news coming in, that is in connection with the CID summons to Abhishek Banerjee. Now, what we are understanding is that Abhishek Banerjee is going to skip these summons. He's been summoned today, and he has written to the CID that he is unwell and he cannot go for this questioning, and he has sought 15 days time as well, Kisholai.
About this particular case where signed signatures were forged and CID had summoned Abhishek Banerjee. They went to his house and summoned him. Now he is saying that today was the day of the summons, so he was supposed to appear today. Now he is saying that I'm sick, I cannot come. So Abhishek Banerjee is scared. He's anyway a coward person. We saw how eggs were thrown at him and he was running for his life that day 2 days back. And Abhishek Banerjee is a coward person. He's Bhaipo of Mamata Banerjee, nephew, and he's very coward. He's coward like a rabbit. He was hiding inside a party worker's house that day in front of the anger of the people. General people are very angry on Abhishek Banerjee because of all the misdeeds and all the corruption that he has conducted, all the gundagiri that he has done. Now, he is also avoiding the CID summons. This CID summon is connection with the same case I was talking about, the case of sign forgery, signature forgery. Abhishek Banerjee and his gang has forged signatures of TMC MLAs, and this has been complained to the speaker. The complaint has been submitted to the speaker, and the speaker has forwarded that complaint to the CID, and the CID has taken up this matter, and CID has summoned Abhishek Banerjee, and Abhishek Banerjee has now said that he cannot appear because he is sick. Now we have to see what action the IO takes in this regard, because the Chief Minister a while back, while holding a press conference, said that if the accused does not appear in front of the CID in spite of summons, then the IO will take appropriate action as per the procedures and as per the law.
Stay with us, because we have now another update coming in this case. Now, West Bengal CID has formed SIT, Special Investigation Team, to investigate the alleged discrepancies in the signatures of the TMC MLAs in the letter that has been sent to the Assembly House from the party. And 5-member SIT is being headed by one DIG rank officer to probe the case. So we're getting Kisholai minute-by-minute updates, and we see that this case has become one of the most biggest, one of the biggest flashpoints as far as what's happening in Bengal politics is concerned right now. The government has also formed an SIT.
Exactly, a SIT has been formed by the government now. Shubhendu Adhikari, the Chief Minister, has mentioned about this a while back in a press conference at Nabanno, the State Secretariat. He has said that it's a very serious matter. Signatures are being forged by the highest leadership of the TMC, and that those forged signatures are of the TMC MLAs themselves, and the MLAs are complaining about it. So a SIT has been formed. As you rightly pointed out, a DIG has been, the DIG is heading that SIT, and this particular SIT will take into cognizance all aspects of this forgery. This is also a corruption, a major corruption, even after the TMC left the government, even after the TMC was expelled from the government. In fact, Mamata Banerjee didn't even resign. She had to be expelled by the governor. So it's an expelled government. She's an expelled chief minister. In spite of that fact, getting only 80 seats out of the 293 seats, 294 seats. Now we see what's happening is, even with those now 80 MLAs, the highest leadership of the TMC is forging signatures, and a SIT has been formed now, which will take legal action against the accused.
All right. Many thanks, Kisholai, for joining us with details coming in on that big story from West Bengal. Viewers, the Bengal government has formed an SIT. The TMC MLAs have also, in fact, now said that have in fact made a big claim as far as this case is concerned. A CID is probing this case. Abhishek Banerjee has skipped the summons in the case, and that's the big breaking news we have right now. In fact, we have Shubhendu Adhikari's reaction also coming in. Listen in.
सरकार का कोई रोल नहीं है. जो कंप्लेन है, कंप्लेन दो टीएमसी का एमएलए ने किया है, ऋतव्रत बंदोपाध्याय और संदीपन शाह. इसमें कोई हमारी रोल नहीं है. लेकिन हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन में प्राइमरी जो मिला है बहुत खतरनाक, चिंता का बात है. एक रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो 15 साल सरकार चलाया, उन्होंने अपने खुद एमएलए का सिग्नेचर फॉल्स करके भेज रहा है असेंबली के अंदर. जो हमारी मंदिर है, गणतंत्र का मंदिर है, वहां भेज रहा है.
So that was Shubhendu Adhikari. If Kisholai is still with us, we can go across to him. Kisholai, well, it was the Chief Minister on record saying that it's the MLAs from the TMC themselves who've raised this complaint. And in fact, we've seen that as a result, they've been also expelled, is what we know. And now the investigation is going to pick up pace. Was also, okay, I think we have lost that connection with Kisholai, but right now we will be slipping to a very, very short break, viewers. But on the other side, Public TV continues with the big story coming in from Tamil Nadu, as well as Annamalai is likely to announce a new party by the end of this week, and we have much more lined up for you. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a
right now, India-Oman Economic Partnership Pact update coming in on the agreement. It's entering into force today. In fact, this is a statement coming in from the Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. And as we are just going to get you more details on that, Piyush Goyal, the Minister for Commerce, has made this announcement. India-Oman Partnership, Economic Partnership, that's very, very, of course, important. As far as the boosting the tie with the Gulf countries are concerned, the economic ties is concerned. And in fact, it's a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, CEPA, that is CEPA, and it's a landmark free trade framework between the two nations. In fact, it's signed in December 2025 during Prime Minister Narendra Modi's state visit to Muscat. And it marks Oman's first bilateral trade pact in 2 decades. And it also serves as a major pillar in India's West Asian economic architecture. And it has bilateral economic relationship. Substantial trade barriers are also eliminated with this agreement, viewers. Oman has granted the immediate 100% duty-free market access across 98.08% on its tariff lines, covering 99.38% of India's current export value. For Omani exports, India is offering tariff concessions across 77.79% of its total tariff lines. And viewers, this is, of course, very, very important how India diversifies its trade partnership That is, of course, very, very important to note. It has now come in effect, so it becomes very, very important. In fact, the Prime Minister has shared an article also highlighting the economic benefits of the CEPA, that CEPA, and it has now come into effect. It has now come into force. It becomes very important at a crucial time with what's happening in the world, with the impact of the conflicts on trade as well. The Prime Minister's office, in fact, in a post on X, has talked about the agreement of Indian exporters. We can go to the visuals. I'll continue to give the details. The agreement offers the Indian exporters, more importantly, an opportunity to diversify markets.
Constant guidance and support and clear direction to both teams to conclude this agreement in a very fair, equitable and balanced manner. I would also like to place on record my appreciation for both the chief negotiators, Pankaj Khinji and Ajay Bhadu, for the fabulous work that they have done. Also to their teams cutting across various ministries in both countries who burnt the midnight oil and made this agreement a grand success. Today we are celebrating the joy in the lives of 75 lakh plus beneficiaries of the Swanidhi Yojana, which was launched during COVID-19. Over 1 crore 12 lakh loans, 1 crore 12 lakh loans, aggregating 17,800 crores have been given to urban street vendors, which has truly been a game changer and impacted their livelihood, increased their incomes and improved their lives and lifestyles. This was truly a welfare and financial inclusion measure of significance towards a section of society about whom nobody had ever really applied their mind or focused their attention on. My compliments to Prime Minister Narendra Modi for having come up with the Swanidhi Yojana and for its successful implementation across the country. Thank you, friends, for your participation.
Sir, few more regional media, if you can take a few more questions. Okay. This side, sir. Sir, on the other side.
Sir, I am Prakashan Pudiyati, correspondent to Madhubhumi, Kerala. Kerala has a long trade connection with the Gulf countries, especially Oman. So I would like to know whether how this trade economic partnership impact the economy and lives of the Kerala people.
Well, I think Kerala has a lot of things.
All right, so that was the Commerce Minister speaking on the India-Oman economic agreement. That's a free trade agreement that's now come into force. It's a deal that has been unlocked with Oman. That's very, very important given how India is expanding its footprint in West Asia as far as trade is concerned. And it provides duty-free access across 98.08% of Oman's tariff lines. It includes commitments on services, on mobility and investment as well. So this is the CEPA, the CEPA. Indian exports like pharma, food, textiles will be benefiting. And Oman has allowed 100% FDI for Indian firms and select services as well. So it comes as a major boost to the bilateral ties between the two countries, and of course very, very important given the fact that these are ties in West Asia. And agreement expected to expand market access for Indian sectors including engineering goods, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, processed food products, marine products, textiles, chemicals, electronics, plastics, gems and jewelry as well. And in fact, a range of Indian food and agricultural products will receive immediate duty-free access in Oman. And in fact, All right, we will continue to give you more details, viewers, on that. But we have some breaking news coming in connection with the Twisha Sharma death case now, viewers. We have breaking news that the CBI is currently trying to recreate the final moments of Twisha Sharma at Giribala's residence. CBI team is using a dummy body, for a forensic body. You can see this is being used to recreate the crimes, and you can see that dummy that is, we are told, equal to the weight of Twisha Sharma at the time of her death, is being used to recreate the crime scene. Police force has been deployed at the scene. Samarth Singh, the husband of Twisha, was also there while they were recreating this scene, and we will try and get more details on that. We have Ashish Singh Kuntal, forensic expert, founder and CEO of Hawkeye Forensic, joining us live on the broadcast from Delhi. Mr. Kuntal, thank you so much. Appreciate you joining us. And how do you think that the final moments would be figured out, given the fact that the forensic simulation is being executed, a dummy we just saw is being used? What is your understanding of the recreation method right now being employed?
So as we can see, this is called reconstruction of crime scene in forensic, in which forensic mannequins are being used of the same weight, so that we can understand what was the impact onto the body, if it is determined it was hanged, or she committed a suicide, or it was a murder. So that need to be, we will be able to clarify after complete, doing the reconstruction of the crime scene. So whatever we caught from the crime scene into the earlier stages, now we would be putting back all sort of evidences with reviewing to the photograph which were taken onto the crime scene, first crime scene, incident response according to the person who have investigated the crime scene. So all sort of photographs, videographs, the area where we can find out some more evidences. So it would be a complete, new kind of investigation, which will be completely onto the basis of previous investigation, but from a different angle, or better experts, as CBI is one of the topmost investigation agencies in India.
Absolutely. The fact that the belt has come into focus once again, Mr. Kuntal, there were a lot of questions earlier also when there was a delay in the submission of that very key piece of evidence. And now once again, there's a lot of focus on what really was used and how it was used. We've spoken to many forensic experts who have different opinions as to the ligature marks that were visible on the dead body are also concerns. So what do you have to say on that?
That exactly, we cannot just right away comment, just by the views of different experts, until unless somebody from the team of the expertise who can examine those marks. So if that is strangulated, or if that is, after death, body marks are available. So it depends on multiple different factors. It is not the, without examining the complete procedural and methodologies and photographs, videographs which have taken during the postmortems. So I'm sure there's a complete video footage and complete, zoom in photographs, which we can say. After examining all those things, we can say yes, it is whether it's a murder or whether it is strangulated. So marks generally, after body marks, after the death, marks are different. Before the death, the marks are different. So they play a very vital role into the investigation. But until unless we've seen the complete marks with respect to the photography and other image evidences, it is hard to say what exactly would be the outcomes.
Right. And there are also, as per sources, agency probing whether the alleged involvement of a third individual may have contributed to the tensions, preceding this incident. There are allegations of if there is anything that was consumed, scrutinizing medical consultation. Different aspects are being investigated here, including the CCTV. There's missing CCTV as well. That is now under scanners. But what, in your understanding, do you feel there have been so many questions raised on tampering of evidence? So in such a situation, what are the limitations as far as ascertaining the causes are concerned in a forensic investigation?
So if you ask me, like from my perspective, like digital evidences play a very vital role. For example, the mobile phones of all sort of family members, like whosoever involved into that into that house, the CDR details, call detail records could be playing a very vital role. The IPDR details, like IP logs, IP details of internet histories of those people. Cell tower analysis, who were connected into that facility, mobile forensic examination of all of the suspects or victims herself. Examination of mobile phones, critical, any devices, any mobile backups or previous backups can relate this crime scene. What was the journey? Any deleted items, deleted artifacts found into the mobile phone, that plays a very vital role again. And in digital forensic, like it is, CCTV footage, missing CCTV footage plays a very vital role, because metadata analysis of something is missing out or something has been tampered. So we can authenticate and you can authenticate any video file, like is there any tampering has been made. So CBI have all sort of tools, and they have a great lab. They can examine each and every sort of evidence. And in digital forensic or digital evidence investigation, it is very hard, to tamper it. And if the tampering has happened, like it is, our agencies, law enforcement agencies are very much advanced. They can detect it, what has been done.
Thanks, Mr. Ashish Singh Kunta, for joining us on Republic TV and giving us your understanding of the situation as it unfolds right now. The investigation in this case that we are closely tracking. Shifting focus now to other stories of the day. Viewers, Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, Param Vishishta Seva Medal, Ati Vishishta Seva Medal, Sena Medal, and VSM officially assumed charge as the 27th Chief of the Naval Staff of the Indian Navy. He's the new Navy Chief, and he succeeds Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, who superannuated after a highly distinguished 41-year naval career, famously leading the force during critical security initiatives like Operation Sindoor, bringing nearly 4 decades of expertise in communication and electronic warfare. Admiral Swaminathan has previously commanded 5 frontline warships, including the aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya, and served as the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff and Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command.
You command today as the 27th Chief of the Naval Staff with a deep sense of humility, responsibility, pride and gratitude. Being selected by the top leadership of the country for this job has been the highest honor and privilege of my life, and I'm extremely grateful to have this opportunity to serve the Indian Navy and the nation in this capacity. Good morning, my friends from the media. I assume command today as the 27th Chief of the Naval Staff with a deep sense of humility, responsibility, pride and gratitude. Being selected by the top leadership of the country for this job has been the highest honor and privilege of my life, and I'm extremely grateful to have this opportunity to serve the Indian Navy and the nation in this capacity. As all of you know, the Indian Navy stands vigilant to protect national interests wherever they are and is very actively deployed in a regional security environment that continues to remain challenging, complex, unpredictable and uncertain. It shall be my highest priority to ensure that the Indian Navy maintains the highest level of operational readiness and combat effectiveness so that it can protect the nation's security and economic interests wherever they can be. All of you are aware that the Indian Navy is well set on a course of capability enhancement and modernization. It shall be my endeavor to sustain the growth momentum of the Navy, consolidate all the ongoing programs, scale up where required, and sharpen our operational capabilities through the induction of niche and emerging technologies as soon as I can.
Friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, and our countrymen, it has been my singular honor and pleasure to be at the helm of India's Navy, Indian Navy, every Indian's Navy. Over the past few years, as you would have seen, whenever the nation called, the Navy delivered. We saw it during Operation Sindoor, which still continues, and we are seeing it now during Operation Urja Suraksha, during the turmoil in the West Asia. I want to thank the Government of India for entrusting me with this responsibility to lead the Indian Navy. I want to thank all my shipmates, teammates, officers, sailors, defense civilians who have stood with me and delivered what the country wanted. What we have demonstrated as a service is that we are there to protect and promote India's national maritime interests anytime, anywhere, anyhow. And today, as I hand over the baton of the Indian Navy to Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, I do it with satisfaction, knowing that Admiral Swaminathan, a thorough professional, outstanding leader with proven quality and capacity, and I have no doubt that he will take our Navy to greater heights.
All right, shifting focus to the big story today on Republic TV. This is from Tamil Nadu, where a development has sent shockwaves through the political corridors in the state. Former BJP Tamil Nadu chief K. Annamalai is reportedly planning to launch a new movement in the state. According to sources, he is in an urgent meeting with the party's state in charge and of course, the president, the national president of the BJP, Mr. Narendra. The request for high-level talks comes after intense, widespread speculation regarding his future within the party and explicit hints from his camp and himself even about the imminent launch of a new political movement in Tamil Nadu. He is likely to visit Delhi very, very soon. So is he going to quit the BJP is what is being speculated, because he is going to meet the BJP president, Narendra. and he will be also holding a press conference soon in next 10 days. And a new movement is in the works, is what we understand. We'll try and connect with our reporter on ground who's getting us more details from Chennai. But this is happening right after the drubbing in the Tamil Nadu polls. Shah is joining us back on the broadcast. Shah, well, we've seen there were many talks about how Annamalai could have changed the game, before someone like TTVK chief Vijay. And all these talks have been only picking up pace after the Tamil Nadu polls. And now we are getting to know that Annamalai could be launching a movement. Is it a movement, or we should say that he is launching a new party?
Well, Rakshita, as of now, it is a political movement that he is launching. Slowly, it is likely to become a party after 6 months of time, because we know Annamalai is leaving today to Delhi. His flight is at 4:45 p.m. Our sources have confirmed that he is meeting Nitin Naban, the party national president, tomorrow in Delhi to announce his stance on what the BJP in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu, could have done in the previous election, and why he is going to quit the BJP party very soon. He is likely to explain to the national leaders on why he will not be part of the BJP anymore, is all we know for now. After quitting the BJP party, he is initially launching the political movement, and he's going to announce it through a video telling what the political movement is going to be. And we also have to wait and watch whether he's going to continue to be with the BJP while launching his political movement, or whether he's going to resign first from the BJP. Most likely he's resigning and then starting his political movement, as per our sources. So now the movement will slowly turn into a party in a few days of time, and the main aim is to go against Vijay's TTVK party in the state of Tamil Nadu, and is also ideological enemy facing. It will be the DMK and the TTVK, because BJP was the only party with the right-wing ideology in the state of Tamil Nadu, and even though the AIADMK is an alliance with them, they are similar to what the DMK is, because the AIADMK is a split of the DMK, and the TTVK is again what the DMK follows. So an ideological different party is what Annamalai is looking at. So now we have to wait and watch whether this political movement that is going to be launched by Annamalai in the next few days will turn into a political party. But yet the decision is not made. We are waiting for the official announcement from Annamalai himself in the next few days. So after meeting Nitin Naban, he will also be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah and Prime Minister Narendra Modi before calling it quits on the BJP, because he does believe in the leadership of Mr. Narendra Modi and Amit Shah. He constantly stated that he will follow what the centre leadership had told him in the past, because we saw Annamalai not actively participating in the elections this time. He was very sure that the BJP need not go on an alliance with the AIADMK, and now facing the failure of the BJP, which is only at one seat of the 27 in the constituencies that they stood in, and only 3% of the vote sharing percentage that they have gained this particular election. So now this is what Annamalai to a position where he will likely be quitting from the BJP tomorrow and be announcing his political movement very soon, Rakshita.
Absolutely. And, we've seen the signs. Of course, it all began right after he was removed from the position of the Tamil Nadu BJP president, but also the fact in the latest he has been opposing the three-language policy, the CBSE three-language policy as well. He's always taken his own stand also, and not, his own, relations with the parties, senior leaders, like Tamilisai Soundararajan, also the BJP, were not something that were rosy, not even with the AIADMK, who had in fact given a condition to the BJP that Annamalai should be really out of the scheme, and that somewhere we understand that even Annamalai has now tried to take a decision that he needs to step away, because things haven't been going his way for a long time now.
As you see, Rakshita, he was completely sidelined after the 2025 May announcement that the BJP is going to go with the AIADMK for the 2026 elections. After that, he stepped down from the state presidentship. Following that, he's been constantly been away from the party matters, especially when it was campaigning. He focused on campaigning on ground for Puducherry and Kerala in BJP for more than what he did in Tamil Nadu. Multiple times when Piyush Goyal, the election in charge of the state, had come to Chennai, he had to call Annamalai back from Puducherry or Kerala to make the important decisions. There was even multiple requests for him to contest in this particular election, which will give BJP more traction. But however, Annamalai was very sure that he will not contest in this particular election. He pointed out that the 27 constituencies given by the AIADMK is a place where BJP will not win, where the groundwork is not very strong for the BJP, and he was very sure that BJP will not secure enough number of seats. And he also suggested the leaders to change the constituencies, but the AIADMK was very keen on giving only those 27 constituencies to the BJP. Now with the AIADMK also facing a huge failure in the state in this particular elections, now the NDA alliance becomes a question as to where these parties are going to go. If DMK is the opposition, being a tertiary party, will these parties even have a future? And whether there is a lot of confusion in the AIADMK in itself as the leaders are breaking down and joining the TVK, which will leave BJP in a very big question mark. Whether they're going to come into the next elections or not will become a big question with just one MLA in the state. So right now Annamalai has made the decision to start a political movement, and he's very keen that the political movement that he will start is going to go against ideological enemy, which is Vijay's TVK, because TVK is likely like the DMK. As soon as they came in, they started the issues with Sanatan Dharm, the exemption of NEET, the implementation of NEP in schools, and also multiple ideological reference were as same as the DMK. So in this case, we have to see if Annamalai is going to focus on the political movement against the TVK, or whether it's going to be something in the format of the BJP in itself in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Absolutely. With the posters coming up quoting fearless minds gave no limits, have no limits, of course, speaks volumes about the resolve maybe of the Annamalai camp as well. Thank you so much, Shah. We will keep coming back to you as Republic TV closely tracks the inside scoop, the inside details of what's happening in Tamil Nadu politics and the BJP. All right, we have breaking news coming in. This is from West Bengal, where Shah and Ritabhrata Banerjee have been expelled from the TMC party after the investigation on the a signature forgery case in the assembly by the TMC leadership with focus on Abhishek Banerjee was started due to the complaint by TMC leaders, the MPs and MLAs themselves, as Shubhendu Adhikari pointed out in a press conference. And now what we understand is that we have the notice also. In fact, we saw the letter where it is Ritabhrata Banerjee and Sandeepan Shah, who have in fact complained that the signature of the TMC MLAs were in fact forged by Abhishek Banerjee and a few more in the Trinamool Congress leadership. And after this statement was made by Shubhendu Adhikari, both these MLAs have been suspended by the TMC. Kisholai joins us live on the broadcast to give us more insights on that. Kisholai, tell us more details about what really has happened. TMC has now expelled 2 MLAs, and now there's an SIT also that has been formed in this case.
Well, exactly. Now the TMC is breaking into 2 halves, it seems. The expelled MLAs, Ritabhrata Banerjee and Sandeepan and Ritabhrata, both who are being expelled, there is a section of the TMC MLAs who are supporting them. So it's inner sources from the TMC tells us that within the assembly, now there is 2 TMCs. One TMC, which is a smaller section, which supports Mamata Banerjee or Abhishek Banerjee, the old leadership, but also a section of the TMC MLAs, a big section, big chunk, is with the expelled Ritabhrata and Sandeepan. So Ritabhrata and Sandeepan has a support of about 22 to 30 TMC MLAs. Is a news that we are getting from inside sources. So it's a clear rebel within the TMC now. It all started with the forgery case where signatures of TMC MLAs were forged allegedly by Abhishek Banerjee and his gang. In fact, Abhishek Banerjee, the General Secretary of the TMC, submitted that resolution to the Speaker where they decided that Shobhandev Chatterjee will be their leader of opposition. So in that particular resolution, now it is alleged by Ritabhrata and Sandeepan, both TMC MLAs, that the MLAs did not even consent to sign. The signatures were forged by the TMC leadership, and then both of them were expelled. The CID has taken up this matter now, and an SIT has been formed, but the TMC is also breaking up into 2 halves, is what it seems.
All right. So stay with us, because Abhishek Banerjee, meanwhile, has decided to not, in fact, face the CID questions. He has skipped the CID summons. and he writes to the CID that he's unwell and he cannot go. And Kisholai, Abhishek Banerjee has in fact sought 15 days time as well for this.
Well, exactly. Abhishek Banerjee is not even appearing before the CID, and the Chief Minister a while back very clearly mentioned that if the accused does not appear before the investigating agencies, then the IO will take action as per law, as per legal necessities. So we have to see what action will be taken against Abhishek Banerjee, nephew of Mamata Banerjee. He's a scared person. He's a coward person, and he doesn't even he doesn't want to come in front of the CID because he knows all these allegations against him will get him into trouble. So he's hiding now. So the Chief Minister has clearly stated that the legal course will take its own action, and the CID has summoned Abhishek Banerjee today in the same signature forgery case, but he has not appeared and shown illness as a reason.
All right, many thanks, Kisholai, for joining us. With details coming in on that story from West Bengal. Meanwhile, we were shifting our focus to the big stories that we're tracking. In fact, there's breaking news also coming in, very important on India-US trade talks. Now, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal has said that some members of the US team have already arrived for the talks, and some others are arriving tonight. So the meeting is scheduled for tomorrow, day after, and the 4th of June as well. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th of June, the US trade deal will be discussed in India. And the leaders of both the nations have already announced the framework agreement back on the 3rd of February, says. So a large part of it has been ascertained, and all the major points have been settled, says Piyush Goyal. So he's providing a very important update on that. Listen in.
जहाँ तक यूएस टीम की बात है, वो कुछ लोग आ चुके हैं, कुछ आज रात को आएंगे. 2, 3 और 4 3 दिवसीय हमारी बैठक चलने वाली है. वैसे तो 3 फरवरी को ही दोनों देशों के नेताओं ने फ्रेमवर्क एग्रीमेंट अनाउंस कर दिया था. मोटी मोटी सभी बातें तय हैं. जैसा आप जानते हैं कि अभी यूएस के एम्बेसडर मिस्टर सर्जियो गौर ने भी कहा कि 99% चीजें तय हो गई है. छोटी मोटी कॉमास और फुल स्टॉप्स पे चर्चा चल रही है. फाइनलाइज करते वक्त जो वहां पे बदलाव आए थे, कानूनी बदलाव आए थे यूएस में, उसको किस प्रकार से फाइनल एग्रीमेंट में रिफ्लेक्ट करना, उसके हिसाब से किस प्रकार से बदलाव होगा, उसको तय करके मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि यूएसए के साथ भी.
All right, viewers. So that was, in fact, a very important update coming in as far as the trade deal with the US is concerned. We will be now closely tracking that story as well. But time for a very, very short break. As of now, we will be continuing to get you more breaking updates on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने.
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ. सोच बदलो और बैंक भी.
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to...
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's a big Republic political scoop. Annamalai likely to announce new party by the end of this week. Sources indicate that Annamalai's new political movement to be set up with the sole focus on taking on Vijay's TTVK. "17-year-old Shah from Delhi succumbs to injuries after he was shot at for standing up against bullying." Shuvendu cabinet expands. 35 more ministers sworn in. Shravan Das Gupta, Arjun Singh and Ashok Dinda take oath. TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee skips the CID summons in Fort Signature. Rao seeks 15 days time. CBI recreates the crime scene at Giribala's residence using a dummy body. Samarth also present at the scene.
This is a breaking news update coming in. In all likelihood, Annamalai will be by the end of this week moving out of the BJP. That's the timeline set. So things are moving extremely fast in the state of Tamil Nadu.
In. All right, Republic Bangla is getting us this exclusive. TMC break up now. This the Aam Aadmi Party. We saw this happening, viewers. The latest update is that TMC faction is questioning how Abhishek Banerjee's candidate got the LOP post. Open rebellion breaking out in TMC now. Revolt led by Ritabrata Banerjee. 22 MLAs meet Ritabrata Banerjee.
All right, the Republic Bangla breaking that we have for our viewers right now. TMC's breakup after the Aam Aadmi Party. Republic Bangla's exclusive. TMC is on the verge of a breakup. We're getting you exclusive details. Viewers, 22 MLAs likely to break away. Republic Bangla exclusive. Oh, there's an open rebellion that's breaking out in the TMC. There's a revolt that's led by Ritabrata. Republic also tells you 22 MLAs met Ritabrata Banerjee. TMC faction questions how Abhishek's candidate got the leader of opposition post. This is the big news that we're getting you. I'm also going to try and get some details from my colleagues who are going to be joining us. So let's tell our viewers the details that we are getting right now, and I'm going to repeat this for our viewers. It seems that the TMC breakup is on the way. After the Aam Aadmi Party, I think it's the TMC that's going to be looking at this breakup. We're getting details that the TMC has not experienced a split, but instead expelled MLAs Ritabrata Banerjee and Sandeepan Saha followed allegations of anti-party activities and signatory forgery. Let me go across to Kishle, who's joining us on the phone line. Kishle, if you can give us more details about what's happening.
Well, it's a big breaking news that the TMC is now shattering down and now being divided into two sections within the West Bengal Assembly. We know that two TMC MLAs, Ritobroto and Shondipan, has been expelled by the TMC. The reason being, Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee and his gang has engaged in signature forgery, and these two MLAs brought that to the notice of the speaker, and it has been now given up to the CID. So giving this truth to the speaker and complaining against the corruption of the TMC and signature forgery is the reason why these two TMC MLAs were expelled. Now, the news is these two TMC MLAs have the support of about 25 TMC MLAs within the assembly. So those 80 MLAs who were elected from the TMC is now being divided into two sections. A section of these MLAs who support Mamta Banerjee and her nephew Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee, which is a minority section of the MLAs. On the other hand, the majority section of the MLAs, according to sources, are supporting Ritobroto, are supporting Shondipan, and they have conceded that their signature was forged by Bhaipo and his gang, by Abhishek Banerjee and his gang, and this forgery happened without their consent. So without consent, signature of TMC MLAs were forged by the TMC leadership. Now this has been taken up by these TMC MLAs, and TMC is now breaking up, shattering down. It is already divided into two sections, the TMC MLAs within the assembly, and probably now the TMC MLAs who are supporting Mamta Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee are in a minority, and most of these MLAs are against Abhishek Banerjee's gang and his forgery attempt. They are openly saying that without their consent, their signature was forged, and they are against this whole action, and they are cooperating with the CID in the whole investigation.
These are very serious charges. If they're in fact Kishlai details had been forged. I also want to go across to my colleague who's joining us now, Ishita from the newsroom. Ishita, we've been getting you details about how the Aam Aadmi Party had broken up, and now these details coming of a similar TMC faction also breaking up. And what is even more serious is that signatures of many MLAs had been forged. What are the details you're picking up? Right, Rhythm, right after Aam Aadmi Party, there is a potential breakup on the cards for TMC as well. And this is all over the forged signature controversy. Now, I have the letter which has been written by about 22 MLAs. So, in order to elect an MLA, a leader of opposition, all the MLAs in fact have to give their consent, have to vote and have to give their signatures. But now about 22 MLAs have come out complaining that their signatures were forced. They did not give consent to electing leader of opposition. And this is why Abhishek Banerjee is now in the dock. A complaint in fact was filed against him to the speaker. And now we're looking at the CID team also reaching his house. So there is a potential breakup on the cards based on the forged signature controversy that has now come to light. And this is all, it all comes down to the election of the leader of opposition. Now 22 MLAs have claimed that they did not in fact vote for Shri Shobhan Dev Chattopadhyay to be elected as the leader of opposition, which is in fact Abhishek Banerjee's candidate. And now they're saying that their signatures were forged, they were not part of this, which is why they also wrote a letter to the speaker, and following which we're now looking at some action at Abhishek Banerjee's house. CID team in fact has already reached his residence. So this is the latest we're picking up, Rhythm.
All right, this is very serious. I want to also go back to Kishle, who's joining us on our top focus story. Kishle, it's a very open rebellion that's breaking out within the TMC, and TMC seems to be on the verge of a breakup. This is also happening following the internal revolt. Like Ishita was telling us, Kishle, the TMC leadership is announcing the immediate expulsion of certain leaders like Ritubrata and Sandeepon. But the bigger question here, Kishle, hasn't this internal rebellion also been too far coming? Hasn't Abhishek Banerjee always been the blue-eyed boy for the former Chief Minister of Bengal, Mamata Banerjee? Ishita, I asked that also here because this is clear that this is a forged signature row that is taking place. The disciplinary action is also tied to the allegations that the expelled MLAs were involved in forging signatures to bypass the democratic process within the Kolkata Municipal Corporation and the State Assembly. It's a very serious charge, and Abhishek Banerjee, Mamata Banerjee need to come out and explain what was really happening.
Right, of course. In fact, let me tell our viewers what exactly this letter states that Republic has now accessed. It has been written by over 22 MLAs who have now complained to Speaker against the forging of their signatures. So the letter here clearly states that we bring to your notice that many of the signatures are in block letters and they are not the signatures of those persons, but only the names were mentioned therein in the constituency number and date. So their signatures were not in fact taken. Their consent was not taken as far as election for the leader of opposition is concerned. They also go on to mention calling for action in this case. We thus pray before your honour's kind notice to take suitable legal action by sending the resolution dated 6th May before the appropriate police authority for verification of signatures and to cause investigation. So they're clearly calling for a probe in this case, and they're asking for necessary steps to be taken in accordance with the law. Now, this is a letter coming in from TMC leaders itself who are calling for an open rebellion against Abhishek Banerjee, who's out there trying to elect his own candidate as a leader of opposition by some false means.
All right, this is very serious that we are getting, and viewers, I'm just going to show you, these are the visuals coming in from Abhishek Banerjee's house. Clearly a faction of the TMC MLAs recently protested inside the assembly. They challenge how Abhishek Banerjee as the leader of opposition was chosen. There's discontent being reported. He's been in the news for several reasons nowadays, and one of them has also been how there are charges of Abhishek Banerjee has made the clear drama that he had done a few days ago, which clearly did not go down too well. It was then seen that he was attacked on his home turf, but it was alleged that this attack was linked to the ex-TMC MLA also. So lots of things that are happening. And of course, Mamata Banerjee tried to draw into this drama. But the big news that's coming in now, all this has led to an internal revolt. There's a faction of the TMC MLAs that are protesting also inside the assembly. Ishita has that exclusive letter with her. Ishita, I want to once again ask you, what sort of disciplinary action can be tied to the allegations that are made by these expelled MLAs? They say there were forging of signatures that was taking place.
Right, we'll of course have to see what the speaker decides in this case. In fact, because this is now not just regarding the political action taken in this case, it is about the legal means. And you understand this more, that forgery of signatures is a legal crime. So this is going to have repercussions for Abhishek Banerjee, because clearly, in fact, as I pointed out earlier also, the MLAs here say that we never gave any consent to Sri Shobham Dame Chattopadhyay being elected as a leader of opposition. So clearly their signatures were forged, and now 22 MLAs have come out complaining and writing a letter and asking for a legal action to be taken in this case against Abhishek Banerjee. How this candidate was, in fact, there was an attempt to elect this candidate as a leader for opposition by trying to falsely take the signatures of these MLAs. And they also go on to mention that there was no intimation on or agenda was provided to them for a meeting. They were called for a different meeting on meeting resolution book, but their signatures were taken for a different cause and then taken for the election of the leader of opposition. So basically all these MLAs were kept in dark by Abhishek Banerjee. They were asked for something else, but then their signatures were taken for the election of his candidate to become the leader of opposition. So now in open rebellion out in the case.
While I'm trying to get more people, I'm going to read out from this letter that has been sent to us. They say we never gave consent to anyone being elected as the leader of opposition. Moreover, there was no intimation or agenda that was provided for such meeting. We were only asked to put our respective signatures in the meeting resolution book. We also bring to your attention that many of the signatures are in block letters, and they were not the signatures of these people, but only the names were mentioned, and therefore this clearly is a forgery. Thus it transpires that the resolution that has been dated 6th May is actually fabricated and it's manufactured. They're therefore asking the speaker to suitably take legal action by sending the resolution dated 6th May pending the appropriate police authority for verification in the state. So Ishita, very, very clearly, the letter that you have in your hand, which I was reading out from, clearly shows that there is an intent, there is clear forgery taking place. It's a desperate TMC trying to stay and use whatever it can to ensure that Mamata Banerjee's blue-eyed is protected.
Right, of course, Rhythm, we can see how desperate TMC has become after suffering a major defeat in the elections. We're now looking at several attempts by the top leaders who are going in this drama mode, trying to stage that there have been attacks against them, while all this looks like a very much staged drama by the TMC leaders. We just saw what Kalyan Banerjee did yesterday. He just wrapped his hands around his head and then fell down. There was no stone that was hurled against him, but he claimed that it was an attack against him. And then we also saw how Abhishek Banerjee faced the anger of people on the streets of Kolkata. So now all this building up to what looks like a major split in the party is on the cards. And now, of course, this has comes out that 22 MLAs, in fact, have been they have been wronged by their own party leader, Abhishek Banerjee, who's second in command to Mamata Banerjee, in fact, and now he's taken their forged signatures for a different cause and then taken them to elect the leader of opposition. So on this, they've come out, they've complained, they're saying that some action has to be taken. And in fact, they're also saying that Sri Shobham Dame Chattopadhyay should not be granted the status of leader of opposition. So there's clear rebellion within the party now unfolding at the moment.
Exclusive, we're getting you. TMC MLAs have questioned Abhishek Banerjee, and what we're going to pick up now, we're also going to go across to a sound reaction that's coming in. Let's listen into what we have.
कंप्लेन जो टीएमसी का एमएलए ने किया है, ऋतव्रत बंदोपाध्याय और संदीपन शाह, इसमें कोई हमारी रोल नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन में प्राइमरी जो मिला है बहुत खतरनाक, चिंता का बात है। एक रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो 15 साल सरकार चलाया, उन्होंने अपने खुद एमएलए का सिग्नेचर फॉल्स करके भेज रहा है असेंबली के अंदर, जो हमारी मंदिर है, गणतंत्र का मंदिर है, वहां भेज रहा है। ये बहुत बंगाल के लिए बहुत चिंता का बात है। जो कंप्लेन है, कंप्लेन जो टीएमसी का एमएलए ने किया है, ऋतव्रत बंदोपाध्याय और संदीपन शाह, इसमें कोई हमारी रोल नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन में प्राइमरी जो मिला है बहुत खतरनाक, चिंता का बात है। एक रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो 15 साल सरकार चलाया, उन्होंने अपने खुद एमएलए का सिग्नेचर फॉल्स करके भेज रहा है असेंबली के अंदर। जो हमारी मंदिर है, गणतंत्र का मंदिर है, वहां भेज रहा है। ये बहुत बंगाल के लिए बहुत चिंता का बात है। जो कंप्लेन है, कंप्लेन दो टीएमसी का एमएलए ने किया है, ऋतव्रत बंदोपाध्याय और संदीपन शाह। इसमें कोई हमारी रोल नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन में प्राइमरी जो मिला है बहुत खतरनाक, चिंता का बात है। एक रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो 15 साल सरकार चलाया, उन्होंने अपने खुद एमएलए का सिग्नेचर फॉल्स करके भेज रहा है असेंबली के अंदर। जो हमारी मंदिर है, गणतंत्र का मंदिर है, वहां भेज रहा है। ये बहुत बंगाल के लिए बहुत चिंता का बात है।
All right, let me go across to the big news coming in. This is a clear forged signature row. The disciplinary action seems to be tied to these expelled MLAs who are saying we were involved in forging signatures. Let me go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, this is very serious charges. It seems Mamata Banerjee's blue-eyed boy always tries to play having the best post even when not in power. But forgery inside the assembly is a very serious charge, Abhishek.
Well, yes, it seems like the Trinamool Congress is, just breaking from inside rhythm, and it's becoming a free-for-all with Abhishek Banerjee and the likes of Kalyan Banerjee competing with Abhishek Banerjee for attention and attention-seeking, and now this really blows up in the face of Mamata Banerjee that somebody has forged a letter with two of its members, the signatures of two of its members, who in turn petition the speaker and say that they have never signed this letter which was submitted in their name and with their signatures, and that a probe should be ordered. And if you heard and the viewers heard Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari speaking in that soundbite, he said what's coming out is mind-blowing stuff, which shows that there is somebody else perhaps in charge of Trinamool and not Mamata Banerjee. And also we saw, for example, yesterday the Trinamool legislators were called at Mamata Banerjee's residence for a meeting to strategize for the next course of action, and not even 20 came, and for the lack of quorum the meeting could not take place, which means nobody is listening to Mamata Banerjee, least of all Abhishek Banerjee. And this row over forgery of signatures of two of its MLAs, and the fact that they have been suspended forthwith and sacked from the party clearly shows rhythm that there is absolute mayhem going on. Mamata Banerjee is failing to keep the flock together, and as I said, it's absolute free-for-all happening inside the Trinamool Congress after they lost power, and challenges and internecine conflict really coming out in the open now between various members, and Mamata Banerjee clearly not able to hold on to her own and her leadership as the present crisis shows.
Absolutely. And this is the big story, Abhishek. Lots of reasons, because we're also going to go across to Kishlay to get a sense of what's happening. Kishlay, TMC is expelling certain MLAs. Now it's being stated because they've been expelled, they're the architects of anti-party activities. What is the real story?
Well, Rhythm, I have this paper with me. This is exclusive. I'll also request the PCR to put an exclusive mark on it. These are the forged signatures of the TMC MLAs. And this has been done by Bhaipo gang, Abhishek Banerjee's gang. We can see the names here: Shubhashish Das, Baharul Islam, Noyana Bandobadhyay, and the two MLAs who have been expelled now, Ritobroto Banerjee, Shondipan Shahad. See, this is here, it's very clearly mentioned. This is a meeting resolution. This is exclusive document with me. This is the meeting resolution of the TMC. So this document has come to us from TMC sources as well. And this is the exclusive document. These are the forged signatures of Bhaipo gang. I mean, Bhaipo gang, they committed this offense of forging the signatures of these MLAs. So these MLAs did not sign this paper. This paper was signed by Bhaipo and his gang, Abhishek Banerjee and his gang. Especially, we see Ritobroto Banerjee and Shondipon Shah, their names here, Ulubedia and Entali. They have complained. I have the complaint paper with me as well. I'll show this complaint paper. This is the complaint paper exclusive to the Honorable Speaker, West Bengal Assembly. And this is the complaint that we have never gave any consent to Sri Shobhandev Chattopadhyay being elected as the leader of the opposition. Moreover, no intimation of agenda was provided for such meeting. So this meeting, they did not even sign this. So they pray for investigation and take suitable legal action by sending the resolution dated before the appropriate police authority. And here is their signature, Shondipon Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee. Shondipon Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee. This is their complaint paper. This is the complaint they have submitted to the speaker. And now in turn, this is the forged document, exclusive forged document that is with that was forged by Abhishek Banerjee, Ritobroto Banerjee and Shondipon Shah. We see the signs do not match. I'll request the PCR to look into this, to zoom into this, and my video journalist as well. This is their original signature, Shondipon Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee. This document, this is the complaint document. This has their original signature. This is their original signature, Shondipon Shah, Ritobroto Banerjee. And now, I'll show you the forged signature. This is the forged signature, Ritobroto Banerjee, Shondipon Shah. If we compare this, the signatures, I'll just take a moment. The signatures are very different. If you see this rhythm, this is Shondipon Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee in the original document. And in left-hand side is the forged document. So if we compare these two signatures, they are completely different. This is, I am exposing Bhaipo's forgery on live television. Republic is exposing forgery on live television. This is the minute resolution book, Ritobroto Banerjee and Shondipon Shah, their signature. This is the forged document, and this is their original signature in the right-hand side I have. This is their original signature in the complaint paper, Shondipon Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee. So this is live exposing of forgery by Bhaipo, Abhishek Banerjee and gang. So Rhythm, this is what is with me right now. This is the reason why the TMC is breaking up. Bhaipo and his gang has again resorted to corruption and forgery even after getting defeated in the election. And in this document, it's very clear, after this forgery, now TMC is breaking up. Because these two MLAs, Shondipon Shah and Ritobroto, has submitted this complaint paper, they have been now expelled by the TMC. So they have been expelled because they exposed forgery. And after exposing forgery, they have been expelled. And after getting expelled, now we are hearing there are about 30 MLAs right now in support of Ritobroto and Shondipon who are against Bhaipo and his gang, who are against Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee, Gunda Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee and his gang. So TMC is breaking up into two halves, and the reason is right here with me, and I have exposed Bhaipo on live television, Republic exclusive.
Absolutely. Kishla, I want you to stay with us and just read out what is written in that particular letter that has been accessed by you. We're going to show it to our viewers.
Okay, so this is the complaint letter. I'll read it. I'll read the important portions. This is the complaint letter by Shondipon Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee to former TMC MLAs. They write to the speaker saying, to the Honorable Speaker, West Bengal Legislative Assembly. What are they writing? The main important portion is highlighted by me here. It's written, on careful perusal of the resolution dated 6/5/2026, we find that our signatures are appearing on serial 60 and 61 respectively. I'll show you here. Serial number 60, Ritobroto Banerjee, and 61, Shondipon Shah. This is their forged signature. This is the forged document, forged meeting resolution book. And 60 and 61 is their forged signature.
Yes. Kishla, we also have a reaction of Shondipon Shah that's coming in. I come back to you with that exclusive.
सदस्यों का सीट बना है जिसको डीआईजी जो है वो खुद देख रहे हैं।
अब देखिए, एलओपी का जो सिग्नेचर था वो सिग्नेचर में कुछ ऐसा देखा गया है कि किसी विधायक का सिग्नेचर है जो उस दिन वहां पे मौजूद थे ही नहीं। तो इसकी जरूरत क्या थी? या तो आप सबको बुलाते और ये कम्युनिकेट करते कि नहीं सबका आना जरूरी है। अगर कोई नहीं आ रहा है तो अपना रीजन बताते नहीं आ रहा है। तब भी जितने 80 विधायक में जितने विधायकों की सिग्नेचर चाहिए, जो लोग आए उन्हीं का सिग्नेचर लेके जमा दे दिया जाता। तो जो नहीं थे उनके नाम पे सिग्नेचर करके जमा देना, ये तो कहीं ना कहीं तो मतलब बहुत बड़ा ब्लंडर है।
और इस ब्लंडर में पहला नाम अभिषेक बनर्जी का ही आ रहा है।
अभिषेक बनर्जी का इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि वो जनरल सेक्रेटरी के तौर पे जो एमएलए लोग ने जो साइन किया है उस पे वो उसके ऊपर वो साइन करके कि यही हम लोग का रेजोल्यूशन है, आप सबमिट कर देते हो विधानसभा में। अब वो लिस्ट जो है वो लिस्ट में ही इतनी सारी गलतियां हैं, जो एमएलए नहीं है उनके सिग्नेचर किया हुआ है और उसको एंडोर्स कर रहे हैं अभिषेक बनर्जी। तो क्वेश्चन तो उन पे आएगा ही, क्योंकि जिम्मेदारी तो उनकी होनी चाहिए थी, जो जिम्मेदारी वो निभाने में चूक गए।
अभी तक देखा गया जो अभिषेक पर अटैक हुआ, कल्याण पे अटैक हुआ, क्या ये भी एक रीजन है कि नेताओं को ये समझ में आ रहा है कि अगर हम पब्लिक के बीच में जाएंगे तो इस तरह के अटैक का सामना करना पड़ेगा?
अब देखिए, अटैक क्यों हुआ ये तो वही बोल पाएंगे। डायमंड हार्बर मॉडल चलता था साउथ कोलकाता में, जहां भी आप देखते थे सभी तो अभिषेक बनर्जी का ही समर्थक दिखता था। तो अब अचानक वो समर्थक और समर्थक क्यों नहीं रहे, इसका जवाब मुझे लगता है सबसे अच्छा अभिषेक बनर्जी ही दे पाएंगे।
बाकी लीडर्स का इलाकों में जाना या पार्टी से दूरी बनाए रखना, इसका क्या रीजन ये है कि पब्लिक नाराज है तो खुद भी साइड में रहो?
देखिए, पब्लिक तो नाराज है, ये साफ दिख रहा है। नाराज बहुत सारे कारणों से है और इसमें क्या हो रहा है, बहुत सारे लीडर्स जो पब्लिक नाराज हो ऐसा काम नहीं किए हैं वो भी इस पे पिस जा रहे हैं। तो जो अपना आत्मसम्मान है, जिनका जो पब्लिक के लिए काम करना चाहते हैं, तो अभी हो सकता है वो लोग थोड़ा सा भी दूरी बना के रख रहे हैं, परिस्थिति थोड़ा नॉर्मल होने के लिए वेट कर रहे होंगे, क्योंकि इसको छोड़ के तो कोई चारा नहीं है। जिस तरीके के घटनाएं बाहर आ रही है पंचायत स्तर में, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी के स्तर पे, ये तो कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग सबको शर्म में डाल दे रहा है। हम लोग सबको यही लग रहा है कि भाई क्या चल क्या रहा था, तो जब तक बाहर नहीं आता आप जान नहीं पाओगे। अब जानकारी हो रही है तो खराब लगना तो बहुत नेचुरल है।
Kishle, we were reading out and we were seeing what TMC MLA Sandeepan Saha has said on this. Several signatures, in fact, this letter says their names are written in broad capitals, which means it was not even signed by them, Kishle. It's shocking.
Exactly, Rhythm. I'll show you something. This is the first page of the resolution that was submitted by Abhishek Banerjee. See, I'll show you. Abhishek Banerjee, National General Secretary, All India Trinamool Congress. This is the first page. Submission of resolution book and attendance of members. So this is written here clearly. Please find enclosed herewith the meeting resolution book along with the attendance sheet. So it must have the attendance sheet. The attendance sheet means that these MLAs were attending. If they are not attending, then it's a lie. Then it's a forgery. So it says it's the attendance sheet containing the signatures. Now read this. Signatures of the members present pertaining to the meeting of the elected members of the 18th West Bengal Legislative Assembly. And then leader of opposition has been chosen, Shri Shobhandev Chattopadhyay, deputy leaders Ashima Patra, Noyana Bandyopadhyay, chief whip Firad Hakim. The above resolution was unanimously approved and adopted, and elected members present and attending the meeting. Kindly take the same on record. Who are these people who are present and attending the meeting? This is the first page. I am going to the second page of this resolution. Meeting resolution book. We see capital letters, serial number 41, Shubhashish Das. We see 44, Mohammad Baharul Islam. We see serial 45, Noyana Bandyopadhyay. We see serial number 60, Ritobroto Banerjee. We see serial number 61, Shondipan Shah. Many other names, including Kunal Kumar Ghosh here, Arup Roy here, are in capital letters, Taposh Mondol. So this is the second page of the resolution submitted, along with the signature of Abhishek Banerjee, as I was showing a while back. Now these are forged signatures, according to this complaint, by these two MLAs, Shondipan Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee, they are writing to the Speaker now. Honorable Speaker, West Bengal Legislative Assembly, on careful perusal of the resolution dated 6/5/2026 that I was showing earlier, we find our signatures, which means Ritobroto's and Shondipan's signatures, are appearing on serial 60 and 61 respectively. I was showing the same. But the fact is that we were only asked to put our respective signatures on the meeting resolution book on 19/5/2026. So they were not even present on 6/5/2026. I'll show you the date again. This is the meeting resolution book, and this is from 6/5/2026, where on serial number 60 and 61, Ritobroto Banerjee and Shondipan Shah's signatures appear, which is forged according to this complaint by these MLAs. And we also bring to your notice that our signatures are in block letters, and they were not the signatures of the persons, but only the names were mentioned with constituency name, number and date. So they are requesting for investigation into this matter. After this letter was written, after this complaint was submitted to the Speaker of the West Bengal Legislative Assembly, he forwarded the same to the CID, and CID started investigating the matter, after which Shondipan Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee were expelled today from the TMC because what did they do? They only exposed forgery attempt by Bhaipo and Bhaipo gang, signature forgery by Bhaipo and Bhaipo gang, and this is now exposed on live TV in Republic Television Network. We are also exposing this on Republic Bangla and Republic Bharat. So this is the document with the forged signatures, and Ritobroto and Shondipan has been now expelled. But the update of the matter is, after being expelled, Ritobroto and Shondipan, they are, according to sources, having a meeting, having a closed door meeting with 25 to 30 TMC MLAs who are now against Bhaipo gang and their attempt of forgery. So among 80 MLAs, about 30 are in support of Ritobroto and Shondipan after this forgery attempt, and signatures were forged by Bhaipo and Bhaipo gang, which has been exposed by Ritobroto and his colleague Shondipan, both MLAs elected from the TMC, now expelled, after which now there are factions within the TMC, two major factions, one faction which supports Bhaipo and Bhaipo gang, which is a minority faction, but the majority faction is, according to sources, with Ritobroto and Ritobroto's colleague Shondipan. So Ritobroto Banerjee and Shondipan Shah now enjoying support of the majority of the TMC MLAs in the assembly. So now we see a clear faction, clear division, two division of the TMC. TMC is going to break up now, is what we are hearing from within TMC sources, and these are the documents, exclusive documents accessed by Republic Network, Republic TV, which shows how these signatures were forged.
Absolutely, that's the big update. Republic Bangla getting us that inside scoop, as it could be TMC breakup after the drubbing in the elections. And of course, we just saw the reality check that Bhaipo also got on the streets, and now after the legal heat, their party is also in danger. Thank you so much, Kushalai, for joining us with details and exclusive inputs on that story. We continue to track it very, very close, but right now, time to shift our focus to the breaking news coming in on the Sai murder case in the national capital. The victim, the teenager Sai, in the Amar colony shooting case, passed away after he was in intensive care for the last 2 days, fighting the bullet injuries. Now, what sources are telling us that the main accused in this case is a 16-year-old who has been arrested by the Delhi Police Crime Branch. And we also are getting to know that the name of the accused was not being even mentioned in the initial FIR that was filed by the police. So the big questions, of course, will be raised that, first of all, in Delhi, in South Delhi, in such prominent areas, that the public spaces are not even safe, that that a teenager is shot at in broad daylight. We have reactions coming in from the family also. Take a listen in.
We also have with us the mother of the victim who is joining us on this broadcast. तो मैडम क्या बोला है डॉक्टर्स ने?
डॉक्टर्स ने बोला है कि जब तक उसका माइंड नहीं चलेगा तब तक वो कुछ भी नहीं कर पाएगा और वो कंडीशन ठीक नहीं है उसकी। मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए, जैसे भी था वैसे ही चाहिए। और दूसरी बात, जिसने ये सब किया है उसके माँ बाप को सारा शय जाता है। उन्होंने उसको ऐसे किया है क्योंकि ऐसे कोई बच्चा बंदूक नहीं उठाता जब तक उसके माँ बाप ना चाहे, सपोर्ट नहीं करते। हमें इतना पता है कि हमारे बेटे के साथ बहुत नाइंसाफ़ी हुई है और उसका उनको फल भरना पड़ेगा। और मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए क्योंकि उसकी हालत बहुत गंभीर है। उसके माँ बाप को उठवाओ, उसको फांसी की सजा दिलवाओ, बंदूक से उड़वाओ, मुझे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
Some cognizance. All right. So this was the interaction on Republic TV before he passed away, and just this afternoon we got the unfortunate news. Now, viewers, the question is that the 16-year-old key accused has been arrested. He ran away with some other with other boys as well, and what is of course questionable is that, first of all, why this accused's name was not mentioned at first in the FIR. Now, what we are learning is that he belongs to maybe a background that is somewhere has an influence, local influence, that he was not mentioned. His name was not. Okay, we have now Annamalai's reaction. I think there is a sequence coming in where he has left for Delhi from Chennai. Just take a listen into this sequence on Republic TV's camera.
எல்லாத்தையும் நன்றி. நான் பேசுறேன், நான் முறையா பேசுறேன். ஆனா இந்த மாதிரி பேச நல்லா இருக்காது. எல்லாத்தையும் முறையா பேசுறேன். ஆனா கீழே விழுந்து ஒரு அண்ணே உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு நிமிஷம், அண்ணே உட்கார்ந்து பொறுமையா 2 நாள் எல்லாம் பேசுவாங்க. புது கட்சி அண்ணா எல்லா கேள்வி தலைவர் ஒரு நிமிஷம், எல்லா கேள்விகளுக்கும் பதில் சொல்றேன், உட்கார்ந்து பேசுவாங்க. 2 நாள் சந்திக்க போறோம், எல்லாத்துக்கும் பதில் சொல்றேன். நல்லா பேசுறேன். 2 நாள்ல பேசுறேன்னு சொல்றீங்களா? தேங்க்யூ. நீங்க வழிவிட்டு ஃபிளைட் பிடிப்பேன். பேசுறேன் எந்த கேள்விக்கும் மறுப்பு தெரிவிக்கிறேன். நீங்க 2 நாள் எதிர்பார்க்கலாம். 2 நாள் நான் பேசுறேன். பண்றீங்க எல்லாத்தையும் நன்றி. நான் பேசுறேன், நான் முறையா பேசுறேன். ஆனா இந்த மாதிரி பேச நல்லா இருக்காது. எல்லாத்தையும் முறையா பேசுறேன். ஆனா கீழே விழுந்து ஒரு அண்ணே உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு நிமிஷம், அண்ணே உட்கார்ந்து பொறுமையா 2 நாள் எல்லாம் பேசுவாங்க. புது கட்சி அண்ணா எல்லா கேள்வி தலைவர் ஒரு நிமிஷம், எல்லா கேள்விகளுக்கும் பதில் சொல்றேன், உட்கார்ந்து பேசுவாங்க. 2 நாள் சந்திக்க போறோம், எல்லாத்துக்கும் பதில் சொல்றேன். நல்லா பேசுறேன். 2 நாள்ல பேசுறேன்னு சொல்றீங்களா? தேங்க்யூ. நீங்க வழிவிட்டு ஃபிளைட் பிடிப்பேன். பேசுறேன் எந்த கேள்விக்கும் மறுப்பு தெரிவிக்கிறேன். நீங்க 2 நாள் எதிர்பார்க்கலாம். 2 நாள் நான் பேசுறேன். பண்றீங்க
Annamalai says wait for 2 days. All conversations will be done in front of the media. Please wait for 2 days until I explain what is exactly happening.
அண்ணே உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு நிமிஷம், அண்ணே எல்லாத்தையும் நன்றி. நான் பேசுறேன், நான் முறையா
பேசுறேன். He says please wait. All of you please wait. We will wait for 2 days. Answering to the question whether he's quitting the BJP, he says please wait, everything will happen in the next 2 days. I'll explain, I'll sit and talk to each and every one of you in the next 2 days.
Okay, Sharda is with us translating that soundbite. Sharda, so is it confirmed that Annamalai is leaving for Delhi? And what we understand is that she's, of course, talking about some time that will be taken to discuss.
Well, Rakshita, as we broke before, Annamalai is leaving to Delhi. He is meeting Nitin Nabin tomorrow in Delhi to make his final decision. On questions asked to him whether he is resigning from the party, Annamalai says, please wait, every decision will be made in the next 2 days. He says he will meet the media after 2 days and explain them what exactly is happening and what his decisions are. So as of now, he is not confirmed whether he's resigning from the party. He's just telling the media that please wait until a decision is made, and he says he will meet the media in 2 days' time, Rakshita.
Absolutely. That's a big update. Republic TV getting it first right now. That first reaction ever since that news broke. The inside scoop on Republic TV viewers that K. Annamalai is leaving for Delhi from Chennai right now. And, the fact that you've mentioned earlier also, Sharda, that he will be meeting Nitin Nabeen as well. Now, this is, of course, another sign that reinforces that big update, that inside scoop is not just a scoop anymore. Now, it's not just a speculation anymore. It is a fact that something is indeed in the works. Annamalai might not be openly saying it, but it is going to be a new political movement that will be now set up. And henceforth, he is leaving for Delhi.
You're true, Rakshita. It's openly not saying that something is happening, but saying that he'll meet everybody in 2 days and explain what is happening on the question whether he is resigning shows an indication that there is something going on and that he'll quietly shift from the BJP to his political movement under that he's already been conducting via the leaders. So under that, his political movement will be starting very soon. And he is likely to make that announcement in the next 2 days' time. And he will do that only after he officially resigns from the BJP party. So after meeting the national president, he will quit from the BJP party and also announce what the political movement is. But yet, whether there's a political party or not is still something that he is not confirmed. So that might be out only after a few months, at least 6 months to say. That is after he meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah and makes his final decision whether it's going to be a political movement all in all, whether
Shraddha,
it's
very
his own
quick
political
answer from
party.
you. In your understanding, where does this leave the BJP in Tamil Nadu, if at all Annamalai really leaves? Because he was the upcoming leader. He was, of course, given a chance as well, but he could have been given more chances, is what the experts say. So where does this leave the BJP in Tamil Nadu?
Very simple is that BJP might soon face its end in the state of Tamil Nadu, because we saw as soon as he was removed from the presidentship, from 11%, BJP secured only 3% of the vote percentage. Apart from the constituencies that they had, it was a sure shot failure for the BJP in this particular elections, but it still shows that the BJP's current leadership is not very strong, and even losing Annamalai now will put a big question on BJP's status in the state of Tamil Nadu. Whether BJP as a party can even continue in the state of Tamil Nadu will be a question. Whether they can contest in the next election with the same India Alliance is still a very big question mark, because the India Alliance itself is breaking, the AIDMK is breaking, so now it gives BJP no hope in the state of Tamil Nadu, Rakshita.
All right, thanks, Shraddha, joining us with the details on that story, viewers. So really, what's in store, viewers, as Annamalai is preparing for a political breakaway from the BJP? Fresh speculations have erupted. Sources have indicated. You just heard him saying, Annamalai saying that wait for 2 days, there might be something in the offing. So viewers, and now, of course, we have a political movement that is being talked about under Annamalai's non-profit platform, We the Leaders. The new party is being positioned as a direct opposition to Vijay's TTVK. That's the ruling party today in Tamil Nadu. And while he dismissed the buzz earlier as rumors, support posters surfaced in Coimbatore, where it all started from. And sources now also say that Annamalai could be now discussing the same about his exit and launching a new political movement with the Prime Minister and Home Minister as well before he takes the final call. So here's a report.
The buzz around K. Annamalai quitting BJP is growing louder. Sources say the former Tamil Nadu BJP chief is preparing to launch a new political movement under his non-profit organization, We the Leaders. The proposed platform is expected to bring together like-minded volunteers and groom future political leaders across the state. Even before any official announcement, support posters backing Annamalai have appeared in Coimbatore, fueling speculation that the former IPS officer could be preparing for a major political move. Sources indicate Annamalai has already begun reaching out to BJP cadres while quietly laying the groundwork for a larger political organization. However, party insiders say he is unlikely to take any final decision before meeting the BJP's top leadership in Delhi. Sources suggest Annamalai may seek time with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah in the coming days. A meeting with BJP National President Nitin Nabin is also expected before any public announcement is made.
I don't know if he quits BJP, whether he will oppose DMK or not, I don't know. See, as a BJP man, he will oppose DMK. But as a new party, if he has started a new party, I don't know what the policy of that party is. But let's wait and see. I don't think so, because our leader himself has stated that we are opposed to BJP only. Even before this election, assembly election, he had categorically stated that it is a fight between DMK and the party in power in center. So then how will we join together? So I don't think there is any scope for that.
Annamalai's rise transformed the BJP's fortunes in Tamil Nadu during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Under his leadership, the BJP's vote share jumped into double digits despite contesting without the AIADMK. But political equations changed ahead of the 2026 assembly polls. Annamalai publicly opposed returning to an alliance with the AIADMK, while the BJP leadership chose a different path. Differences also surfaced over the language policy debate. In April, Annamalai publicly suggested delaying implementation of the three-language framework for CBSE students, arguing that an immediate rollout could place additional pressure on children. Sources say Annamalai's immediate plan is to launch a political movement first, with the possibility of converting it into a full-fledged political party at a later stage. Insiders claim his political focus is increasingly centered on countering Vijay's growing influence and the rise of TTVK in Tamil Nadu. For now, the question remains unanswered: is this merely a social movement or the first step towards a new political party? The answers may emerge after Annamalai's expected Delhi meetings and a possible announcement in the coming days.
And with that, it's a wrap on this edition of the news, viewers. But we continue to get you more updates on the inside scoop in Tamil Nadu, as it is being speculated now. Is it going to be Annamalai versus the Talapati, that is TVK chief and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, C. Joseph Vijay, as Annamalai's new political movement could be set up soon.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate.
This is a breaking news update coming in. In all likelihood, Annamalai will be by the end of this week moving out of the BJP. That's the timeline set. So things are moving extremely fast in the state of Tamil Nadu.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false?
Welcome back, viewers. Now, Admiral Krishna Swaminathan, PVSM, AVSM and VSM, officially assumed charge as the 27th Chief of the Naval Staff of the Indian Navy. He succeeds Admiral Dinesh K. Tripathi, who superannuated after a highly distinguished 41-year naval career, famously leading the force during the critical security operation like Operation Sindoor. Now, bringing nearly 4 decades of expertise in communication and electronic warfare, Admiral Swaminathan has previously commanded 5 frontline warships, including the aircraft carrier INS Vikramaditya, and served as the Vice Chief of the Naval Staff and Flag Officer Commanding-in-Chief of the Western Naval Command.
I assume command today as the 27th Chief of the Naval Staff with a deep sense of humility, responsibility, pride and gratitude. Being selected by the top leadership of the country for this job has been the highest honor and privilege of my life, and I'm extremely grateful to have this opportunity to serve the Indian Navy and the nation in this capacity. Good morning, my friends from the media. I assume command today as the 27th Chief of the Naval Staff with a deep sense of humility, responsibility, pride and gratitude. Being selected by the top leadership of the country for this job has been the highest honor and privilege of my life, and I'm extremely grateful to have this opportunity to serve the Indian Navy and the nation in this capacity. As all of you know, the Indian Navy stands vigilant to protect national interests wherever they are and is very actively deployed in a regional security environment that continues to remain challenging, complex, unpredictable and uncertain. It shall be my highest priority
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her.
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री UPI QR ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used by her to commit suicide? Why was it hidden? The mother-in-law, the ex-judge, walks up calmly while the body is being dragged.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Headline.
Republic gets a big political scoop. TMC on the verge of breakup after AAP. 22 TMC MLAs likely to break away. We access a letter with signatures. The letter shows TMC faction questioning Abhishek Banerjee faction. Another Republic political scoop, this one from Tamil Nadu. Annamalai likely to announce a new party, breaking away from the BJP by the end of this week. All right, let's begin with what's happening in Kolkata. Republic Bangla exclusive. The Trinamool Congress of Mamata Banerjee seems to be on the verge of breaking up after the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. Republic Bangla exclusive. The Trinamool leaders are in a turf war with two factions competing, Abhishek Banerjee faction or the Bhaipo faction, and then those who are opposed to him. 22 MLAs likely to break away is the Republic Bangla exclusive reporting from Kolkata, and there seems to be open rebellion shaping up within the ranks of Trinamool with the MLAs. Okay, in fact, there is already a reaction to what is happening. We will explain those letters and the competing letters and the sacking of two of the legislators by the Mamata Banerjee led faction, Ritabrato Banerjee and Sandeepan Saha have been sacked, but and the Trinamool says that this is being done at the behest of BJP, to which Chief Minister Suvendu Adhikari responded. Let's listen to him.
जो कंप्लेन है, कंप्लेन दो टीएमसी का एमएलए ने किया है, ऋतव्रत बंदोपाध्याय और संदीपन साहा. इसमें कोई हमारी रोल नहीं है, लेकिन हम लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन में प्राइमरी जो मिला है बहुत खतरनाक, चिंता का बात है. एक रजिस्टर्ड पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो 15 साल सरकार चलाया, उन्होंने अपने खुद एमएलए का सिग्नेचर फॉल्स करके भेज रहा है असेंबली के अंदर. जो हमारी मंदिर है, गणतंत्र का मंदिर है, वहां भेज रहा है. ये बहुत बंगाल के लिए बहुत चिंता का बात है.
All right, Kishala joins us live from our Kolkata newsroom. Kishala, please break this up for us. What's really happening in Trinamool? Is it Mamata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress? Is it Abhishek Banerjee's Trinamool Congress? Is it Ritabrata Banerjee's Trinamool Congress? Who's up against whom? And what's the latest status insofar as this rebellion is concerned?
Abhishek, I'll explain in brief about what exactly happened and how it transpired. This is the letter, resolution letter, written by Abhishek Banerjee to the Speaker of the Assembly. He writes, to the Honorable Speaker, West Bengal Legislative Assembly, please find the enclosed herewith the meeting resolution book along with the attendance sheet. This is about what? We wish to place on record that the members present at the said meeting unanimously adopted the following resolution. Leader of Opposition, Shri Shobhandev Chattopadhyay. Deputy Leaders, Ashima Patra, Noyana Bandyopadhyay, Chief Whip, Firad Hakim. The above resolution was unanimously approved and adopted by the elected members present and attending. This is what, who writes this? Abhishek Banerjee, National General Secretary, All India Trinamool Congress. This is his own signature. Along with this, he sends this to the Speaker. Along with the second page I'll show you now. This is the list of signatories that Abhishek Banerjee sends to the Speaker, saying that all these TMC MLAs have signed their consent for the newly elected leader of opposition. We see on 60 and 61 the names of Ritobroto Banerjee. We see his constituency Ulibadia Purbo, and we see on 61 Sandeepan Saha, Entally. Dates are given here 6/5/2026. Now what happens is, these two MLAs of the TMC, I'll show you now, writes a letter to the Speaker again, to the Honorable Speaker, West Bengal Legislative Assembly. They write, we never gave any consent to Sri Shobhandev Chattopadhyay being elected as the leader of opposition. We also bring to your honor's kind notice that many of the signatures are in block letters and they were not the signatures of the persons, of those persons, but only the names were mentioned. And he also writes, they also write, thus it transpires to us that the resolution date 6/5/2026 with the letters is a manufactured and fabricated document. We thus pray before you to initiate an inquiry and appropriate police authority should take up the matter. Shondipan Shah and Ritobroto Banerjee. So, Abhishek, this is the matter where forged signatures were written or given by Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee. His own party's MLA's signatures were forged by him. And when this matter was exposed by Ritobroto and Shondipan, they are expelled from the party now. And when they are expelled from the party, we are learning about 30 TMC MLAs are in support of Ritobroto and Shondipan, and about 22 of them are having a closed door meeting with Ritobroto Banerjee. So 80 MLAs TMC had, Bhaipo's TMC, Mamata Banerjee and Bhaipo's TMC. Now among those 80 MLAs, 22 are already present with Ritobroto according to TMC sources, and 30 are giving consent or support to him. So TMC is breaking up into two halves, and the faction is very clear in the assembly, and these are the forged documents in my hand. I expose Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee. Republic exposes him on live television, how he has forged the signatures of his own party MLAs, and now they have come into rebellion against the party and Bhaipo, and they are probably now forming a new TMC or a new party, or what are they exactly doing is a thing that we will see in near future, or very maybe in a few hours from now. But they are not with the Bhaipo's TMC right now. They are in a rebellion, and TMC is breaking up, shattering down.
But what's the official position of Trinamool to this letter written by Ritobroto and Sandeepan? Kishal, if you can tell us and the viewers, is the Trinamool contesting their claim, or is it silent, which means they are accepting that those letters were forged, those signatures were forged?
Till now, what we have heard from the TMC, they have only said that these two MLAs are being expelled for anti-party activities. So Ritobroto and Shondipan, I'll show you again once, Abhishek. These are their original real signatures. Shondipan Shah, this is his signature. Ritobroto Banerjee, this is his signature. We can see this is a cursive signature, and this is like what a signature should be. I'll show you now the forged signature done by Bhaipo Abhishek Banerjee. Ritobroto Banerjee in block letters, Shondipan Shah in block letters. Okay. This is not really their signature. This is completely different. So right now TMC is saying that they are expelled due to anti-party activities. This is what the stand right now. I don't think anything else is cleared up by the party as of yet.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you so much. Kishala, in fact, Sandeepan Shah spoke to the media just a while back, following up on this letter that they have written to the speaker. He and Ritobroto. Let's listen to Sandeepan Shah.
में जितने विधायकों की सिग्नेचर चाहिए, जो लोग आए उन्हीं का सिग्नेचर लेके जमा दे दिया जाता, तो जो नहीं थे उनके नाम पे सिग्नेचर करके जमा देना, ये तो कहीं ना कहीं तो मतलब बहुत बड़ा ब्लंडर है। अभिषेक बनर्जी का इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि वो जनरल सेक्रेटरी के तौर पे जो एमएलए लोग ने जो साइन किया है उस पे वो उसके ऊपर वो साइन करके कि यही हम लोग का रेजोल्यूशन है, आप सबमिट कर देते हो विधानसभा में। अब वो लिस्ट जो है, वो लिस्ट में ही इतनी सारी गलतियां हैं, जो एमएलएस नहीं है उनके सिग्नेचर किया हुआ है और उसको एंडोर्स कर रहे हैं अभिषेक बनर्जी। तो क्वेश्चन तो उन पे आएगा ही, क्योंकि जिम्मेदारी तो उनकी होनी चाहिए थी, जो जिम्मेदारी वो निभाने में चूक गए। अब देखिए अटैक क्यों हुआ ये तो वही बोल पाएंगे। डायमंड हार्बर मॉडल चलता था, साउथ कोलकाता में जहां भी आप देखते थे सभी तो अभिषेक बनर्जी का ही समर्थक दिखता था। तो अब अचानक वो समर्थक और समर्थक क्यों नहीं रहे, इसका जवाब मुझे लगता है सबसे अच्छा अभिषेक बनर्जी ही दे पाएंगे। देखिए पब्लिक तो नाराज है, ये साफ दिख रहा है। नाराज बहुत सारे कारण से है, और इसमें क्या हो रहा है, बहुत सारे लीडर्स जो पब्लिक नाराज हो ऐसा काम नहीं किए हैं वो भी इस पे पिस जा रहे हैं। तो जो अपना आत्मसम्मान है जिनका, जो पब्लिक के लिए काम करना चाहते हैं, तो अभी हो सकता है वो लोग थोड़ा सा भी दूरी बना के रख रहे हैं, परिस्थिति थोड़ा नॉर्मल होने के लिए वेट कर रहे होंगे, क्योंकि इसको छोड़ के तो कोई चारा नहीं है।
I mean, Kishila, if you hear Sandeepan Shah, it leaves no doubt in your mind that this is clearly a rebellion against BIPOC. This is clearly these MLAs revolting against Abhishek Banerjee. Which means that Mamata Banerjee will have to take a call whether she wants to still stand by her nephew or save the party.
Well, Abhishek, I don't think there is really a way to save Trinamool Congress right now, because we have seen councillors, MLAs, MPs resigning in mass. Also, the party workers who were working on ground are nowhere visible. I am speaking from West Bengal. We have been reporting from the ground. The TMC party offices are closed. The TMC party offices don't work now. Even in the meetings that Mamata Banerjee calls or Abhishek Banerjee calls in their Kalighat residence, yesterday there was a meeting. Out of 80 MLAs, only 16 were present, Abhishek. Only 16 MLAs came to Mamata Banerjee's call. They came to the meeting and the meeting was cancelled because no MLAs were coming. And 30 MLAs are in support of Ritobroto Banerjee is what we are getting to know. 22 are already present with Ritobroto in a meeting, closed door meeting. Whether they are going to form a new party, whether they are going to break up with the TMC and form a TMC new or something like that, whether they are going to claim that TMC is actually, they are the ones who are the real TMC is something that we have to see. But I don't really think, Abhishek, that there is a way to stop this breaking up and feud right now.
Absolutely, which means Trinamool is staring at a breakup down the middle with these rebelling MLAs calling out Abhishek Banerjee for having forged their signatures in the letter that was written to the Speaker of the Bengal Assembly for picking up a leader of opposition on behalf of the Trinamool. And essentially what we are seeing is a turf war panning out inside Trinamool between those who are with Abhishek Banerjee and those against him. We'll keep close track of that story as it pans out, minute developments there, but moving out for now. And coming to Delhi, where a breaking news development coming in connection with the 16-year-old boy, schoolboy, Sai, who was shot in the heart of Delhi at point blank range 2 days ago. And the only reason that he was shot at was that he stood to bullying. And now the family has alleged political links to the murder, and that those who have killed Sai, who unfortunately passed away after battling for his life at a hospital in Delhi. And now the family says that there are political links emerging. It seems that one of the minor accused is related to somebody who's connected with a BJP leader in Delhi, and that's something which the family is alleging. We are confirming. Let's go to our reporter on the ground on this story, Saurav Kumar, joining us live from Delhi. Saurav, the family clearly connecting the murder with political lineage of one of the accused, even if a minor. What can you tell us about what the family's charge is?
Yes, Abhishek, the family is claiming that there are political links to the accused who basically brutally killed the 17-year-old boy in the Amar Colony area while he was out to have some food with his friends on May 26th. And now the family is alleging that there is a huge political link, and one of the accused is connected to the Delhi's BJP leader. These are the latest developments, and I would like to tell our viewers that after battling for his life for the past 6 days, now the victim has passed away at the AIIMS Trauma Center, and his body has been sent for the post-mortem. And as we speak currently, the post-mortem of the victim is still going on, and the family is grieving, and they are demanding justice from the officials. They are claiming that the Delhi Police Crime Branch has not even mentioned anything in the FIR. There is no names of the accused in the FIR in order to protect all the 3 accused which the Republic has caught on camera. Republic has accessed the CCTV footage of all the 3 accused fleeing from the spot after committing this heinous crime, and now the family is demanding justice, and they are saying that they will be protesting if the justice has not done, and now the Delhi Police Crime Branch has arrested 3 of the accused. And according to the information from Delhi Police Crime Branch, one is CCL and the other 2 are majors. They have arrested 3 people in connection with this case, and the further interrogation and investigation is underway. Abhishek.
Okay, for the benefit of viewers, CCL is child in conflict with law, which is that the person who's an accused, the person who has committed the crime or is an accomplice, is a minor, so cannot be named. Can you tell us, without naming, Saurav, you mentioned 3 arrests have been made. 1 of them is a minor, 2 are major. They can at least be identified. Who are they and what is their role?
So, currently, the Delhi Police Crime Branch has not identified all of the 2 major accused who were arrested by them. They have only confirmed the age of both the accused who were associated with this crime. The minor which we are talking about, he was the primary accused who shot 2 bullets at the victim. However, though both the major accused, one is of age 24 and other is of age 18, they both were accompanying him at that time when the minor person was committing this crime in the Amar Colony area. All the 3 accused have been arrested.
Saurav, we need to understand. The minor is the prime accused. The minor is the one who shot at Sai. But the 2 major accused who are 24 and 18 years respectively. What's the problem with Delhi Police giving or revealing their identity? There should not be any problem. They are not minors. They are not protected by any law insofar as their identity is concerned.
Yes, Abhishek, the major issue behind that is, according to the sources, one of the major is directly associated with the Delhi BJP leader in the national capital, and because of that, Delhi Police Crime Branch is not opening up about the names of the 2 people they have arrested in connection with this case. They are only just telling the age that one is of 24 and other is of 18 respectively. However, they have denied to confirm the identity of both the accused who were accompanying the 3rd juvenile accused at that time during the heinous crime which took place in Amar Colony area. And now Republic is constantly getting in touch with the Delhi Police Crime Branch officials. However, now they are not responding to the calls and messages sent by the Republic, and this confirms that this is because the major name of a big politician who is associated with the Bharatiya Janata Party and who is a Delhi-based leader is directly connected with one of the accused. That is why Delhi Police Crime Branch is running from Republic answers and they are not answering Republic's calls.
Okay.
Back to you, Abhishek.
One more follow-up question, Saurav. In which case, if the 3 are arrested, when are they going to be produced in the court? And if that happened, then maybe you can identify who they are.
Yeah, according to the initial information which we received from the ground, all the 3 accused has already been produced into the court today, earlier this morning, and now they have been sent to the judicial custody. However, still the Delhi Police Crime Branch is not accepting that the person who they have arrested is somewhat linked to the a big politician. However,
I hope
all the 3 people have been sent to Tihar jail, as the reports we are getting from the ground, Abhishek.
I hope you are able to find out who the politician is with whom one of the accused has linkages, major one, not the minor one. So obviously there should not be any problem identifying the accused, both the name and the lineage. We'll come back to you, Saurav, the moment you can confirm the connection and come back to us, letting you go for now. And moving on to another political development taking place down south in Tamil Nadu, where K. Annamalai, the former state BJP chief, is preparing for a political breakaway from the party. Fresh speculation has erupted in the state after sources indicated that the former President of the state unit of the BJP, is planning to launch a new political movement under his non-profit platform, We the Leaders. The new party is being positioned as a direct opposition to Vijay's TTVK. While BJP leader himself dismisses the buzz as rumors, and as support posters have surfaced in Coimbatore and other places, sources say Annamalai could soon head to Delhi. In fact, he has already left Chennai. He was asked at the Chennai airport whether he's going to Delhi and meet the party leadership before he moves on, to which he said that wait for 2 more days. Here are the details with that soundbite.
The buzz around K. Annamalai quitting BJP is growing louder. Sources say the former Tamil Nadu BJP chief is preparing to launch a new political movement under his non-profit organization, We the Leaders. The proposed platform is expected to bring together like-minded volunteers and groom future political leaders across the state. Even before any official announcement, support posters backing Annamalai have appeared in Coimbatore, fueling speculation that the former IPS officer could be preparing for a major political move. Sources indicate Annamalai has already begun reaching out to BJP cadres while quietly laying the groundwork for a larger political organization. However, party insiders say he is unlikely to take any final decision before meeting the BJP's top leadership in Delhi. Sources suggest Annamalai may seek time with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah in the coming days. A meeting with BJP National President Nitin Nabin is also expected before any public announcement is made.
I don't know if he quits BJP, whether he will oppose DMK or not, I don't know. See, as a BJP man, he will oppose DMK. But as a new party, if he has started a new party, I don't know what the policy of that party is. Let us wait and see. I don't think so, because our leader himself has stated that we are opposed to BJP only. Even before this election, assembly election, he had categorically stated that it is a fight between DMK and the party in power in center. So then how will we join together? So I don't think there is any scope for that.
Annamalai's rise transformed the BJP's fortunes in Tamil Nadu during the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. Under his leadership, the BJP's vote share jumped into double digits despite contesting without the AIADMK. But political equations changed ahead of the 2026 assembly polls. Annamalai publicly opposed returning to an alliance with the AIADMK, while the BJP leadership chose a different path. Differences also surfaced over the language policy debate. In April, Annamalai publicly suggested delaying implementation of the 3-language framework for CBSE students, arguing that an immediate rollout could place additional pressure on children. Sources say Annamalai's immediate plan is to launch a political movement first, with the possibility of converting it into a full-fledged political party at a later stage. Insiders claim his political focus is increasingly centered on countering Vijay's growing influence and the rise of TTVK in Tamil Nadu. For now, the question remains unanswered: is this merely a social movement or the first step towards a new political party? The answers may emerge after Annamalai's expected Delhi meetings and a possible announcement in the coming days.
With that, we slip into a short break, but coming up on the other side, the CBI reaching Giribala and Samarth residence for second time, recreating the crime scene along with a dummy body to check whether a suicide was possible or is it an outright murder. Short break coming up on the other side.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say that as long as the act of murder or crime of terrorism is carried out by a Muslim, it must be defended. This very thought, ladies and gentlemen, is completely unacceptable. And we need to make the point more strongly because it's not the first time this has happened. This happened in the case of Bilkis Bano. When in Gujarat, the rapists of Bilkis Bano came out, they were greeted with tikas and sweets. And it was happening openly. This was an act of defiance. A manner of saying, so what? It is a Hindu who carried out the act of rape and hence we will celebrate him. We will forgive the person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are nobody to forgive. And the last thing we should do is celebrate rapists. This was a shameful moment then. This is a shameful moment now. Sengar was another shameful moment when some people said, oh, Sengar is from, the BJP and hence he can be seen smiling after carrying out the act of rape. And people would celebrate him and say, no, our leader can do it.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic gets big political scoop. TMC on the verge of breakup after Aam Aadmi Party. 22 TMC MLAs likely to break away. Republic accesses letter with signatures. Letter shows TMC faction questioning Abhishek Banerjee faction. Another Republic political scoop, this one from Tamil Nadu. Annamalai likely to announce a new party breaking away from the BJP by the end of the week. Movement will be set up its sole focus on taking on Vijay's TTVK. "17-year-old Shah from Delhi succumbs to his injuries at a hospital after he was shot for standing up against bullying. And CBI recreates crime scene at Giribala's residence using a dummy body. Samarth and Giribala were present at the time. Good evening, welcome to Republic. I'm Rhythm, and viewers, we're going to tell you first the news that's coming in. There was a team of CBI that's recreated today the crime scene at the residence of former District Judge Giribala Singh. The breaking news coming in. Remember, she was arrested in connection with the alleged dowry harassment and death of Twisha Sharma. Now the agency is probing the circumstances compounding Sharma's death and has intensified its investigation following Singh's arrest in the case. Remember, Twisha and her husband, the accused, was also brought to the place after Twisha's death. I want to really understand what's happening there as the CBI is recreating this scene. Let me go across to Dinesh Rao, forensic expert who's joining us on this top focus story. Before I come to you, Dr. Rao, I'm going to go across to my colleague Satya Vijay, who's joining us from the spot. Satya Vijay, what is the CBI today concentrating on?
इस दौरान सीबीआई की टीम 3.5 घंटे गिरिबाला सिंह के घर पर रही। सीबीआई की टीम के साथ समर्थ सिंह और गिरिबाला सिंह भी मौजूद थे। चूंकि सबसे अहम बात यह कि आज सीबीआई की टीम ने डमी डेड बॉडी के साथ स्पॉट पर रिक्रिएशन किया। एक डमी डेड बॉडी सीबीआई की टीम लेकर आई और उसकी हाइट लगभग उतनी ही थी जितनी तुषा शर्मा की थी। उसका उतना वजन मेंटेन किया गया जितना तुषा शर्मा का था और जिस स्पॉट पर तुषा की संदिग्ध डेड बॉडी फंदे पर लटकी मिली थी वहां पर सीबीआई की टीम ने रिक्रिएशन किया और यह रिक्रिएशन की प्रक्रिया करीब 2 घंटे चली। इस दौरान पूरा सीन क्रिएट किया गया कि कैसे सूचना मिली, कैसे समर्थ ऊपर आया, गिरिबाला ऊपर आई, किसने गिरिबाला को उठाया, किसने फंदे की नोट खोली। ये पूरा सीन रिक्रिएट किया गया। उसमें दिखाया गया जैसा समर्थ और गिरिबाला ने बताया कि उसमें एक विजुअल है, आप देखेंगे रिक्रिएशन में, जिसमें समर्थ जो है फंदे पर लटकी हुई तुषा शर्मा को अपने हाथों से ऊपर उठा रहा है और गिरिबाला उसकी नोट खोल रही है। तो ये पूरा सीन रिक्रिएट किया गया और ये सीन रिक्रिएट करने की जरूरत इसलिए भी थी क्योंकि जब भोपाल पुलिस यानी कि एसआईटी इस मामले की जांच कर रही थी तो उस जांच में कई तरह के संदेह पैदा हुए। तुषा के परिवार ने कई सवाल खड़े किए। इससे तुषा के परिवार ने सुसाइड नहीं बल्कि मर्डर बताया और इसीलिए सेकंड पोस्टमार्टम किया गया और इसीलिए सीबीआई को जांच ट्रांसफर की गई।
बिल्कुल, और ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण हो जाता है। आई वुड ऑल्सो लाइक टू गो अक्रॉस टू आवर गेस्ट सत्य विजय, forensic expert Dinesh Rao, who's now joining us on this top focus story. Mr. Rao, we've seen from the very start there have been inconsistencies in this case. There are some of them which have been brought to notice by several investigations that are being done right here on Republic TV. But I want to first ask you, how much time does it take to form after death this thing called Taschen-Neuer, which means what conclusion can be reached from this sign? Does this occur in hanging, which is the eyes of the victim are open? Which condition is this usually seen in, Dr. Rao?
Taschen-Neuer, it's a post-mortem condition, we call Taschen-Neuer dalla sclerotica. That's what is the actual name. So it occurs in the sclera of the eyes, when the eyes are opened after death. So usually that means when the eyes are open, actually the sclera becomes dry. There are some residual mucus and dust particles and debris, cell debris settle, and they form a triangle shape, brownish or reddish in shape. And this is what we call it as tache nova. It takes usually around some minimum 1.5 hour to 2 hour, but it should happen only when the eyes are open. That is what is the underlying condition. And definitely these conditions you usually see, but rarely we see in hanging. Even if we see in hanging, it will be in one eye, not in both the eyes. That is most important observation I just wanted to make. And beside this, in strangulation we see, even in suffocation, because the eyes will be opened in those, because of the congestion, the eyeballs will be rolled out. And so there will be a opening of the eyes. But in hanging, only one eye that is possible, we call la fascia synthetica, we call. So la fascia sympathetica, and that is very rare, and but not in both the eyes, only one eye we see. Yeah.
So are you trying to therefore, what I want to ask you therefore, as I'm looking at the picture of Twisha's eye here, there seems that there was no medical intervention for the next 2 hours following this death. There were calls made by Giribala during this period when she panicked, but that's the second question. But therefore the eyes have remained open for approximately 1.5 to 2 hours after her death. What does this therefore indicate, sir?
That clearly indicates that the eyes were kept open and there was no medical intervention. Because once there is a medical intervention, usually what we do is we do the CPR and we'll try to close the eyes if it is open, and all other medical procedures. But this clearly reflects that possibility that the eyes are open for nearly 1.5 to 2 hours after death.
Okay, I also want to ask you another question. We at Republic TV have been doing an investigation, and on the basis of that we have found Twisha was alive at 9:51 p.m. She made a call to her mother, to her father. Then she was alive at 10:05 p.m. when she made a call to her mother. During this call, there is an application that says Twisha expressed her decision to come back in May sometime, and she was disturbed and distressed. She told her mother she'll call her back, and someone was behind her saying, "Kisse baat kar rahi ho? Whom are you speaking with?" It's assumed the person who was behind her and the voice that the mother heard could be her husband Samarth. Now, this is what was seen. So from 10:06, the time gap between 10:06 and 10:16 p.m., Dr. Rao, is the time in which Twisha's her death took place. This is the time, because at 10:16 p.m., Giribala Singh called up Twisha's sister-in-law and told her she doesn't have pulse, she is no more. That means it's very crucial this 10 minutes gap is seen. There's also a theory when it comes to your science, the last seen theory. Is the CBI going to take it into account, because the person that she had last possibly seen is the person whose voice was heard by her mother on that phone call, who said, "Kisse baat kar rahi ho?"
You rightly pointed out, because the 10:06 to 10:17 is the duration or the possible time of death. Absolutely, there is no doubt, because the calls received and by both the parties clearly reflects and endorses that is the time where the possible death has taken place. And another more important observation which you have rightly made is Twisha's mother overheard that a male voice, possibly Samarth, which indicates that asking her to hang up, or kisse baat kar rahe ho. After that, the phone hanged up. That clearly reflects the person, the voice, or the individual who made that comment. Either he is responsible for the crime, or he is having the knowledge of the crime. Definitely, the last seen theory is well applicable, and in this case, definitely this is very clearly, which of course the CBI will definitely take note of it and investigate in that direction.
That means that, Dr. Rao, according to the experience that you have and the cases you've held, the person who was last seen with Twisha becomes extremely crucial to really understand the despair that she was under, and it's possible that fingers actually therefore point at Samarth.
Absolutely, absolutely. Whoever is the person who is responsible for those comments to say that kisse baat kar rahi ho, that person is definitely either he is having knowledge of the crime or he is responsible for the crime. Absolutely, there is no doubt. This is how the forensic investigation takes place until there are evidence to contradict the same.
Yes, and therefore this is also a golden rule in forensic investigation, sir, that the last person who is seen with the deceased is always a suspect. That's the reason the CBI has got custody of Samarth Singh now, sir.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Because see, now as you rightly pointed out, the call log clearly indicates it is made between both the parties, which clearly indicates and what time she died and what time she lost seen alive or lost spoken alive to the mother. So in that period, the time of death is known, and when the time of death is known and a voice has been heard during that time of death, and that person is definitely either responsible for the crime or he is having knowledge of the crime.
I want to ask you a third question on the CCTV footage that had been accessed by various channels. It had been put out. I believe the CCTV footage could have been tampered with. It was doctored. Several of us have been putting this forward. Let's give our viewers the time suggestion. Now that you've said the scientific evidence clearly shows Twisha's death took place between 10:06 p.m. and 10:16 p.m., those 10 to 12 minutes, because she'd spoken to her mother, she was distressed. 10:16, Giribala Singh calls up her sister-in-law to say she doesn't have a pulse. That means that is the clear time. However, the CCTV footage is showing and raising serious doubts about credibility, because the footage that has been released shows Twisha going up at around 7:20 p.m. with the display of possibly 10th of May. It's not even 12th of May. She's wearing a headphone, she's going up. That means it's possibly doctored because it says 10th of May. And the body was reportedly brought down by 8:19. There is therefore a great time difference that we are seeing of 59 minutes, Dr. Rao. How is this to be explained?
Definitely, that clearly, see, now I can categorically state that CCTV has to be doctored, because now, as we discussed earlier, the time of death is very well known. That is between 10:06 to 10:17. So that is the actual time of death. There is no doubt in this, because we have the call records and the caller also on the other side. But whereas the CCTV record indicates even the dates are changed, whereas the time duration is stretching to nearly 59 minutes. That means the CCTV has doctored this particular evidence, where the call log is confirming the doctored CCTV. And definitely it is so obvious that this something has been done with the CCTV, is manipulated, doctored, or the evidence has been introduced. So something has been there. I think the CBI will definitely get the answer, because one thing is a fact. Based on your own investigation, it's very clear. The time of death is well known. When the time of death is known, whereas the duration is increased nearly 1 hour in the CCTV, which is totally contradicting. That means the CCTV is doctored. There is no doubt in that.
Yes. Therefore, there are three things that our investigation is also looking at, Dr. Rao. And I would also like to put this question and this knowledge before the AIMS team that has conducted the second post-mortem. What are they going to find is going to be very important. And also the CBI that's doing in research in this case, the CBI is, I beg your pardon, doing a scene crime recreation. Twisha's eyes that we have blacked out right now were open. That's the first thing. And therefore, both eyes being open in such a case of hanging is very uncommon. The second point that we're trying to get to our viewers is the CCTV is clearly been doctored with. And the third point, the time of death was between 10:06 to 10:16 p.m. And the CCTV seems to be of another day and sometimes of another time. Dr. Rao, I thank you for your time and your forensic expert guidance. I also have to tell our viewers that the Madhya Pradesh High Court in its order had said Dr. Dinesh Rao had to lead the team, the second team, for the post-mortem. But for some reasons which are not clear to us, the AIMS post-mortem second report did not have Dr. Dinesh Rao in it. However, I thank you, sir, for your guidance. It's a focus. The focus is also on the belt. We're going to get you more answers on this case as the CBI continues its investigation in this case. Thank you, Dr. Rao, for joining us. Moving on to the other top focus story that we have with us. Now, the shocking case of gun violence that surfaced from Delhi's Amar Colony on 26th May. A 17-year-old boy, Sai, was shot while celebrating the end of his examinations with friends at a local eatery. What's worse, Sai has now died after succumbing to his injuries from the gunshot wound. Sai was hurt critically. He was battling for his life for 5 days. His parents are in agony. They demand the strictest punishment for the accused. Yet again, viewers, a VIP juvenile has been apprehended. The weapon used in the crime has been recovered. The investigation has been transferred to the crime branch of Delhi. Take a look at this report, which raises more questions on how minors have easy access to guns and it's unchecked. consequences.
17-year-old Sai was shot at an eatery in Delhi's Amar Colony area while celebrating the end of his examination with his friends. Sai was out with his friends on Friday evening when the incident took place at the spot between 7:30 and 7:54 p.m. at the food outlet. A group of boys passed by their table and began bullying and misbehaving with his female friends. Sai confronted them and an argument broke out. The confrontation reportedly began after one of the boys either touched a chair or stared at the victim's friend, triggering an argument. One of the accused then allegedly pulled out a pistol and fired a single shot at Sai. Locals and bystanders rushed Sai to the hospital before the police arrived. Sai was later shifted to AIIMS Trauma Center where he was put on ventilator support. He passed away after 5 days of battling for life, leaving his parents in agony.
We also have with us the mother of the victim who is joining us on this broadcast. तो मैडम क्या बोला है डॉक्टर्स ने?
डॉक्टर्स ने बोला है कि जब तक उसका माइंड नहीं चलेगा तब तक वो कुछ भी नहीं कर पाएगा और वो कंडीशन ठीक नहीं है उसकी. मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए, जैसे भी था वैसे ही चाहिए. और दूसरी बात, जिसने ये सब किया है उसके माँ बाप को सारा शह जाता है. उन्होंने उसको ऐसे किया है क्योंकि ऐसे कोई बच्चा बंदूक नहीं उठाता जब तक उसके माँ बाप ना चाहे, सपोर्ट नहीं करते. हमें इतना पता है कि हमारे बेटे के साथ बहुत नाइंसाफ़ी हुई है और उसका उनको फल भरना पड़ेगा. और मुझे मेरा बेटा चाहिए क्योंकि उसकी हालत बहुत गंभीर है. उसके माँ बाप को उठवाओ, उसको फांसी की सजा दिलवाओ, बंदूक से उड़वाओ, मुझे कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता. मैं सारे मिले
बड़े बड़े नेता के लड़के हैं ये सब उनको लोग जानबूझ के, इसीलिए वो केस से अभी भी वो हैं. इसीलिए इनको सबको सर, मुझे नहीं सर, इनको छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए सर, ये किसी के बच्चे को.
Police have registered a case attempt of murder along with relevant sections of the Arms Act. Crime team officials inspected the spot while investigators began analyzing CCTV footage and technical evidence. Delhi police have apprehended a 16-year-old juvenile accused with a firearm, and the police have identified 2 other suspects who are absconding. Investigators believe multiple accused were involved and raids are underway to trace the remaining suspects. The investigation has now been transferred to the Delhi crime branch for further probe.
Israeli troops have captured a strategic mountain-topped with a Crusader-built castle in southern Lebanon in the deepest incursions into the country in more than a quarter century. The capture of Beaufort Castle near the city of Nabateh came after days of airstrikes and intense fighting in nearby villages where Israeli troops fought Hezbollah members in the rugged area. Its capture marks a major development in the latest Israel-Hezbollah war, which began on 2nd of March when Hezbollah fired rockets into northern Israel 2 days after the US and Israel attacked its main backer, Iran.
Israeli forces have escalated operations in southern Lebanon despite a ceasefire that has been in place for over a month. Israeli troops captured the historic Beaufort Castle, marking Israel's deepest incursion into Lebanon.
Israeli ground troops in Lebanon captured a strategic castle, marking their deepest incursion to the country in 26 years. The last time the Israeli military were at the Beaufort Castle was in the tail end of their 18-year occupation in the year 2000, just before their withdrawal. This is part of a days-long expansion of military activity in Lebanon. Ground troops have pushed deeper into the country, and the airstrikes have certainly widened. It's unclear what the goal of this expansion is going to be, but attacks have certainly increased since a nominal ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon went into effect in April 17.
Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered the IDF to expand operations beyond the Litani River.
הלילה הלוחמים הגיבורים שלנו כבשו את מוצב הבופור. הם הניפו שם בגאווה את דגל מדינת ישראל ואת דגל חטיבת גולני. אני מזכיר לכם שלפני 44 שנים המקום הזה היה סמל לקרב גבורה הירואי של לוחמינו, אבל גם היה סמל למחלוקת עמוקה בתוכנו. היום חזרנו לבופור אחרת. חזרנו מאוחדים, נחושים, חזקים מאי פעם. מתחילת מלחמת התקומה אנחנו חיסלנו 8,000 מחבלי חיזבאללה. מאז שהגת הארי 3,000. בחודש האחרון בלבד 700. זה יותר מכל מה שחיסלנו במהלך מלחמת לבנון השנייה. אני הנחיתי את צה"ל להרחיב את התמרון בלבנון. הכוחות שלנו חצו את הליטני, הם תפסו שטחים שולטים, הם כבשו את רכס הבופור. ועכשיו ההנחיה שלי היא להעמיק ולהרחיב את האחיזה שלנו במקומות שהיו בתפיסת חיזבאללה. וכיבוש הבופור הוא שלב דרמטי, הוא שינוי דרמטי במדיניות שאנחנו מובילים. אנחנו שברנו את מחסום הפחד. אנחנו יוזמים, אנחנו פועלים בכל החזיתות. בסוריה, בעזה, בלבנון, הקמנו רצועות ביטחון מעבר לגבולותינו כדי להגן על יישובינו.
Israel conducted multiple airstrikes over the past few days, targeting villages near Tyre and other areas in southern Lebanon. One strike completely destroyed a 12-story residential building in Nabatea.
هذه العائلة السورية دايرة على معيشتها الكريمة ومؤلفة من 8 أشخاص وإجا الطيران ضربها وهذه المنطقة يعني بتعرف مش عسكرية كلها شغالة وكلها عمال وكلها بساتين وما فيها أي يعني تحرك عسكري ما حدا
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील टीएमटी बार एकदम सॉलिड।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the three men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying it?
This is a breaking news update coming in. In all likelihood, Annamalai will be by the end of this week moving out of the BJP. That's the timeline set. So things are moving extremely fast in the state of Tamil Nadu.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Republic gets the big political scoop from West Bengal. TMC on the verge of breakup after the Aam Aadmi Party. 22 TMC MLAs likely to break away. In fact, Republic accesses the letter with the signatures. Letter shows TMC faction questioning Abhishek Banerjee faction over the forgery case. Another Republic political scoop from Tamil Nadu now. Annamalai likely to announce a new party, breaking away from the BJP by the end of this week. Sources indicate that Annamalai's new political movement to be set up with the sole focus on taking on the Vijay's TTVK. 17-year-old Shah from Delhi succumbs to injuries at the hospital after he was shot at for standing up against bullying. CBI recreates crime scene at Giribala's residence using a dummy body. Samarth Singh also present at the scene. Good evening, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking at 6 p.m. with me, Rakshita Mishra. And let's start with the big political scoop coming in from Republic Bangla, viewers. In fact, it's a Republic Bangla exclusive that the TMC breakup is only imminent after the Aam Aadmi Party, what we've seen of Aam Aadmi Party, it could be TMC breaking up. Now, what we understand is that the TMC is on the verge of collapse. Now, why we say this? Republic Bangla exclusive input suggests that 22 MLAs of the TMC are likely to break away from the party, and it's an open rebellion that's breaking out in the Trinamool Congress. And we've just seen what's happened with Ritabrata Banerjee. He is in fact he's said to have been leading this revolt, and Republic Bangla exclusive input suggests that 22 MLAs have met Ritabrata Banerjee. The TMC faction is questioning that how Abhishek Banerjee's candidate got the leader of opposition post. So viewers, we've seen that first starts with the forgery letter forgery case, the forged signatures case, and then we have two of the MLAs also saying that there are MLAs who have in fact complained about it. And then they get expelled also. Listen in to what Sandeepan Shah is saying. Sandeepan Shah, in fact, has commented on the SIT that has been also formed.
जितने 80 विधायक में जितने विधायकों की सिग्नेचर चाहिए, जो लोग आए उन्हीं के सिग्नेचर लेके जमा दे दिया जाता, तो जो नहीं थे उनके नाम पे सिग्नेचर करके जमा देना, ये तो कहीं ना कहीं तो मतलब बहुत बड़ा ब्लंडर है। अभिषेक बनर्जी का इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि वो जनरल सेक्रेटरी के तौर पे जो एमएलए लोग ने जो साइन किया है उस पे वो उसके ऊपर वो साइन करके कि यही हम लोग का रेजोल्यूशन है, आप सबमिट कर देते हो विधानसभा में। अब वो लिस्ट जो है वो लिस्ट में ही इतनी सारी गलतियां हैं, जो एमएलएस नहीं है उनके सिग्नेचर किया हुआ है और उसको एंडोर्स कर रहे हैं अभिषेक बनर्जी। तो क्वेश्चन तो उन पे आएगा ही, क्योंकि जिम्मेदारी तो उनकी होनी चाहिए थी, जो जिम्मेदारी वो निभाने में चूक गए। अब देखिए अटैक क्यों हुआ ये तो वही बोल पाएंगे। डायमंड हार्बर मॉडल चलता था, साउथ कोलकाता में जहां भी आप देखते थे सभी तो अभिषेक बनर्जी का ही समर्थक दिखता था। तो अब अचानक वो समर्थक और समर्थक क्यों नहीं रहे, इसका जवाब मुझे लगता है सबसे अच्छा अभिषेक बनर्जी ही दे पाएंगे। देखिए पब्लिक तो नाराज है, ये साफ दिख रहा है। नाराज बहुत सारे कारण से है, और इसमें क्या हो रहा है, बहुत सारे लीडर्स जो पब्लिक नाराज हो ऐसा काम नहीं किए हैं वो भी इस पे पिस जा रहे हैं। तो जो अपना आत्मसम्मान है जिनका, जो पब्लिक के लिए काम करना चाहते हैं, तो अभी हो सकता है वो लोग थोड़ा सा भी दूरी बना के रख रहे हैं, परिस्थिति थोड़ा नॉर्मल होने के लिए वेट कर रहे होंगे, क्योंकि इसको छोड़ के तो कोई चारा नहीं है। जिस तरीके के घटनाएं बाहर आ रही है पंचायत स्तर में, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी के स्तर पे, ये तो कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग सबको शर्म। जितने 80 विधायक में जितने विधायकों की सिग्नेचर चाहिए, जो लोग आए उन्हीं के सिग्नेचर लेके जमा दे दिया जाता, तो जो नहीं थे उनके नाम पे सिग्नेचर करके जमा देना, ये तो कहीं ना कहीं तो मतलब बहुत बड़ा ब्लंडर है। अभिषेक बनर्जी का इसलिए आ रहा है क्योंकि वो जनरल सेक्रेटरी के तौर पे जो एमएलए लोग ने जो साइन किया है उस पे वो उसके ऊपर वो साइन करके कि यही हम लोग का रेजोल्यूशन है, आप सबमिट कर देते हो विधानसभा में। अब वो लिस्ट जो है वो लिस्ट में ही इतनी सारी गलतियां हैं, जो एमएलएस नहीं है उनके सिग्नेचर किया हुआ है और उसको एंडोर्स कर रहे हैं अभिषेक बनर्जी। तो क्वेश्चन तो उन पे आएगा ही, क्योंकि जिम्मेदारी तो उनकी होनी चाहिए थी, जो जिम्मेदारी वो निभाने में चूक गए। अब देखिए अटैक क्यों हुआ ये तो वही बोल पाएंगे। डायमंड हार्बर मॉडल चलता था, साउथ कोलकाता में जहां भी आप देखते थे सभी तो अभिषेक बनर्जी का ही समर्थक दिखता था। तो अब अचानक वो समर्थक और समर्थक क्यों नहीं रहे, इसका जवाब मुझे लगता है सबसे अच्छा अभिषेक बनर्जी ही दे पाएंगे। देखिए पब्लिक तो नाराज है, ये साफ दिख रहा है। नाराज बहुत सारे कारण से है, और इसमें क्या हो रहा है, बहुत सारे लीडर्स जो पब्लिक नाराज हो ऐसा काम नहीं किए हैं, वो भी इस पे पिस जा रहे हैं। तो जो अपना आत्मसम्मान है जिनका, जो पब्लिक के लिए काम करना चाहते हैं, तो अभी हो सकता है वो लोग थोड़ा सा भी दूरी बना के रख रहे हैं, परिस्थिति थोड़ा नॉर्मल होने के लिए वेट कर रहे होंगे, क्योंकि इसको छोड़ के तो कोई चारा नहीं है। जिस तरीके के घटनाएं बाहर आ रही है पंचायत स्तर में, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी के स्तर पे, ये तो कहीं ना कहीं हम लोग सबको शर्म में डाल दे रहा है।
All right, now viewers, we are going across to the visuals that are coming in from Kolkata. In fact, viewers, the breaking news is that the CID has reached Abhishek Banerjee's residence. So let's break that, viewers. That's update coming in. Courtesy Republic Bangla, CID has reached Abhishek Banerjee's residence. This after he skipped the summons. He skipped the summons today, seeking 15 days time from the CID, also saying that he is unwell, so he cannot meet the CID team. And now we have the CID reaching Abhishek Banerjee's residence. And that's the breaking news we have right now. So viewers, back-to-back developments coming in from West Bengal, viewers, and we continue to get you more details on that. This is you can see that the rebellion is also out in the open as far as the case is concerned. And now we have Abhishek Banerjee. The heat is on Abhishek Banerjee as far as the forged signature case is concerned. He has sought 15-day time, saying that he's not good, he's not feeling well. In fact, CID had visited his house 2 days ago also. He was not at his place, he was not at his residence. And now again we see the CID team, Criminal Investigation Department, reaching Abhishek Banerjee's house in the alleged forged signature case, alleged forged signatures of party MLAs. And in fact, Abhishek Banerjee sent a letter through an advocate seeking a 15-day extension, and he cited illness. And what happened with him in Shonarpur also, it cited that. And now we have CID reaching his residence. This is around the letter endorsing the leader of opposition in the State Assembly. And the signatures of 13 MLAs have been found to be allegedly forged. 3 already denying it. In fact, we have now the SIT also that has been formed by the CID to further probe the forgery allegations surrounding Abhishek Banerjee. And now we have the CID reaching his residence. So that's the big breaking news we have right now, viewers. We will continue to get you more updates from West Bengal, but right now on to the other big story that we've been tracking for you since morning. A team of CBI recreated the crime scene at the residence of former District Judge Giribala Singh, who was arrested in connection with the alleged dowry harassment and death of daughter-in-law Tushar Sharma. The agency is probing the circumstances surrounding Sharma's death, and the investigation is only intensifying. We was following Giribala Singh's arrest in the case. In fact, Tushar's husband and the accused, Samar Singh, who is also in CBI custody, was brought to the scene. You can see him in the striped T-shirt. He was there climbing onto that, and that dummy you can see was used for the forensic recreation of this scene. And CBI is focusing on the height and the making of the bell. Satya Vijay is joining us live on the broadcast from Bhopal. Satya Vijay, हमें बताएं क्या-क्या अभी आज क्या-क्या जानकारी इकट्ठी कर पाई है CBI? जिस तरह से हमने देखा है पूरा रिक्रिएशन हुआ है, तो CBI ने आज किन पहलुओं पर आज जो है तहकीकात की है गिरिबाला सिंह के घर पे?
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, सीबीआई ने आज सबसे अहम कहना चाहिए इन्वेस्टिगेशन जो है सीन रिक्रिएशन का, वो किया है। डमी डेड बॉडी के साथ सीबीआई की टीम आज गिरिबाला सिंह के घर पहुंची थी, और जब सीबीआई की टीम डमी डेड बॉडी के साथ वहां पहुंची तो उस दौरान समर्थ सिंह और गिरिबाला सिंह को भी लाया गया। और जो क्राइम स्पॉट है, जो छत है जहां पर कि तुषार शर्मा की संदिग्ध डेड बॉडी फंदे पर लटकी हुई मिली थी, वहां पर पूरा सीन रिक्रिएट किया गया। इस दौरान सीबीआई ने 3 घंटे तक सीबीआई की टीम गिरिबाला के घर पर थी, और 2 घंटे से ज़्यादा सीन रिक्रिएशन की प्रक्रिया है वो की गई, उसकी पूरी वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग की गई। चूँकि कई लूपहोल्स हैं, कई कमियां भोपाल पुलिस की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में आई थी, और इसीलिए सीबीआई के सामने बड़ी चुनौती थी कि वो हर पहलू को टटोले, गंभीरता से और बारीकी से जाँच करे। इसीलिए जो डमी डेड बॉडी है उसकी हाइट भी लगभग उतनी ही रखी गई जितनी तुषार शर्मा की थी, और उतना ही वजन मेंटेन किया गया। मतलब लगभग 80 kg का जो वजन है वो मेंटेन किया गया और जब डमी डेड बॉडी को फंदे पर लटकाया गया उसके बाद की पूरी प्रोसेस समझी गई, पूरी किस तरह से समर्थ आया, किस तरह से गिरीवाला आई, किसने फांसी से के फंदे से त्रिशा को उतारा, फंदे की नॉट किसने खोली, ये पूरा सीन रिक्रिएट किया गया। और चूंकि पहले जो स्टेटमेंट लिए गए बंद कमरे में कस्टडी के दौरान, रिमांड के दौरान समर्थ सिंह के सेपरेट बयान हुए हैं, गिरीवाला के सेपरेट बयान हुए हैं, आमना सामना करके भी बयान दोनों का लिया गया। और आज जब क्राइम स्पॉट पर सीबीआई की टीम ने ये रिक्रिएशन किया, उस दौरान रिक्रिएशन के साथ साथ समर्थ और गिरीवाला से सवाल जवाब भी किए जा रहे थे। जो सीबीआई को वो अहम पहलू टटोलना है जहां पर कि इनके बयानों में विरोधाभास वो निकाल पाए, क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता है कि जब कस्टडी में रिमांड के दौरान जो पूछताछ होती है और सीन ऑफ क्राइम जो होता है स्पॉट, वहां पर सेम चीज रिक्रिएट की जाती है, तो उस दौरान एकदम से जो सवाल पूछे जाते हैं उनके जवाब से अगर सीबीआई सेटिस्फाई नहीं होती है तो वो बहुत बारीक कड़ी होती है जिसे एक बड़ा सुराग माना जाता है और इसीलिए 2 घंटे से ज्यादा
विजय, हमें अभी दूसरी खबर की ओर जाना पड़ेगा। व्यूअर्स, वी हैव टू नाउ शिफ्ट आवर फोकस back to Kolkata, where we have the CID team right now outside the residence of Abhishek Banerjee, and that's the breaking news we have right now. First pictures on Republic TV and Republic Bangla. CID of West Bengal there at the entrance of Abhishek Banerjee. And we do not know if Abhishek Banerjee is present at his home or not, because the last time we saw the CID team at the entrance of Abhishek Banerjee, he was not at home, and now today when he was summoned for today, he did not turn up. He has cited that he is not well. He cannot actually go and be questioned by the CID. He sought 15 days, and now we have the CID again at Abhishek Banerjee's residence coming in. So you can have you see the first visuals coming in on Republic TV, and it's only trouble and trouble and trouble brewing. It's mounting for the TMC and the General Secretary, the BIPO of TMC. And while there is an open rebellion, what we are learning of, you see that the legal heat is also on the action. There's an SIT that has been formed today by the CID in this forgery case. And you have the CID officials right outside the residence of Abhishek Banerjee. And this is the live frame that we're getting in from Kolkata. And Abhishek Banerjee has sought 15 days time from CID, but it seems that they are not in any mood to entertain that, and they've reached Abhishek Banerjee's residence. So this is the latest input coming in on that big story, a big political story from West Bengal in this case. Abhishek Banerjee, we can show Abhishek Banerjee's visuals also that came in a few days, that came in on Saturday when when he faced the hurling of eggs. Eggs were thrown at him, and he was his shirt was ripped off when he went to Shonarpur, and high drama unfolded yesterday also. And day before, of course, when his aunt, Mamata Banerjee, TMC Supremo, asked the hospital to admit him when the medical team clearly said that he does not require any admission. So after all this, if you understand the chronology, of the events, we see that today when he was supposed to appear before the CID, he fails to do so. He skips the summons and he says that he is not well, citing what happened in Shonarpur. So the CID has now reached Abhishek Banerjee's residence, as you can see in those pictures coming in, courtesy Republic Bangla. And signature forgery case, we've seen that there have been many MLAs from the TMC itself who have said that the signatures that are shown in that letter for the LOP position are not theirs. So they've said that they've in fact they've questioned Abhishek Banerjee also, because he is the one who has given the signatures for the approval and as a General Secretary. So there is another jolt to the Trinamool Congress, and now you have the team of CID officials also at Abhishek Banerjee's residence. In fact, viewers, this is the big update we have right now. Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, joins us on the phone line for more. Abhishek, while we clearly can see that trouble is only mounting after Abhishek Banerjee cited ill health and what happened in Shonarpur as a reason for not going to see the CID, not meet the CID, they have reached his residence.
Well, you are right, and still investigation has to go on, but this is clearly a case of Abhishek Banerjee, taking certain liberties, and the police, of course, seems not in a mood to allow that, and that's why they have reached there, and they would be questioning him. We don't know whether this is the time, whether they would be arresting him, because typically, as it happens, a preliminary inquiry goes on before an arrest is made in similar circumstances. So we are seeing the Bengal police now in a very different mood, of course, after a change of government. We have seen the letter written by Abhishek Banerjee, and it clearly said that the sequence of events, in fact, that we have for the present probe, which is about the forgery of signatures, with two of the Trinamool legislators coming out and calling the bluff of Abhishek Banerjee and his leadership. They have in fact named him as someone who's carried out this act, and that it was done without their agreement, without taking them into confidence, and hence that's why the forgery charge. Now, if you look at the series of events, on the 9th of May, Abhishek Banerjee has intimated the speaker that the party had chosen Sovendep Chattopadhyay as the leader of opposition, and Asim Patra and Naina Bandyopadhyay as deputy leaders of opposition, and Firad Hakam as chief whip. Now, we have a bite from Sandeepan Saha, for example, Rakshita, where he has clearly said that this was not agreed to and that we had never agreed to this. So why were our signatures there on the letter without our consent? And that they have in fact gone on to say that this is done by Abhishek Banerjee, and we are just not two. We are writing to you, but there are others, many others, who have other MLAs who have not agreed to, and yet their names are there. Now, so far as the investigation is concerned, the CID has recorded statements and video recorded statements of 13 MLAs, and they want to record the statement of Abhishek Banerjee also. And now, Abhishek Banerjee was seeking time to sort of delay the process, and that's why the team has reached there now. If you look at the list of 13 MLAs, that includes Baharul Islam, that includes Chandranath Sinha, that includes Arup Roy, that includes Tapas Maiti, that includes Naina Banerjee, and then of course the others are Subhashish Das, Toraf Hussain Mondol, Dinen Roy, Kunal Ghosh, Abdul Aziz, Tausifur Rahman, and Abdul Mateen. Now, of these, Baharul Islam, who's the MLA of Canning Purba, and Arup Roy of Madhya Havra, and others, they have categorically said, and they have been videographed as saying that the signatures in the meeting resolution of 6th of May are not there. So it's not just about Sandeepan Saha and Ritabrata Banerjee, Rakshita. It's about other MLAs, 3 of them named in the CID document, who have said that Abhishek Banerjee or somebody has poured these signatures. Our consent was not taken. And subsequently, CID had served a notice to Abhishek Banerjee on 30th of May, which is 2 days back, in response to which he came back by saying that he cannot come because he is not well. And that's why the CID now at his doorsteps, obviously to question him, based on these statements that have come in from these MLAs saying that these signatures are forged, and since Abhishek Banerjee submitted the letter, he should be asked the questions, and that's why they are there at the residence of the Trinamool's General Secretary, and of course Mamata Banerjee's nephew, who's now of course seems facing headwinds insofar as his leadership is concerned, and which is being strongly contested even by Trinamool MLAs themselves.
Yeah, isn't the the trouble only mounting, and there is of course lots at stake for the TMC now after the defeat in the polls. Now we see that turmoil is only deepening. We see that more than 100 councillors had in fact quit. Have resigned from different key West Bengal municipalities, and then we see that there's a lot of unrest. There have been the case in point of Kakuli Ghosh Dastidar also. Then you have this open rebellion, and we see that what happened in Shonarpur also. So it's only trouble and trouble day by day that is mounting for the TMC.
Well, trouble is mounting in the sense that it's a party out of power and just out of power after 15 years in power. So obviously, there are headwinds on that front, and also the fact that it was effectively a dictatorship of Abhishek Banerjee, with Mamata Banerjee having completely outsourced the running of the party to her nephew, and who had become larger than who had become the go-to man, effectively running the party. And so, even if there was disgruntlement, there were dissent, it was suppressed or it was not expressed. Now, of course, when they are out of power, and we have seen people's anger getting directed at Abhishek Banerjee, even the legislators are feeling confident that maybe they can express themselves, and that's why any illegal act of Abhishek Banerjee and the forging of signature happens to be one, would not go uncontested, and that seems to be happening, and that's why the CID taking the probe to the next logical step, which is questioning Abhishek Banerjee, since he submitted the letter and the signatures. He has to be asked, how the signatures came in, because those whose names are there on the list, they are saying they never signed or they never agreed to.
Right. Absolutely, Abhishek. Many thanks for joining us with details and insights on that situation that's unfolding in West Bengal right now. Viewers, on your screens is a live frame coming in from outside Abhishek Banerjee's residence, where the CID team is right now present. The team just reached a while back, and we do not know about the whereabouts of Bhaipo, that is Abhishek Banerjee. As he was summoned today, he skipped those summons. CID team at his place. All right, we shift our focus to the big story from the national capital. 16-year-old boy, schoolboy Sai, was shot in Delhi today at point blank range 2 days ago, and today he succumbed to the injuries. Now, viewers, we're getting in more details coming on that story. So, police is tight-lipped on the possible political links. The Delhi crime branch is silent. That why, first of all, there was the name of the accused was missing in the initial FIR, and there are many questions that are being raised, viewers, in this entire case. Now, questions, of course, are being raised that if there is a political link to what has happened. Police is not answering anything on that. We will continue to get you more details, viewers, on that story, but time for a very, very short break. But on the other side, we continue to get you the big stories of the day. My colleague Vijay will be joining you with Republic Global.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ। सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He is accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those radical Islamists who say,
AU करंट अकाउंट के साथ मिलता है फ्री यूपीआई क्यूआर ओवरड्राफ्ट फैसिलिटी और एक ही ऐप से बैंक के सारे काम। AU
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma, who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video?
Kiriwala Singh and Samar Singh, they are now being brought back to their house again for this particular recreation.
ईसा का एक डमी डेड बॉडी बनाई जिसे फंदे पर लटकाया गया.
Live pictures coming in. First and exclusive on Republic TV. A CBI team arrived carrying a dummy body. We can clearly see that Samarth is at the scene. And we also understand there's a lot of focus on the belt.
अभी लाइव तस्वीरों में आप देखिए समर्थ से कुछ पूछताछ हो रही है. सीबीआई के अफसर उससे पूछ रहे हैं कि कैसे उतारा या कितनी नोट थी इस फंदे पर.
Nature, the distribution and the pattern, what we say, of those injuries definitely doesn't correspond to the so-called accidental in nature. It is a non-accidental injury we call. That means maybe a resulting out of a so-called an assault. So that will definitely be substantiated by the statement given. If there is a discrepancy, again the witnesses will turn out to be suspects or so-called accused.
সিআইডি আধিকারিকদের জানান, যেমনটা আমরা শুনতে পাই যে তাদেরকে বলা হয় যে 15 মিনিট অপেক্ষা করতে, কিন্তু সেই 15 মিনিট বেড়ে গিয়ে দেখা গেল 30 মিনিট হয়ে যায়। 30 মিনিট ধরে সিআইডি আধিকারিক যারা রয়েছেন তাদেরকে বাইরেই এইভাবে দাঁড় করিয়ে রাখা হয়, দরজা পর্যন্ত খোলা হয় না। এবং তারপর ভেতর থেকে কোনো এক ব্যক্তি তিনি আসেন, এসে বলেন যে অভিষেক বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের শরীর খারাপ এবং তার যে শারীরিক অবস্থা জানতে পারবেন না, হয়তো তারা আগামীকাল আসে। এবং তারপরেই কিন্তু সিআইডি আধিকারিকদের তরফে সেই নোটিশ ধরানো হয় এবং বলা হয় সেই নোটিশ যাতে তিনি রিসিভ করে নেন এবং সেই নোটিশ সেই ব্যক্তির মধ্যে অয়ন নামে ওই ব্যক্তির ওপরে গিয়েছে। এখন দেখার বিষয় তাতে সই করেন কিনা, কারণ দেখো আমরা একেবারে দেখেছি গত 5 দিনের যে ঘটনা শুনলাম অভিষেক বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায় গিয়েছিলেন, সেই দিনও সিআইডি আধিকারিকেরা তার বাড়িতে এসেছিল, সেই দিনও তার দেখা পাননি। আজকেও যখন তারা এলেন, আজকেও কিন্তু তার দেখা পেলেন এবং আজকে শারীরিক অসুস্থতার কথা বলেছেন এবং তারপর যখন তার বাড়িতে তার সঙ্গে দেখা করতে এলেন তখনও তাদের সঙ্গে দেখা তো করাই হলো না, এমনকি একেবারে বাইরে, রাস্তার বাইরে, গেটের বাইরে তাদেরকে দাঁড় করিয়ে রাখা হলো 30 মিনিট ধরে। তারপর একজন ব্যক্তি এসে বলছে যে দাদা দেখা।
All right, let's tell our viewers what's happening. The CID has reached Abhishek Banerjee's residence. They have reached there in the forged signature case after TMC MP had earlier sought time citing illness. Now the team of the Crime Investment Department has now earlier served a notice to Abhishek Banerjee. They summoned him for questioning in the connection with the alleged MLA signature forgery case. Today we broke on Republic TV one of the letters that has been written on how signatures of MLAs had been forged to make him the leader of opposition. The CID has asked Banerjee to appear, but he did not appear before them. We can see a team at Abhishek Banerjee's residence now. They had summoned him earlier. Let me go across to our senior executive editor Abhishek Kapoor joining us on the phone line here. Abhishek, a very serious crime, I would say, is being committed by the TMC MLA and also by the TMC leader Abhishek Banerjee. What do you expect is now going to happen, Abhishek, keeping in mind that forgery of signatures is a very serious charge, and that too of MLAs, of sitting MLAs of the assembly, Abhishek?
Yeah, and the fact that those MLAs are calling out their own leader for forging the signatures, and the fact that CID obviously has to ask questions. So, even before they reach there, they released a statement, Rhythm, the Criminal Investigation Department of the Bengal Police, and they have said that they have followed due process. They have gone step by step. And before they sent a letter seeking Abhishek Banerjee's cooperation or his questioning, they had already taken statements of 13 of Trinamool legislators, of which 3 have confirmed or said in their statement that they did not sign that letter, and they don't know how the signatures came. And since the letter was submitted by Abhishek Banerjee in his capacity as General Secretary of the party, he should be questioned. And so the CID sent a letter. And remember, these three MLAs, including Bahrul Islam and Arup Roy, and one more, are different from the two others who have finally petitioned the speaker who thought
আরে তোমরা একটু পেছনে
কি বলা হলো আবার আসার জন্য এক বলা হলো জানি না এখন তো দাদা রিসিভ করে দিয়েছে এবার এটা ভালো মনে হয় উনি 15 দিন সময় চেয়েছিলেন তো আপনি কি
আবার ওনাকে কি ডাকা হয়েছে আবার দেখি দেখি গায়ের উপর থেকে এইভাবে
বলছিলেন যে অভিষেক বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়কে পিছিয়ে আয় না বেরোচ্ছি ছবিটা তো লেগে যাবে ছবিটা নিয়ে আমার এই মুহূর্তে সিআইডির আধিকারিকেরা এগোচ্ছেন এই মুহূর্তে তারা যাচ্ছেন এবং আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি সিআইডির আধিকারিকেরা এই মুহূর্তে তারা কিন্তু তারা বেরিয়ে আসছেন।
Abhishek, the investigation has also reached his residence in Kalighat, where he's personally earlier received the notice from CID officials. Today, that CID team is now proceeding somewhere. He earlier sought time from the CID. They've reached his residence. The bigger picture here, when he was speaking to the public and the reporters, Abhishek Banerjee said he would cooperate with the investigation. But the bigger point is not that he will cooperate, but how is he going to try and do away with the signature forgery charge, Abhishek?
Yeah, absolutely. It seems the CID team, after spending about half an hour inside, have come out and they are leaving, which means either they have taken the statement and are going out now, or maybe Abhishek Banerjee did not cooperate because this was swift. Typically, that kind of statement, which is video recorded, takes a couple of hours. And if the CBI team has left within half an hour or 45 minutes, it seems that the statement has not been recorded. We'll have to wait to see what the CID says on their visit to Abhishek Banerjee. But the fact of the matter is that 5 MLAs, 3 of them to the CID and 2 to the Speaker of the Bengal Assembly have said and distanced themselves from the consent letter or the letter which was submitted by Abhishek Banerjee to the Speaker, and which was about appointing a leader of opposition on behalf of Trinamool Congress in the Assembly. And those 5 MLAs are Trinamool legislators. So it's not the Mamata Banerjee, because she's saying that Trinamool is under attack from the BJP. These 5 legislators are those who were given ticket by the Trinamool party. Obviously must have been a process in which Mamata Banerjee is part of, or Abhishek Banerjee is part of. And then they have won on the Trinamool ticket at a time when there has been a massive pro-BJP and anti-Trinamool wave in Bengal, which means these legislators held to their ground in their respective constituencies, and which means that they have connect with the ground. And yet, if they are coming out and taking a very public position in writing and in their media statements and to the investigating agencies, then obviously they are very clear that their letters have been forged. It's for ideally someone like Abhishek in public life should have come out and made a statement to the media and to the police of his own volition. And instead, what we are seeing is obfuscation. Instead, what we are seeing is denial. Instead, what we are seeing is delay. Delaying tactics, including, taking subterfuge behind his ill health, despite the fact that doctors, the medical report, for example, from Bellevue and Apollo clearly said that Abhishek Banerjee is in good health, does not need admission, maybe just a glass of warm milk, and he should be fine. And yet he has, it seems that the CID came in and after spending some time have gone away. As I said, we have to wait for them to see, hear from them whether Abhishek, they have been able to record a statement or not.
Abhishek, this seems very mysterious. You know, how he has tried to say that he's not well. I think Abhishek Banerjee had a plan. He planned to go to a specific location. He organized the mayhem possibly, or the TMC accused who actually apparently hurt him was coming out to be a TMC person, his mother had confirmed that. So all this mayhem was done because of the CID inquiry that started. He's tried to skip it by saying there are medical grounds. He tried to gain media attention and secure Z plus category from the center. But I think the largest scene that it all has failed is where we see the pictures of the CID at his residence serving him now, Abhishek, with a second notice summons. That means he will have to appear before them.
Exactly. So which means they have not been able to record their statement. They have just sort of served the summon. This can go on for at least 3 times, maybe 4 times if the agency wants to indulge. If does not want to indulge, at least 3 times. Which means apart from after this second summons, there would be one more, and then obviously the process of arrest, etc. goes on if that stage arrives. Abhishek Banerjee would obviously have to, and this statement that the CID is seeking of Abhishek Banerjee is only after following a long process. The probe has gone on for a few days now, a week and more, and in which 13 Trinamool legislators have made their statements videographed properly. So if they have said before the CID that no, they did not sign on the consent letter, they cannot renege from that position later, and that those video statements would be evidence in a court of law. So I think Abhishek Banerjee finds himself in a soup of his own making, and as I said, as a public figure, as someone who is general secretary of a party till recently was the second most powerful man in Bengal, should have ideally come out and given his side, and if he thinks that these legislators are under some kind of BJP pressure, he could have or should have called the bluff of these MLAs and made a statement connected with his own people, but he's not doing that. So obviously there's something seems to be amiss, and whether it is that he actually forged the documents, the probe would find out sooner or later.
Oh, yes, absolutely. Now, larger question is also rising here, Abhishek, about the conduct that is being seen by Abhishek Banerjee. He's clearly scared, and he began possibly this full mayhem, like I said earlier, to try and skip the summons. But a second summons has been served. It's game up unless he has a genius plan to say how those MLA signatures were forged. The notice has been sent to the speaker. The letters are clearly with Republic TV. It clearly shows there is no way that he'll be trying or can possibly be able to get away through this. This is a democratic process. They are so wanting attention, this duo of Mamata Banerjee and Abhishek Banerjee here, Abhishek, that they are trying their best to ensure in whatever way possible they should hold on to power. And that's the big story that we continue trashing. Abhishek will be with us shortly again, viewers. But what is Abhishek Banerjee trying to do? The CID summoned him earlier for questioning. He was also summoned today. Convinced he was going to be arrested, it's being alleged that he went to a specific location, he organized a mayhem, and to gain sympathy. Now, what was really happening will have to be seen and only pursued by the CID. But today, at his residence, a second notice has been submitted to him. And all the drama of Abhishek Banerjee of getting attacked is only to escape, it seems, the CID headquarters. He was apparently scared he could be arrested, and therefore he's done this whole act. Today, right now, we are showing you pictures from Kolkata where the CID team had reached the residence of Abhishek Banerjee to give him the second notice. And he earlier sought 1 day time, 15 days time from the CID. But they've reached his residence now. He skipped today's CID summons also. In the Ford signature case, he earlier cited health issues and sought for an extension. He's scared, he's running, and the bigger picture is the TMC is going through this own upheaval, where TMC's MLAs themselves are saying, we did not sign any letters. And West Bengal CID team has constituted a 4-member special investigation team to also probe the alleged forgery of the TMC legislature. The other top focus story, viewers, the Israel-Hezbollah conflict has entered a dangerous new phase. In its deepest ground incursion into Lebanon in more than 25 years, Israeli forces have captured the strategic Beaufort Castle. It's the centuries-old fortress overlooking southern Lebanon. This move comes amid intensified fighting, fresh Israeli airstrikes and Hezbollah rocket attacks, despite the ceasefire that was announced over 6 weeks ago. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has now ordered troops to push deeper into Lebanese territory, signaling a major escalation in the conflict. The development is going to widen the regional tension as Israel is now seeking to dismantle Hezbollah's terrorist infrastructure along its northern frontier.
Israeli forces have escalated operations in southern Lebanon despite a ceasefire that has been in place for over a month. Israeli troops captured the historic Beaufort Castle, marking Israel's deepest incursion into Lebanon.
Israeli ground troops in Lebanon captured a strategic castle, marking their deepest incursion to the country in 26 years. The last time the Israeli military were at the Beaufort Castle was in the tail end of their 18-year occupation in the year 2000, just before their withdrawal. This is part of a days-long expansion of military activity in Lebanon. Ground troops have pushed deeper into the country and the airstrikes have certainly widened. It's unclear what the goal of this expansion is going to be, but attacks have certainly increased since a nominal ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon went into effect in April 17.
Now, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has ordered the IDF to expand operations beyond the Litani River.
הלילה הלוחמים הגיבורים שלנו כבשו את מוצב הבופור. הם הניפו שם בגאווה את דגל מדינת ישראל ואת דגל חטיבת גולני. אני מזכיר לכם שלפני 44 שנים המקום הזה היה סמל לקרב גבורה הירואי של לוחמינו, אבל גם היה סמל למחלוקת עמוקה בתוכנו. היום חזרנו לבופור אחרת. חזרנו מאוחדים, נחושים, חזקים מאי פעם. מתחילת מלחמת התקומה אנחנו חיסלנו 8,000 מחבלי חיזבאללה. מאז שהגת הארי 3,000. בחודש האחרון בלבד 700. זה יותר מכל מה שחיסלנו במהלך מלחמת לבנון השנייה. אני הנחיתי את צה"ל להרחיב את התמרון בלבנון. הכוחות שלנו חצו את הליטני, הם תפסו שטחים שולטים, הם כבשו את רכס הבופור. ועכשיו ההנחיה שלי היא להעמיק ולהרחיב את האחיזה שלנו במקומות שהיו בתפיסת חיזבאללה. וכיבוש הבופור הוא שלב דרמטי, הוא שינוי דרמטי במדיניות שאנחנו מובילים. אנחנו שברנו את מחסום הפחד. אנחנו יוזמים, אנחנו פועלים בכל החזיתות. בסוריה, בעזה, בלבנון, הקמנו רצועות ביטחון מעבר לגבולותינו כדי להגן על יישובינו.
Israel conducted multiple airstrikes over the past few days, targeting villages near Tyre and other areas in southern Lebanon. One strike completely destroyed a 12-story residential building in Nabatea.
هذه العائلة السورية دايرة على معيشتها الكريمة ومؤلف من 8 أشخاص وإجا الطيران ضربها وهذه المنطقة يعني بتعرف مش عسكرية كلها شغيلة وكلها عمال وكلها بساتين وما فيها أي يعني تحرك عسكري.
ما حدا عم بيحاسب إسرائيل، ما حدا عم نطلب من الدول العربية بس تتحرك وتشوف. اليوم أطفال لبنان وغزة وفلسطين، بكرة ما جاي الدور على أطفال الجميع، أطفال الكل. هذا عدو ما عم بيميز لا طفل لا امرأة لا شيء، هيهم بالبرات 7-8 أطفال.
The strikes have killed multiple civilians and caused widespread destruction in residential areas.
On top of that, these attacks come just a couple of days before Lebanon and Israel are set to meet at the State Department in Washington, D.C. to continue negotiations, where Lebanon is hoping to reach a complete ceasefire before they go into negotiations and talks over a whole list of other things, including Israeli withdrawal and disarming Hezbollah. Hezbollah, in return, continues to claim attacks on Israeli troops in Lebanon and in northern border towns. However, over the past 24 hours, they have claimed attacks deeper into northern Israel, including just north of the city of Haifa and in Nahariya. And it is unclear how they're going to shift their strategy as Israel continues to intensify their attacks in Lebanon.
Lebanon's government, which had previously supported efforts to disarm Hezbollah, has strongly condemned Israel's action as collective punishment.
فإسرائيل لم تعد تستهدف فقط مواقع أو مناطق محددة، بل أخذت تنفذ سياسة تدمير شامل للمدن والبلدات ولكل مقومات الحياة فيها، وتمارس التهجير الجماعي الذي يرقى إلى العقاب الجماعي بحق أهلنا الآمنين، وهي السياسات المدانة في كل الأعراف والشرائع الدولية. وأريد أن أتحدث هنا بمنتهى الصراحة مع اللبنانيين. هل المفاوضات مضمونة النتائج؟ بالتأكيد لا، لكنها الطريق الأقل كلفة على وطننا وشعبنا مقارنة بالخيارات الأخرى اليوم. وهل المفاوضات استسلام؟ أيضا لا، لأن أول بند على جدول أعمال الوفد المفاوض الذي يقوم بعمله بمهنية عالية هو تحقيق وقف إطلاق النار.
Despite the condemnation, Israel is still pressing on hard. Prime Minister Netanyahu continues to enjoy strong backing at home for the expanded campaign.
אנחנו כאן בגבול הצפון, בשתולה, ואומרים בצורה מאוד מאוד מפורשת, צריך לשטח את הדחיה. לשטח את הדחיה. אני התנגדתי להפסקת אש הקודמת, אני היום גם אומר, חייבים לשטח. צה"ל עושה עבודה. יש 600 חיזבאלונים שברוך השם חיסלו בשבועות האחרונים, אבל זה לא מספיק. מה שקורה להם זה הדחיה, צריך ללכת על הדחיה, לשטח, ועוד פעם לשטח. חיזבאללה בדחיה, לשטח את החיזבאללה בדחיה.
This is a breaking news update coming in. In all likelihood, Annamalai will be by the end of this week moving out of the BJP. That's the timeline set. So things are moving extremely fast in the state of Tamil Nadu. Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection. Desh ka kisan, Desh ka hero.
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, mass comm, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
AU सेविंग्स अकाउंट में मिलते हैं अमेजिंग बेनिफिट्स, पेपरलेस बैंकिंग एंड हायर इंटरेस्ट, वो भी हर महीने।
मनी 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 एवरी मंथ।
सोच बदलो और बैंक भी।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
I want to start with some very disturbing pictures that have come in of a so-called right-wing leader. His name is Sushil Prajapati. He's accused of rape. After being in jail for 9 months, he gets bail, which means he's still an accused. He's an accused in a rape case. And the case goes back to 2025 when he took an LLB student to one place on the pretext of introducing her to a senior advocate. He drugged her drink and then he sexually assaulted her. He is still under trial for rape. He has not been released. But when he comes out, this rape accused, garlands are put on him as if he's some kind of a hero, as if he's achieved something great. Is a rapist to be celebrated, ladies and gentlemen? I ask you that question. And more than anyone else, I ask the right wing of this country. Very often I come on television and I say, yes, on several issues, I'm happy to be called a right-winger. But ladies and gentlemen, let me put it clearly. You cannot let a person like this man, this Sushil Prajapati, a leader of the Hindu Yuva Vahini, a local thug, a man accused of rape, you cannot celebrate his act of rape or celebrate the fact that the rapist is out on bail. If that is the message we want to send to our society, and if all the BJP leaders want to be quiet about it, I want to ask them, why are they quiet about this? Why are they quiet? In the silence of the BJP leaders, is there a tacit support to this person? Is there a feeling that anyone who wears or puts a, proclaims that he is from a so-called Hindu organization, that he will be allowed to get away with absolutely everything, including an act of rape? Is there a feeling that this man, do right-wingers feel, this man, this accused rapist is one of our own? So hence, regardless of what happens, one of our own should never be accused. It's like all those people, those
Kiriwala Singh and Samar Singh, they are now being brought back to their house again for this particular recreation.
तुषा का एक डमी डेड बॉडी बनाई जिसे फंदे पर लटकाया गया.
Live pictures coming in. First and exclusive on Republic TV. A CBI team arrived carrying a dummy body. We can clearly see that Samarth is at the scene. And we also understand there's a lot of focus on the belt.
अभी लाइव तस्वीरों में आप देखिए समर्थ से कुछ पूछताछ हो रही है कि सीबीआई के अफसर उससे पूछ रहे हैं कि कैसे उतारा या कितनी नोट थी इस फंदे पर.
Nature, the distribution and the pattern, what we say, of those injuries definitely doesn't correspond to the so-called accidental in nature. It is a non-accidental injury we call. That means maybe a resulting out of a so-called an assault. So that will definitely be substantiated by the statement given. If there is a discrepancy, again the witnesses will turn out to be suspects or so-called accused.
Co-powered by Crystal Crop Protection, देश का किसान, देश का हीरो.
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं.
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा. रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बाद एकदम सॉलिड.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
In fact, very often I believe the only way to get justice in India is a media trial. So there's no reason for the media, if it's doing a good job of a media trial, to be on the back foot. In fact, the courts should stop making these overarching remarks about media trial and contemplate about one very basic thing. With the greatest of respect to the courts, when the other institutions fail, when people get let down by the system, when even the judiciary does not seem to be listening or raising a noise about issues, like in the case of Twisha Sharma. Who does the public look to for justice, for raising their voice, for bringing something that's utterly false, illegal or wrong to public attention? It is only and only the media. And today, therefore, we are doing a media trial in this specific case, ladies and gentlemen, of Twisha Sharma, the 33-year-old daughter-in-law of an ex-judge, in a case where the ex-judge and the ex-judge's advocate's son appear to be more than involved. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 questions tonight. And if they think it's a media trial, so be it. So be it. Why did the ex-judge in the case of Twisha Sharma, neither she nor her son call a police or an ambulance? What took them 57 minutes to bring the body down? Where are the 3 men who are seen in the video dragging Twisha's body, destroying evidence? What was the police doing? Did they question the house staff? Did they question the judge? Was Twisha carrying headphones in her bag, in her hand, or a rope? Where is it now? Where is that so-called belt that cops claim was used?
Kiriwala Singh and Samar Singh, they are now being brought back to their house again for this particular recreation.
ईसा का एक डमी डेड बॉडी बनाई जिसे फंदे पर लटकाया गया.
Live pictures coming in. First and exclusive on Republic TV. A CBI team arrived carrying a dummy body. We can clearly see that Samarth is at the scene. And we also understand there's a lot of focus on the belt.
अभी लाइव तस्वीरों में आप देखिए समर्थ से कुछ पूछताछ हो रही है कि सीबीआई के अफसर उससे पूछ रहे हैं कि कैसे उतारा या कितनी नोट थी इस फंदे पर.
Nature, the distribution and the pattern, what we say, of those injuries definitely doesn't corresponds to the so-called accidental in nature. It is a non-accidental injuries we call. That means maybe resulting out of a so-called an assault. So that will definitely be substantiated by the statement given. If there is a discrepancy, again the witnesses will turn out to be suspects or so-called accused.
This is a breaking news update coming in. In all likelihood, Annamalai will be by the end of this week moving out of the BJP. That's the timeline set. So things are moving extremely fast in the state of Tamil Nadu.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. Getting you details of the big political exclusive from Tamil Nadu. Why is it a big story that Annamalai is leaving the BJP? Perhaps because Annamalai has been the face of the BJP. He's in Tamil Nadu at least, and a former IPS officer. He was sidelined, and in all likelihood, he's likely to float his own party. Surprisingly, the BJP is not saying much. So a very interesting alignment, or rather realignment, happening in Tamil Nadu. We'll tell you all about that. We have some inside details of what he's likely to do. Here are the headlines. Annamalai is going to quit the BJP, meeting the BJP president today, and then possible resignation in the next 2 days. May float a political movement which could become a political party soon. Annamalai looking to counter Vijay in a state where personalities matter more than parties. How Pakistan's ISI honey traps Indians and uses Indians to get critical details out. It's a Republic TV exclusive. We have an interview of how the ISI operates. "16-year-old Sai, a student, class 12 student, was celebrating and later shot for standing up to bullies at an eatery." Starting with some details coming in from Tamil Nadu as Annamalai, the BJP leader, prepares for a political breakaway from the BJP. He's going to be meeting the BJP president, Nitin Nabin. There is speculation that Annamalai has indicated that after the meeting with the BJP president, he's in all likelihood launching a political movement which could become a political party soon. That's the breaking news update that we have. First up on Annamalai, he's meeting Nitin Nabin. He took off from Chennai a little after 4 p.m. He's going to be meeting Nitin Nabin in Delhi in the next few hours perhaps, or maybe tomorrow. He could also be meeting the Prime Minister or the Home Minister and resigning from the BJP possibly this week. Let me go across straight up to my colleague Sharda, joining us live. Sharda, firstly, There's news that he's going to be meeting the BJP president. Right? Does that indicate that he perhaps does not want to leave on a bad note, wants to keep the options open, or possibly even get support from the BJP at some stage?
Firstly, what we have to point out is that Annamalai has been having a cordial relation with the BJP starting from his journey as the president of the party. So he's been constantly telling that his inspiration is from the center leadership, which includes Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. So in this case, he wants to amicably split from the BJP party. So now meeting Nitin Aban gives us the heads up that he is ready to quit from the party. Just that he will tell both Prime Minister and Home Minister of his decision and then quit. His meeting with Nitin Aban clearly states that Annamalai is resigning from the BJP very soon, and the announcement will be out in today's time. And now following this, whether it's going to be a political movement or a political party is something we have to look forward to, because Annamalai has not officially made any comments, but for the last 2 days, the posters have been put telling that he will be starting his own party, his own movement, especially under his NGO, which is under the NPO, which is the We Are the Leaders format. It's likely that the political movement will focus on building up leaders from the state of Tamil Nadu, bringing them together, and going against Vijay. TTVK is mostly the main aim of the movement, Narendra.
Yes. Now, the second aspect is that there is news that Annamalai could be contesting the bypoll soon. The bypoll. Now, of course, if he's contesting, he can't contest as part of a political movement, which means he'll be launching a party, and it could be very, very soon. Where is he starting from, and is this confirmed? Why is the plan to start from Perundarai?
First thing, the AIADMK MLA who has resigned from the Perundarai constituency has joined the TTVK. So apart from Trichy East, there are 3 other constituencies, and so now Annamalai can start his independent political journey from any one of these 4 constituencies. And Perundarai being the one near close to Karur and the Coimbatore area where Annamalai's base is from, likely that he is very stronger there. His cadres, his supporters are very strong in the west of Tamil Nadu. If you remember, a few years back, Annamalai went on this N1 Yen Makkal Yatra where the campaign was very strong. Though it did not reflect in the urban areas of the state, it was well reflected in the south and western part of the state. So in that case, Perundarai seems to be a safe spot for Annamalai to start his independent political journey away from the BJP. While he's seeking support from BJP cadres and supporters who are with him to support him, he is starting his own political party. Even otherwise, if there is no backing from a huge political party, whether it's a national, regional, starting an independent political party is putting on a huge risk on what he'll be doing. So Perundarai is the safest option, and he is likely to start contesting from there and lead his political journey. And if that does happen, it will show that the political movement that Annamalai is ready to start will move into a political party in itself.
Yeah. In Delhi, is he going to be meeting the Prime Minister? There was some speculation that he would be seeking time. Will he be doing that? What do we know about whether he's got any time from the top leadership?
So now his appointment is fixed only with Nitin Aban, the BJP national president. However, he's yet to take appointment with the Prime Minister and the Home Minister. And it is also very evident that Annamalai will not quit the party without informing Prime Minister Narendra Modi. So it is likely that he might inform the Prime Minister, but also meet him in the basis of respect the next time when he gets an appointment. So tomorrow it's only to meet Nitin Aban, and following that, Annamalai has promised that he will be meeting the media in the next 2 days of time and explain what has actually happened, what his final decisions are.
Okay, thank you for joining us with those inputs. On to the story now. Another Republic TV exclusive, where a Pakistan-backed terror plot targeting the Indian Army installations in Jammu and Kashmir has been busted by the police. Now, according to the police, a youth from Jammu and Kashmir was lured into an ISI honey trap module that operated through Facebook. The police claimed that the ISI agent used the name Uzma and introduced herself as a university student to trap the young man. Over 200 video calls were reportedly made between the two from December 2025 to March 2026, when the youth refused to share locations of army units. The handler allegedly threatened to make his private photos viral and even kill his family. Sources say the module offered him 2 lakh rupees for details of 6 army installations involved in anti-terror operations, plus a monthly salary, and asked him to move to Rajouri near the border to build a network for ISI. Now, the police in Jammu and Kashmir have stepped in hours before vital information could be exchanged, possibly preventing the youth from being radicalized. Investigators now say 5 to 6 more youth from Doda in Jammu and Kashmir are under scanner for similar contacts with the suspected ISI agents on social media. Gursimran is joining us with the details of the modus operandi. Gursimran, now ISI hiring honey traps, using honey traps is a known thing, but why is this case different?
See, if we speak of this very case, this is a typical modus operandi of the ISI that has come and has been exposed by the Doda police in an operation that they have conducted in the 3rd and the 4th week of May. That is till last day. Yesterday also we saw police carrying out some more deep investigation into the same. What has happened that the Pakistani ISI is now targeting the youth that are having the low education, that are from the remote areas of Jammu and Kashmir, and how they are targeting. Once they upload some photograph or video on the social media, some comments came from unknown user ID. Then that unknown user ID becomes a known one to them. They exchange some words, some photographs, some intimate photographs and videos, and then comes the angle of the threatening to share the vital information of the assets of the India. Otherwise, they will be exposed or their families will be killed. That was what the ISI has been doing.
Stay with me because I have that interaction now. I'd like to play that out. Here's the interview that Gursimran did. It's an exclusive.
पाकिस्तानी इंटेलिजेंसी ISI लगातार जम्मू कश्मीर के युवाओं को बरगलाकर आतंकी संगठनों में शामिल करना चाहती है। एक ऐसी ही कोशिश ISI की तरफ से की गई ताकि भारत में कई सैन्य ठिकानों को सरहदी इलाके में निशाना बनाया जाए। उसके लिए जम्मू के डोडा जिला का एक युवा चुना गया पाकिस्तान की ISI की तरफ से। इस युवा ने सिर्फ एक वीडियो, बर्फ का वीडियो अपने सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पर अपलोड किया। वहीं से यह टारगेट बना ISI का और फिर शुरू हुआ हनी ट्रैप का सिलसिला। लेकिन इस बीच डोडा पुलिस की टेक्निकल इनपुट्स के आधार पर हुई कार्रवाई ने एक युवक जो इस वक्त मेरे सामने बैठा है, जो आज के समय में एक आतंकी हो सकता था, लेकिन अब यह समाज का हिस्सा है, इसे यह समझ आ गया कि वो सिर्फ देश की तबाही चाहते थे और इससे सिर्फ जो इंफॉर्मेशन उगलाई जानी थी उसका इस्तेमाल देश विरोधी गतिविधियों के लिए होना था। ये युवा मेरे साथ मौजूद है। इसकी नाम और आइडेंटिटी जो है वो इसलिए हिडन रखी गई है क्योंकि अब ये दोबारा से उस समाज का हिस्सा है जिसमें हम और आप रहते हैं। आपसे मैं सबसे पहले जानना चाहूंगा, मुझे ये बताइए, अब सब खत्म हो गया और कहा जाता है कि ऑल्स वेल दैट एंड्स वेल, लेकिन इसकी शुरुआत कब हुई और कैसे हुई? हर एक चीज जो है बिल्कुल डिटेल में मुझे बताइए। कौन सा महीना, क्या हुआ, आपने क्या किया, जिसके बाद बात शुरू हुई?
2025 का साल था और दिसंबर का महीना था। तो मैंने एक वीडियो अपने फेसबुक अकाउंट पे अपलोड की थी। तो उसके बाद मुझे उस पर कमेंट आया तो मैं फिर मैसेंजर पे बात करने लगा। तो वो
कमेंट किसने किया, क्या कमेंट किया, आपका वो वीडियो में क्या था?
कोई लड़की थी तो वो कहने लगी कि मैं कश्मीर की हूँ। तो काफ़ी टाइम उसके साथ मैसेंजर पे बात होने लगी। उसके बाद उसने मेरे को मार्च के महीने में मेरा व्हाट्सएप नंबर मांगा। तो जब नंबर अदल बदल हो गया तो जैसे ही मुझे मैसेज आया तो मुझे लगा कि ये तो मेरे तो होश उड़ गए।
कब आपको मैसेज आया और क्या मतलब बताया?
मार्च के महीने में मैसेज, जैसे ही मुझे वहाँ से मैसेज आया, पहले तो उन्होंने वहाँ से सलाम की। जैसे मेरे पास नंबर चढ़ गया तो मेरे तो होश उड़ गए, +92 नंबर देख के। तो मैंने उनको बोला, ये आप तो वहाँ के रहने वाले, आप तो बोल रहे थे मैं कश्मीर से हूँ, 2-3 महीने आपने मेरे से कश्मीर से बन के बात की। तो उसके बाद वो मेरे को फिर ब्लैकमेल करने लगे।
अभी तक जब तक आपके पास नंबर नहीं था और आपने जो है पाकिस्तानी नंबर पर जो है ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं की, तब तक सब कुछ ठीक चल रहा था?
तब तक ओके, सब ठीक था।
तब तक आपकी लगातार बात भी होती थी, वीडियो कॉल्स पे भी बात होती थी?
जी।
तो तब तक आपको कोई शक नहीं लगा कि कुछ हो सकता?
नहीं, तब तक कुछ भी नहीं था।
तो जो वीडियो कॉल जब करते थे घर से ही करते थे?
जी जी।
मतलब वो जो दूसरी लेडी थी, क्या वो मतलब वहां से जगह का पता नहीं चल पा रहा था आपको कि वो कहाँ हो सकती है?
नहीं, वो रूम से अंदर से ही करते थे वीडियो कॉल।
तब तक सब नॉर्मल था?
जी।
अब जब आपने नंबर को ऑब्जेक्ट किया तब उसने क्या कहा?
उन्होंने सीधा मुझे बोल दिया कि आप ये काम करो, नहीं तो हम आपको, वो मुझे टॉर्चर करने लगे, ब्लैकमेल करने लगे, ये काम करो नहीं तो हम आपको मार देंगे, आपकी फैमिली को आके हम बंदे भेज के
मुझे
मार
ये
देंगे।
बताइए, उस महिला ने जो है आपको क्या करने के लिए कहा?
वो कहने लगे कि आप हमारे लिए काम करो, हम आपको सैलरी देंगे, 2 लाख रुपए देंगे, आपको आना है, आपको रजौरी वाले एरिया में अपना सेटअप बनाना है, हमारे वहाँ पर लोग हैं, वो आपको कैश देंगे वहाँ पर, और आपको वहाँ की आर्मी की बेस कैंप की लोकेशनें सेंड करनी है।
अब आप मुझे बताइए, जब उस महिला ने ये कहा, क्या आप उसके बाद भी उससे बात करते रहे?
नहीं, जैसे उसने बोला मैंने तो उसको साफ इनकार कर दिया, तो उसके बाद तो मैंने उसको राब्ता बंद कर लिया, ब्लॉक कर दिया उसको।
जब वो महिला आपके जो सोशल मीडिया व्हाट्सएप पे ब्लॉक हो गई, फिर आपकी जिंदगी में क्या हुआ?
उसके बाद मुझे कई दिन के बाद दूसरे नंबर से मैसेज आने लगे।
क्या कहते थे?
बस वो भी यही कहने लगे कि आप ये हमारे लिए काम करो, ऐसा ऐसा काम करो, लोकेशनें भेजो, आप इंडिया की लोकेशनें भेजो, बेस कैंप की, वहाँ रजौरी वाली साइड की, बॉर्डर एरिया की। लेकिन मैंने उनको भी कुछ नहीं बोला और उनका भी ब्लॉक कर दिया नंबर।
तो लगातार आपको ये कॉल आते रहे?
जी, मैक्सिमम 10-12 नंबर से मेरे को मैसेज कॉल आने लगी।
तकरीबन पिछले हफ्ते तक ये कॉल्स आपको आ रहे थे?
जी जी।
अब मुझे ये बताइए, जब आपको एक टास्क उन्होंने दे दिया, जब आपने कॉल उठाना बंद कर दिया, फिर वो आपसे कम्युनिकेट कैसे करते?
फिर उसके बाद वो मेरे को दूसरे नंबरों से, जो नंबर में ब्लैक लिस्ट में डालता गया, दूसरे नंबरों से मेरे को मैसेज कॉल करने लगे। मैं उठाने नहीं लगा, वो मैसेज करने लगे, बस मैं देखता डिलीट कर देता, वो फिर ब्लॉक कर देता।
में क्या होता था?
बस यही बोलते, आप ये काम करोगे तो ठीक, नहीं करोगे तो हम अपने बंधुओं से आपको मरवा देंगे, आपके बच्चों को, फैमिली को, सबको मरवा देंगे घर में आके।
अब मुझे ये बताइए, अब आपको जो है परिवार का भी डर था, उस बीच जो है डोडा पुलिस आती है, टेक्निकल इंटेलिजेंस के आधार पर जो है वो आप तक पहुंचती है। अगर डोडा पुलिस समय रहते आप तक ना पहुंचती तो क्या ये भी हो सकता था कि आप उनकी मदद कर देते और खुद भी एक आतंकी बन जाते?
जी, फैमिली बच्चों की बात थी तो मैं प्रेशराइज होके कर सकता था, मेरे छोटे छोटे बच्चे हैं तो मैं कर सकता था, ऐसा उनके साथ काम कर सकता था मैं।
जब पुलिस आप तक पहुंची तब जो है क्या बदलाव आया?
जब पुलिस ने मेरे को पकड़ा तो मैं बहुत सेफ समझने लगा। तब से अभी तक मैं बहुत सेफ समझने लगा, मेरी फैमिली भी सेफ है, अब मुझे कोई भी टेंशन नहीं है।